giraffes, elephants graze from it. Like many animals need it. So they just come and like finish.
I don't believe
leaves.
that. I don't believe that if you've got a pest problem, eating them is the solution. I just don't believe it.
That's correct. That's not true.
Yeah,
But this is what I follow. This is my belief. I just eat the insects back if they're destroying like my food or something like that. I just eat them as well because they already digested the energy that was supposed to be mine.
You have a pest problem because you keep eating your spiders. Leave your spiders alone. You won't have any bugs.
But I don't eat the spiders. I actually like spiders, so I keep them in my room.
That's so funny, Redwin.
I encourage wasps and bees into my yard.
That's what I mean. He would have done well in Cheers for sure. He's just quick with that one. That was a fast rebuttal there.
Wasps eat spiders. Did you know that?
The spiders.
I think there's more wasps than spiders. With daddy long legs and that kind.
Yeah.
Well, see, now you need more birds. Birds eat the wasps. Right?
Birds are there. I've got a lot of birds. I've just like planted the trees with. There's a tree, banana tree, and it has these fruits like figs, but they're very small, and they're about to get ripe like next week. It's going to be visited by a special kind of bird. Actually, there's like 3 species that come over.
Birds. Are the birds more of a dessert delicacy then?
I think the birds that eat like these kind of insects or these fruits, and I don't know, I've never eaten them. Like I've never liked them. My brother shot 2 before.
I don't think there's enough meat on them to like. That's why.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not like worth it at all. I prefer something like partridges.
Tell me you have parasites without telling me you have parasites.
I eat bugs.
No, the beneficial parasites rather.
In recent months, I've seen that they take the insects and they powder them, turn them into powder, and then you're.
That's what I had to do with the caterpillar. Yeah. The one with the spikes. I just put it in the grinder. Yeah. And just powder it.
Bug bread.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna eat carrots. I'm just gonna eat carrots and shit. That shit that grows in the ground, grows like a plant. Those are the best things to eat. And then,
what do you think about that one?
And I chew on the side of a cow, and I also chew on chickens
and fish.
So extreme, Redwin.
Yes. There's cows walking around here with chunks of bites.
I bet you probably love your beef extremely rare.
Okay, so how does that go in India? Because are there people that in India that don't eat? I mean, that do eat beef?
Yeah.
Okay, so
basically, in India, it's more of like it's like an oppressed thing, right? So like they kill people over it and stuff like that. But let's say over here, for example, the Hindus, the same families that come over, the second generation or even the third one, they do eat beef. But they teach their kids not to mention it in front of the relatives if they come from India. Or if they visit India, they're not going to mention it. So most families, there's some kind of a belief that the women are supposed to be like the most sensitive or something. So most families, practically speaking, the woman does not eat beef, but she cooks it for the family.
Okay, so he's from Pakistan, by the way.
Who?
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
You're from Pakistan, aren't you?
I'm from Africa.
Oh, you're from Africa, not Pakistan. Sorry, my mistake.
There you go.
Which you were born in Africa, or you moved to Africa?
No, I'm born and bred here. My father was born in Pakistan.
Which part?
His father was from India.
See, his father was born in Pakistan because I can detect a Pakistani accent. You see.
Yeah, it's the voice box. We're more Pathan, maybe. The Afghanis usually, when we sit with them, they're like, "Do you guys speak Pashto?" And we're like, "No."
Yeah, I can pick it up, man. I can pick it up.
Every Afghani, like, who sees us, they're like, "Your high cheekbones and all these features are very ours." Like, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, we're next to each other, and I mean, ancestors.
That's right. I can't see your face, but I'm hanging onto the sound, and I'm detecting there's a Pakistani sound there somewhere coming from, right? And I was right because your daddy's Pakistan, so you got it. Yeah, I'm very sharp on the accent.
My sister is married to Pakistani.
Amazing, the human brain. It's an amazing thing. I've recorded so much of people in London. That's where I grew up. So I've met so many people from around the world.
It's very detectable.
Yeah. So I can tell.
Even when I hear people in other servers, like they come from, let's say, England.
Yeah.
Even if they're not like specifically from maybe any region, like in the north or the south, I still pick it up like this voice this sound box is an Indian sound box. So when I message them or ask them like, are you Desi or something? I mean, the word Desi just means local, right? Like for Desi Indian people. But one dude was like, my parents are from Sri Lanka. I'm like, yeah, it's the same thing. It doesn't have to be just the Republic of India. We just mean the whole subcontinent generally.
Yeah. They're all related. You're all related, you see. That's
exactly. It's the same people. It's just more like political divisions and stuff.
Yeah. I'm drinking Sri Lankan tea.
It doesn't matter where we're from, but there's like a genetic aspect to it. The voice box is a certain size, so you cannot produce sounds over or below a certain frequency. And that's basically what gives it these features.
Yeah, through the winter months, I drink Japanese tea, Chinese tea, and tea from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it's the best, Ceylon tea.
Yes.
Lipton and stuff. I really miss it. In the Middle East, it's like very common. You buy Lipton, and for some reason, they transited from Lipton, which is, in my opinion, is better. They went for one called Rabi, and it became number one just during my years there. It like became number one. Everybody's like Rabi, which was good for me because the prices of Lipton were comparatively cheaper.
Yeah. Obviously, premium brand. They're going to put the price up.
Exactly, because so the name just took it and went up there. Over here, we're buying stuff that is packaged in Gujarat. It's not really first grade. We're struggling with it because every time we buy it, sometimes better, sometimes not kind of thing. But generally, second grade tea now. So we're kind of struggling because tea over here, I guess the governments discourage it a bit because we have our own tea in the region, like in East Africa and Malawi. So the idea is to drink that one. But the problem is, all the companies that own the tea traditionally are still British for some reason. And they get the best quality, the buds, the good one, because the whole plant, one branch is only going to produce one bud. So that's the expensive one, the premium one, the one that is like a bowl. It's round. It's kind of, it doesn't open, but it swells. So that one is very little, and they just harvest it in maybe a few tons and everything and send it over. Like it's very expensive. The remaining one, depending on how far you go from the bud, is now what starts going down. So you get second grade tea, you get the third grade one. In fact, people who don't know tea can even drink stems. They just crush it with the remaining part of the leaves, and it's bitter. Like if you just taste it, you can know that these are sticks. So they even sell that stuff. They package it and sell it for like very cheap. So because people don't have a culture of like very good tea and stuff like that, it's very hard to find. Places like Tanzania where they know their tea, they have good tea. But I mean, unless you go there and buy it, it's kind of tough. I struggle with coffee as well.
If you go to London now, you can go to places like Fortnum's or Harrods, and you can spend anything from £60 to £100 for a cup of tea.
Yeah, that would make sense because I have had good tea. I used to drink Chinese tea, the green one.
Yeah, can you imagine £100 for a cup of tea? Well, you're going to get out of that teapot. You're probably going to get maybe 3 cups of tea out of it, but still expensive as it is. You know, £60 to £100.
Bro, I would out. Can I ask?
It's a lot of money. I'm always wondering why it's so expensive.
Bro,
Go ahead,
I would out. Bro.
Do you have a question around the flat Earth?
Yes. How do you think that Earth is flat?
Okay, that's a good question. The reason why we know the Earth is flat, we don't think it's flat, we know it's flat, is because we've gone out to measure the curvature of the Earth. Because if the Earth is a ball-shaped oblate spheroid, that should be some curvature there that we can measure. We're not finding that curvature anywhere. We're finding leveled horizontality. Go ahead.
Bro, NASA also claimed that Earth is spherical. It's not flat, it's not circle. Then why you think? NASA is also claimed?
Yeah, NASA is lying.
That's the right word. It's a claim.
NASA is lying. Yes, NASA is lying because Well, let me explain. Are you interested? Can I explain? Can I explain?
Okay.
Okay. The reason I say NASA is lying is because the Earth is supposed to be an oblate spheroid, okay, which is like an oval shape, but NASA's pictures are perfectly circular. Perfectly circular. That's not oblate, is it? And then the image is CGI. It's been created by a computer generated image by Robert Simmons. So it's not even a real photograph. It's not oblate. It's perfectly circular, and it's CGI. So they're lying. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah. NASA says they don't have a photograph from space of Earth. A photograph taken by a camera, they don't have that. Everything is made by a computer, and a computer image is not the real image, and it's not even
What was
oblate.
satellite cameras and all? What do you think about that?
Oh, can you say that again, please?
Satellites and cameras. What do you think
Oh.
about that?
Oh, that's another good question. Yeah. Satellites that you think they're not in space. They don't exist in space because space is a very harsh environment. So it would destroy the satellites. What they have, though, they do have helium balloons with small satellites attached to those, and they can read the weather, that kind of stuff. But when we are communicating now, or you're sending an email to your family, friends, they're not going by satellite. That's fiber optic cables. Okay? So satellites in space cannot be there because space is very harsh. The vacuum of space will destroy the satellite. They're not there. And also, Earth is not a ball Earth anyway. Earth is not a ball, you see. But any other questions?
No,
Yeah.
really explained well, and I like it.
Explain the what?
Yes,
Explain which one?
this concept of flat Earth.
Okay, yeah.
No, he
that's
said he
easy
likes
to do.
your
Go ahead.
explanation. I think he said, Jin.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you very much. And if you want to understand the concept of the flat Earth, it's how God made it. There's no curvature there, and water always lies level. That's God's law.
Can
When
I
you see
ask
water,
one more
yeah, go on.
question?
Yeah, of course.
Why you want to prove that Earth is flat? There is any
Okay.
type of something?
That's a very good question. The reason we want to prove the Earth is flat, well, we want to inform. We've already proven it. We want to inform other people because I think it's wrong to go to school to learn the wrong thing and you end up believing something that's incorrect. So if something is correct and you can see people are making a mistake, you try to correct that. And now, hopefully, when everybody else learns that the Earth is flat, they stop teaching that mistake. Okay, and then we can slow down the space industry, for example, because people would then learn that we can't go to space. Okay, and then that taxpayers' money that is being used to miseducate can be used properly, and then the space budget can stop 29 billion dollars, for example. Last year, NASA got $29.2 billion for 1 year. That's $80 million a day. And they don't give us any real pictures. They don't go to space. Everything is CGI. So we're losing money everywhere. So that's why it's important to tell everybody, so everybody can wake up to the truth. And then the education at school has to change. And then the space agencies shut down. And then the money can be used for the people properly.
Okay.
Yeah. After all, we can't afford to waste tax money.
Not only that, I think what's really, really important, especially for myself, is from my perspective, is the ability to be able to discern information. We're told a story that the Earth is a curving, spinning ball in the vacuum of space, when in reality that's not what we experience, and we cannot verify that. So it's just a belief where people believe that this is a fact. So people have lost their discernment ability and their ability to think logically and be able to investigate the evidence. So flat Earth is very good for those who are not acquainted with logic, who are not acquainted with investigation, and it can teach you how to research, how to investigate, and the difference between knowledge and belief, and understanding what direct evidence is. So I think there's a lot of uses for this journey of flat Earth.
Yeah, that is very important indeed. Yeah, to be able to tell the truth and research it to find the truth. This is what flat Earth helps you to do. Yeah, it enables you to be able to question, research, and then rationally come to a good, coherent decision. Yeah. That's fundamental, because if you are told something and then you want to go and check it now, right? This is the beginning of your learning the truth. You see, and that's what flat Earth does. Yeah, thanks. There, that's it. That's an important point you raised there, Roots. Absolutely, that's what's happening. Everybody's believing without checking. You see, and now the governments of the world and the space agencies are telling such big lies that people don't seem to care because they're trusting. You see, so they trust. So you're not checking. When you're trusting, you're not checking, and then that's how they get away with the big lies. But they can't get away with it now because we're checking now. That's how we know India cannot put a satellite in space. India is lying to its people. They're stealing the money. And you remember, India has had 2,500 bridges collapse since 1977 to last month. A bridge collapsed last month. A bridge collapsed in India. So they're not allowed to go to space for sure. They can't go to space. They can't even build bridges.
Oh my God.
They make a mean graphic though of the hypothetical of landing on the moon. Did you see it?
Oh, it was terrible.
Looked like it was sponsored by Lego Animation.
Yeah, I felt like I was like back in the 90s playing PS1.
Yeah, India is
recently from VHS to DVD in Bollywood.
Yeah.
So those are the studios they use.
Yeah, that's right, because it's the
biggest one in the world. Indeed. Yeah, it's called Filmistan. Bollywood is the biggest because it has like 300,000 employees.
Yeah. No, you're right. I'm just surprised that they're not embarrassed about it, because I couldn't be the Prime Minister of India walking around with that kind of imagery. I'm making a mockery.
Number one, they don't care. Number two, they're actually using a narrative, and every Indian is proud now to have joined the rockets race.
The space race.
Yeah, so it's more of breeding nationalism over something that's not even true, but at least they have an excuse because it works.
Where I used to get my curry, okay, the owner of the curry restaurant, okay, he smokes too heavily, and I said to him, for a businessman, you make bad decisions because you're a heavy smoker. Every time I come in, you're smoking, right? And then I had to correct you on your puree. You're using tomato ketchup, and I said, no Indian who is an Indian is going to use tomato ketchup in a curry. I said, no, you have to use tomato puree. You know, so I told him off about his ingredients. But then he was talking about space, you see, because I was talking about flat Earth, and he was talking about satellites. I said, yeah. And then that's when I learned about India having this Chandelier 1 and Chandelier 2 on an elliptical orbit. I said, show me a real picture of satellites, because they don't exist. And I said, real picture, not CGI, yeah? 10 minutes, he was still looking for a real picture. I said, you see, every image you showed me is CGI, because there's no satellites. Your government, India, is lying to you. No one goes to space, you know? And he was like downhearted after that, because he couldn't find a real image of satellites. Then I showed him a real one of the one that collapsed, that fell down in a Brazilian garden, and it was still beeping. Now there's a satellite. You see that? It crashed. That is not a CGI image, is it? That's real.
Exactly.
Show me something like that.
It was on a balloon, right?
Yeah, it was on a balloon. Yeah, and the balloon was still attached to it, and it was still beeping. Samsung. It was a Samsung one. Yeah. Deet, 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 deet. It was still beeping. So there you have it, folks. You know, the man.
I might have bought into such, you know, if my country were one that sent rockets supposedly to the moon and stuff like that, I might have believed it, you know, being a proud citizen and all that shit, like, oh, we're the bomb kind of thing. I'm from a shitty country where we don't care about such shit. So I think it's easier for my people to like criticize such stuff than, you know, go with the narratives.
Yeah. I was asking the Indian guy to question it. Don't just read it because it's not possible to put satellites in space. And he was proud about it. And I said, no, India is lying to the world. That's what I said. And I'm his, I at the time, I was his number one customer, you know, because I used to have a curry like maybe 3 or 4 times in a week, lunchtime.
So I'm just curious, when you say curry, is it the Indian curry, the real one, like the one according to Indians, or the one you call curry?
This is it, you see, because when I went to the kitchen area, I noticed the tomato ketchup going into my chicken jalapeno. I said, I don't want that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to eat it now, okay? Because in London, if you're saying you're making chicken jalapeno and you show the ingredients and you put tomato ketchup there, that is not an Indian. That is not an Indian ingredient, and you could lose your license because of the Trade and Descriptions Act. That's how strict it is in Britain. No Indian is putting tomato ketchup in the curry. That's wrong.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
Said, you know what he said? You know what he said? He said, I had to make it sweet for the Japanese people. I said, that's wrong because that's not your food. The Japanese don't make the sashimi sweet because you're Indian. You eat the Japanese food and that's it. So you must make your Indian curry using...
but unfortunately, most people do that.
Or real tomatoes, I said. Start making tomato sauces. Get your blender going, you know what I mean? I said, I don't want to eat tomato ketchup. I don't buy tomato ketchup for my children. I've never bought, I said,
my cats don't lick the ketchup, you know?
Yeah.
They can lick tomato, the actual tomato, like the salsa you make from tomato, they will do it. But they don't even lick the ketchup.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Over like 50% is chemicals. What the hell is tomato colored, I would say.
You put all your nice spices,
like 10 liters of ketchup.
nice spices, and then you put the poison in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the Glober's source of choice, guys. That's all it is.
It's addictive. They're like hooking them to drugs.
Yeah, exactly. So whenever I order a curry, I go there. I don't order on the phone anymore. I go there and I'm standing by the kitchen door.
Yeah, to see what's going on. They don't like me in the restaurants because I demand to see the chef, you know. I'm like, look, they're like, no, you can't see the chef, it's in the back kind of things. So I try to quote that the French used to have these open window kind of restaurants where the chef can look outside to the customers and you can see the chef. So I'm like, this is the culture of chefery. What kind of a chef have you got? Normally I try to talk to the chef and it's worked well for me.
Of course you do.
I order the food and usually goes down better than when other people order the food because I know that the restaurant staff are meant to sell what they produce the most that day, like whatever they cooked. But I know that it's not the best thing they may have made that day. So I'd rather go for something else they cooked well rather than whatever they're supposed to push. So I just ask them like, hey, what's the special today? Like, what's good? You know, what did you make well? So the chef usually knows this. He even tells you like, okay, go for that one. Because he knows what he did.
Yeah, absolutely. He can recommend the best, of course.
Yeah, he can recommend something. You just be like, that one's good.
Yeah,
because he knows. He doesn't even have to tell you, like, I use the shit in the other one. He just knows.
Yeah. With my local Indian restaurant, the owner of it, because we were pally and we're talking, he doesn't talk to many black people because I'm the only one in the area. So we became friends kind of thing. So he invited me into the kitchen area. He wasn't aware of my expertise on the knowledge of Indian food. And when I saw that tomato ketchup going in, I said, you can't do that. You've now destroyed your traditional food now. That's poison, I said. But I don't buy my children that. I don't give my children tomato ketchup. Please don't put tomato ketchup in my food. That's wrong. I don't want that. I cannot eat that. You have to start again. He said, okay. Yeah, tomato puree. So he sent his staff to go and get the real tomato puree to come back with it. Yeah, I said, yeah, you cannot be. You see, England has had a 300-year history of curry in India. I started eating it when I was 18, okay? So you don't put tomato ketchup. And then he explained how he does it for the Japanese. I said, well, the Japanese don't do anything like that when you eat their food. They give you the real food, yeah? So you must be proud of your culture and your food. Don't be putting tomato ketchup. That's not good at all. Going on with. I said, in London, you could lose your license for doing
It's
that.
disgusting. Even I follow a guy called Vashef on YouTube. Basically, like he's from the south. I think Kerala or somewhere there. The southern dishes are different from the northern ones. It's a different
I learned that
race,
as well,
if that's the word for it, you know.
Yeah, I had a
But
shock.
yeah, I look at those things like how he prepares the stuff to like get ideas and everything. Works, I think, in UAE or somewhere in Dubai or something. So this dude is like, even his wife has some videos now, like to make. I was checking mushroom pickle, and it was the wife that did it. So this guy is like, in the end of every recipe is just going to be like, here's the sauce and everything. Then he's like, nowadays living urban lives is very difficult, so I'm going to show you how to do it in a microwave and blah blah blah. So you make a pizza and then you put just like ketchup on it. Shortcut.
Right.
Use ketchup for like the pizza. I don't eat the pizza which has ketchup. It's like I don't even.
No, that's wrong.
Does not cook well. It doesn't.
That's
not just the ketchup. Even the way it cooks is different. It's just slimy.
It's just disgusting. Forget that.
Yeah, it's too disgusting. I'm just like, this is, oh my God, this is an insult. I'm not even Italian, but like, no.
Yeah, I wouldn't even buy that. I wouldn't buy that. You know what though? I did learn about the different regions, okay? Because one day I went to the Star of India restaurant, which wasn't far from where I lived in London, Archway near Highgate. So I had to go downhill to the Archway from Highgate. So I went in there and I ordered a butter chicken, okay, butter chicken. And then when I got it and I started eating it, I said, "This is not butter chicken."
It's the biggest scam right now.
And then he said, "It is." He's telling me it is. I said, "Look, this is not the butter chicken that I've eaten for so many years. This is different. This is not butter chicken." And then you know what he said? He said, "Yeah, but in different parts of India, they cook it differently." And then I said, "Really?" I said, "I didn't know that." Okay.
That's obviously true because every tribe has their own way of doing it. It's like over here, we have the majority are Gujarati, right? So Gujarati foods are generally not that good, like when it comes to common Indian foods. So you go to a restaurant where they're offering biryani, butter chicken, or anything like that. It's not going to be a good quality.
Chicken biryani.
The Pakis will have better stuff. The Pakistanis will have a good reputation on that one. But with the Indians, you're better off not even eating it.
Right. Well,
because they're copying it. It's not their thing. You're better off going with something according to the one that they're good at. So Gujaratis make better pickles, they make better cheora, this like crunchy stuff that you go with, all these snacks, I would say. They're very good with
onion
snacks.
bharji. I love an onion bharji.
Yeah, the snacks are very good. But when it comes to like desserts and stuff, you want to go Central India, and there's one specific one the Bengalis make the best. The white balls.
Yeah.
It's called rasgulla. It's feta, basically, sweet feta cheese.
Oh, feta, yeah.
Yeah, those white balls, the the Bengalis make them best. So when you're chewing, it's like robbery. You even hear the screech on your teeth. It's like, you hear that sound. They make the best ones.
Yeah.
Other people will make it, but it won't be the best quality.
Because of the fat content, so I tend not to eat those because I don't want to gain weight. I normally, when I go in, I seek a curry, I seek the onion bhaji, and then I seek naan bread. If I'm not having naan bread, then I'm going to have pilau rice. I don't have both. I don't have naan bread and pilau rice. That's too much carbohydrates there. So one has to go. So usually the pilau rice goes and the naan bread comes in because I like the texture of the bread and that, and it's covered in garlic.
If you want more fiber, you can go for tandoori.
Well, yeah, I eat tandoori as well. Yeah,
for the furnace bread because it's made from a brownish kind of flour, so it has no fiber.
But I do like chicken chalaprasi. I like that one. That's one of my favorite ones. Chicken jalapraz, really good. But yeah, so I learned a lesson about the different regions, and at the start, I became a friend with the chef. Right, I've actually made my own naan bread in the kiln. I've done that.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, we make good ones. Yeah. So we had a party which day was that when I had to tell you guys that like I gotta go and stuff to eat. I think it was last weekend basically, just over this weekend. Yeah, should be Friday. Yeah. So Friday night we went over. My mother makes good ones, so the naan is soft and very light. You can have like 2-3 of them anyway.
Yeah.
So my brother-in-law has a party, and they had both rice and naan in this case. With they slaughtered 3 goats, so there was mutton.
Yeah.
And my mother was like, these naan are not enough because we know our quality is good. If you make a good naan, you can eat a lot of it. You can even have like 5 of them because they're very fluffy and soft.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Here in
So
Japan
you have to
now,
multiply the number. If you compare to other people who don't eat who don't eat the naan so much, like regular roti or
don't eat
something,
Japanese curry.
you're gonna just eat maybe 2.
Yeah,
So the numbers are different as well according to like the quality of it or the tribe. Like
it's terrible. Japanese curry, terrible. It's not
But
curry.
they put yogurt in it.
Japanese curry is scientific, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they've gone and done. They've gone and made a scientific curry, and it's awful.
Damn.
It's
Oh
awful.
my god.
It's the worst thing you could buy. I don't like it
Is
at
it
all. You know what I
vegetable?
mean? And when the Indians come to Japan and they have these cooking competitions, you know, curry cooking competitions, and the Japanese ones there, and the Indians say that is instantly they're saying that is not curry. Straight away. That's
Because
not
it's
curry.
against the basic requirement.
It's got nothing to do with curry at all. It's scientific.
Yeah. Something funny happened over here some years ago. Some guy
The
opens a
Japanese
new
love it,
restaurant,
you see. Yeah.
and it wasn't really a big restaurant. It was more like a takeaway, I would say. All he was making was shawarma. You know, the tacos, basically.
Yeah.
The Indian version of it, because shawarma is brought by Lebanese mostly. It's a good quality. The Indians have, you know, indified it, and it's not good. I don't eat it. Yeah, like it's modified. They use their own bread and a different kind of
Exactly.
thing.
Yeah, they
Indians,
modified
I
it.
think, do not like the pickles so much, so they don't use so much vinegar either. The hummus of Indians is different from the Arab one. The Arab one is raw. You use raw chickpeas, so it's kind of cream color.
Yeah.
The Indian one, you roast the sesame before you grind it, so it's brown, it's darker, and you don't have allergies to it. So if you've got sim allergy, sesame, you could like eat the Indian one because it's cooked.
Yeah,
so
I don't have any. I love sesame. I have sesame seeds. I eat them with my salads. I also like them as a sauce. We can buy sesame seed sauce here and sesame seed
very good
oil as well. You see, so I use all of that. That's all part of my
you can
my
make your own
ingredients.
As well. You just add olive oil and like garlic to it. Give it a slight stir kind of thing, and it goes down. It's basically Arab guacamole.
And if anybody's wondering why we're talking about Indian food, because Indian food is cooked on the flat earth, not on a globe. Okay?
And a flat pan as well.
Pakistani food as well. It's all cooked on a flat earth. It doesn't work on a globe. Yeah.
Somebody was asking if there's a globe. I think we do have a globe in the room.
Yeah, if there are any globers in the house.
Come on, guys, don't be shy.
How does Indian curry work on a globe? Hurry up. The curvature would get in the way.
Where's the kid who was here? Gone or still here? The Indian one.
But yeah. That's the one thing we can say. Having been born in England, and England have had a close history with India. Obviously, that has rubbed off on me. So I now know that England have had a 300-year history of curry. So there you are.
Not only curry, I would say they influence each other.
Yeah, they've had competitions every year, and only once have the British won that competition of curry making, and it was controversial. The Indians went ballistic. How can an Englishman eat us at making curry? It is Indian food. This is, it was really controversial. I'm talking out of 300 times, India won it 299 times, for example, and that one time was just very upsetting. Very upsetting.
Yeah, it's kind of curry is it's a culture on its own. Do you know that the word curry, like in Hindi, is different from the word curry in English? It refers to a different thing.
Oh, what does it mean?
So we have 2 types of dishes. The ones non-Indians call curry is basically I can make chicken, right? Like I cook it. As long as I put yogurt in it and like use a certain method of cooking it, it becomes chicken curry.
Right.
But there is a specific one that Indians, mostly only Indians, know. And that one is drank rather than eaten.
Really?
Yeah, that's the actual curry. Like when Indians speak in Hindi, curry means something different.
Look at that.
So it's kind of complicated. If you go to an Indian restaurant and you're an Indian, but you're not speaking Hindi, and you say curry, they will look at you. So with my skin, if I go to any Indian restaurant and I say curry, they might even tell me, we don't have that. And they might serve your curry. because what they're serving you is different from what I'm gonna get.
Right.
It's a yellow one. It looks like yogurt, which is yellow, and then it's got a lot of water, and then you cook it with a bit of mustard, depending on the tribe. So certain tribes is like thicker than others.
Yeah, most people in England they like the chicken korma because it's not spicy, it's creamy, a little bit sweet, and they enjoy that. You know, I like the chicken korma. I like the chicken butter chicken. I like chicken tandoori.
Butter is good.
Tandoori chicken tikka masala. That's nice.
Tikka is good. Yeah. There's also 65. Have you tried that one? Chicken 65.
No, I've never heard of it. First time. Chicken 65.
It's like nuggets. It's basically a snack. You can just like.
Sounds modern.
I made that. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too modern. The reason for calling it 65 is nothing to do with the year. It was a certain restaurant. I forgot. It's somewhere between Punjab and UP, basically. One of the chefs in the restaurant, they had like 200 and something dishes, I would say, on the menu.
Yeah.
So the chicken this chef invented, these nuggets, the way he was making them, it was number 65 on the menu in that restaurant. So people would come to order it in India, chicken 65. And when the recipe spread from there, it was literally just called chicken 65.
All right, yeah. No, I've never had chicken 65.
The number kind of stuck. I tried it, like both times it was good. The first time was the bomb. It's very good. I would recommend if you cook, you can even like download the recipe and just try it.
Yeah. So the essence in the final analysis and final summarization, India should stick to making good curries, which they're excellent in, and stop lying about space, which they're absolutely awful in. Because, you know, they've got the worst graphics and animation and they put on this TV for us to watch. It's terrible. They're hamming up the lie. The lie was looking better when America is doing it. When India does it, it's clearly lying. It's not good. Stick to curries and also improve on your engineering with your bridges. Scared to go to the country because a bridge lands on your head. Terrible.
I didn't know about the bridges because...
And stop calling me.
Oh, yeah. Stop calling me. Stop fracking me.
Stop calling me. Yeah, it doesn't make sense anyway that a country like India, still running Second World War railway systems, still delivering their lunches in those tins all over the place. It's not, its system works.
And they're very emotional about it. That's the worst part, you know. They believe they're so free, and yet the propaganda is so high in India. You just be shocked.
Yeah. It's a joke, you know what I mean? You know, and like I said, they're delivering their lunches in these tins to business people, and that's fine. All right.
Yeah.
But don't be telling me.
Like stick to that. You know, if you're good at it, stick to it. You know, proudly.
Yeah. I mean, they've got technological savvy. I'll give them that. But that's just a small percentage of people. I mean, you can't build a bridge that works.
It was not very innovative.
How can a country have 2,500 bridges collapse and they're still in the G20? They should have been kicked out for that. You can't even build bridges. Get out of here.
It's not just the bridges. Indian people, there is two things that they're known for that they did not do, despite having thousands of years of civilization. It was building bridges and building toilets or a sewer system. Indians do not do these two things. They used to shit outside till recently.
Well, yeah.
It's one of the countries that has the least developed sewer systems.
When I was a teenager, 18, 19, went to India, and he was overweight. Okay, this guy, he went to India. His dad used to work at Fleet Street. Now, Fleet Street is where all the newspapers used to occupy, and his dad was working in the newspapers, as an editor. Okay, my friend's dad. Okay, so that's why they always used to travel the world. So obviously, their family being wealthy, he could travel to India by himself. He went to India on his own for like a year, came back like a skeleton. That scared me. So I'm never going to go to India. Look at our kids. But I said, Keir, you look good now. His name was Keir. Because he was overweight. But I said, if that's what happened to him, I'm not going to go to India. I'm going to come back dead.
Our first president, he went to India and
he came back skinny. And I said, wow,
he got converted.
That's what India done to you. Woo.
Yeah, like India
Okay,
can change you, man. A lot of people say that.
Yeah,
Like they go to India and they come back changed.
yeah. He changed. He definitely changed.
It
Definitely.
does have an
And he
effect.
went back again. He still went back again and goes, "Are you sure you're going to be able to come back?" Fuck.
Yeah, I'm sure it's addictive.
He said it was. He loved it. He loved it out there. He loved it
Yeah, it's
out there.
good.
You know.
I mean,
That's
it's a
what he said.
subcontinent, so you'll definitely find a place that pleases you with the right amount of, the balance. Like whatever you
Yeah.
like, you're gonna find it at some point.
Yeah. He's a traveler. He's currently living in Hokkaido with his Japanese wife. So we went to the same elementary school, lived in the same area. What are the odds? Yeah, that now he's in northern Japan with his wife and 3 daughters. I'm down here in the south with 4 boys. Amazing story there. Like that is that same guy I'm telling you about is living in
Yeah, it's a small
Hokkaido,
world.
Japan. Yeah, it is a small world.
It's a small world.
It's a small Japan, that's for sure.
Yeah, Japan is different. Still, I would say it's a small world. The kind of people I've met in other countries and in other continents are just like, wow, what are the odds?
Yeah, that's what I think. But when he came back, we all laughed. He's lost a lot of weight. India killed him. Look, but then I realised, no, that's a benefit because he was overweight. You look good, kid. Actually, it's done you a world of good. You're slim now. I'm not going there. I said, I'm never going to India. Lose all my weight, no chance. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the one thing that shocked me. He said he had diarrhea. Dysentery.
Yeah, the water quality they say is not good.
The water.
I went through Morocco for like 5 days. I had diarrhea, so I know what it means.
Yeah, the water is different.
Yeah, it's from the water. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what happened from the water. Yeah.
How do you describe the waters? Like, for example, in Australia, and like, okay, maybe I don't know. Do you have like in the UK? Do you, like when you boil, you've got a bowl, or like you've got like a stream or a river or something.
Yeah.
Apart from it being potable, like non-infectious, how the taste-wise, we've got what we call sweet water, which is not necessarily sweet, but it's just not salty.
Yeah. Sometimes water from the well tastes sweet. Sometimes I found, but for me,
like
when I went to Morocco, you see me in a picture, taking a picture. After that picture, I went to the toilet. That's how it was. Okay, so you might be seeing me smiling, but as soon as that picture was taken, I was off to the toilet. Literally, that it was.
There's a tea that I bought from China. Yeah. It's got a very laxative effect. I used to drink teas, so I normally mix 2 or 3 of them, and I was putting in a pinch of this other one, a new one that I got. And I noticed like in 5 or 10 minutes I have to run to the toilet. The problem is in the building I was working, they used to lock it. So we had to get the key from somebody else. And basically I was running to the door and getting the wrong key, and I'm already prairie dogging at that point.
Yeah, terrible. Yeah. For me, it was I didn't drink any teas. I didn't want liquids. I wanted food that would bind my stomach up. Do you know what I mean? I didn't want to do this liquid poo everywhere.
It's the temperature. It's the body's way of detoxifying you. So if you go to a new place, you sort of like there's a temperature difference and everything. You might get, especially when it's hotter, you might get diarrhea to like take everything out so that the system reboots. You're gonna take in new food, so it's preparing for like new.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. And everything. That was my methodology there, but it didn't work in Morocco. I enjoyed Morocco 100%. You know, it didn't bother me as such because I just kept eating anyway. And then I drank bottled water, didn't drink anything, didn't order any salads because obviously they washed the salad in the water, so I couldn't eat salad unless
it was infectious.
I did for myself. Yeah, so that's what I did. Didn't eat any salads in any restaurants. And then when I got back into Portugal. 2 days later, I settled down. Okay, but on arriving in Portugal, okay, I had the best Chinese that I ever had in my life in Portugal.
Yeah. Wow.
Right? Yeah. And then after eating the Chinese food, my stomach settled, so I was okay.
Oh. Nice.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
Thank you. Sorry,
you were saying? Soup guy.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, go ahead.
Travel with through different time zones.
How do you what?
You see that
Do you wanna repeat that?
this is rounded.
Right. Well, time zones are very important so that people know what time it is. Yeah, that's the first thing, isn't it? Yeah. So when we have time zones on the flat Earth, it's because the sun is moving on its circuit, and when it moves on its circuit, it goes to different parts of the world, giving them the good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So what? Excuse me. Yeah. So what is the question you're asking? What is the question?
Just trying to figure out if the Earth is really flat or something.
Yeah. Well, if it's flat, yeah. Okay. Can you picture this in your head? Okay. You're in your bedroom, for example. Okay. You're in your bedroom. You've turned all the lights off. You're at the door. You've got a flashlight. You hold it 2 feet from the ground. Okay. The beam pointing towards the 2 feet. Now you will notice when you look at the rest of the room is still dark, because the beam is aiming downwards. And then as you walk from the door to the other side of the room, the light is coming with you, starting to get dark where the door is, but it's starting to get light at the other end. That's how it works. You understand that now?
Oh, he's asking a question about time zones. Yeah, time zones are a man-made invention for trade and commerce. So people made that so that we can do business with people in other parts of the world. Time zones asking about time zones is kind of like a malformed question. What you really want to ask is, how do we have day and night in different parts of the world? It's usually malformed when they ask about time zones. So time zones, like I said, is just how it's sunlight in one place and you want to do business with that part of the world. You want to know what time zone they're in so that you can adjust to whether or not they can do business with you at that daylight hours. It was invented for trade. Yeah. So time zones is a malformed question.
But why do they do that? Why do they delude people?
Oh, time zones is not a delusion. Like I said, once again, it was an invention so that people can do business with other countries that are not in daylight hours. It's not a delusion.
How is that even possible? I mean, more or less, I understand what you mean.
Yeah, that's the whole point, is to give you the facts, and these are the facts. Time zones are not a construct of a geometric shape. It's just a way that people can do business during daylight hours.
How is it moving then? I mean, the sun. I mean, if there is night in certain places of the Earth and there is day in certain places, then how it's kind of comes back to the initial position where it kind of started to move and project. I mean,
well, the sun the sun operates on a cycle, so it's cyclical in nature. So you can only notice it from horizon to horizon wherever you live, right? And sometimes you can see it going for 24 hours around your head. It depends on where you're at on the Earth. But it's cyclical, so it runs in a cycle. And what we notice is that in the north, it does a circumference, and in the south, it does a circumference. So it has 2 points of rotation. This has been witnessed by people that are in those places. So the sun is cyclical in nature. Anything else? Do you want to know how it operates on a horizontal plane? Is that what you're asking?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're trying to ask, how does the sun work on a flat Earth, right? Is that your question?
If that all truth, it completely changes the whole entire perspective on the reality.
Well, the only thing that it changes is that you're not considering the Earth to be a globe anymore. It's a flat plane. Now, consider this. I think today or tomorrow, depending on if it's July 11th, supposedly the sun is going to illuminate about 93 or 95% of the whole Earth. How is that possible if you have a sphere and can only be hit with 50 50 to about 63% sunlight at any given time. If it's a sphere, because you can't illuminate.
Oh.
Yeah, think about it. If you shine a light on a sphere, you can't illuminate the whole sphere. So the only way to do that is to have a horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's true. But if they say that, on which date you said that is gonna be like 90% of
Today, tomorrow. I think when's July 11th? I haven't checked the date.
July 11th? How many in percentage once again?
Yeah, about 93 or 95, something like that.
That's impossible.
Okay.
That's impossible.
Well, I know listen. Yeah, you said it correctly. It's impossible. So the ball that you think you're on doesn't exist because that debunks it. I want you to do this. Go to timeanddate.com. Timeanddate.com will show you the sun illumination on the surface of the earth. It's an impossible or impossibility. It's not supposed to happen that we illuminate that much of the earth. This is why we say that the sun as a globe doesn't work.
I mean, in this case, yeah, here on this point, I agree with you.
Okay.
But I agree. I mean, 90%. No, if the Earth is rounded, it's like, okay, I agree. It could reach like 70%. 90%.
Yeah, you could give or take a little more, but you will never reach like 90 in the 90s. You will never be in the 90s of illumination. At any rate, yeah, if you have any more questions, go ahead. I want to stay as concise as I can possible so that you can ask more questions.
Well, I don't know. I mean, kind of to give up everything you have always believed in?
No, I think...
I wouldn't say give up. I would just say update.
Well, think about it like this. Hold on, guys. Usually, when there's somebody from 24/7 that's talking, just kind of, just hold up a little bit, okay? The reason why we do this is because we've been doing this for years, so we have the conversation a bit more concise and compact for the individual. No slight to you guys, but it's just we're efficient at doing this. All right, so, sir, what was your question again?
Why do they do that then? I mean, who is kind of, if that's not true, who is capitalizing on it? Who is?
Well, people have been given ideas to think about throughout the ages, right? So whoever gives this information has control of the narrative. The narrative is that the Earth is a globe, and you live in a ever-expanding cosmos. So the information comes from a source, right? So you can get information like from your education system, but that's not the source, is it? The source would be, the source would be where the information was originated from. Where did the information originate from? Where did it start? In history.
I mean,
that's your source.
When I don't know who's his name. Isaac Newton.
Oh, you got a couple of key figures, right? You got Pythagoras, Aristotle. You got a few others, but these guys were all occult followers. They followed the occult, which means they had like pagan tradition ideas. They worshipped the pagan gods. Like for instance, the sun god Helios. That's why they call it the heliocentric system, because the sun god Helios was in the center, like the sun is. These are occult traditions, my friend, and you've been following them unnoticeably, because science has been masquerading as pseudoscience, I should say, has been masquerading as science. Pseudoscience is the thing that people propagate that is occult pagan traditions involved with like scientific research. So the idea of that the sun, moon, and stars are in a solar system came from pagan traditions. Like the names, I'll give you an example. The names of the planets, right? Think about it. Neptune, Jupiter, Mars, Venus. These are pagan gods, sir.
Pagan god, what you said?
Yes, they're pagan gods. They were worshipped long ago.
I mean, probably they are.
Right. Well, why do we not name them with scientific names instead of giving them names of gods that are pagan? Think about that for a second.
I mean, because it's been like forever, and they do not want to. I mean, let it go of the.
Yeah. So these are the excuses for following pagan traditions, sir. You're following an occult tradition, sir.
Well, I don't know.
I do.
I mean, there's lots of gods. There's a whole bunch of gods out there.
Yeah, but we don't need to hear excuses. We need to hear why they're doing it. Excuses are just going to keep you in the mind state that you are in right now, believing these occult traditions. That's all excuses are good for, sir.
But I mean, I wonder what else they're lying about.
Well, you have to do the research, like everybody else in here.
Is that kind of the major one, which is the Earth is flat, which is the Earth is rounded? Is that kind of major one out of all of the lies that they probably have taken?
It just depends on what you think is major.
I mean, major in terms of that it has an impact on the way people think. I mean, on the way people perceive the reality. The degree of the impact. I mean, that's the major.
They've lied about the moon landings, for example. Man has never landed on the moon, so they're lying about that. Okay?
Yeah, there are plenty of arguments. I mean, like the wind is the most obvious one that people have been talking about for years since then. But I mean, the moon. Yes, probably. Still, there are people who tell that it's. I mean, who have arguments for that they was on the moon. They have actually been on the moon. And so
that's a belief. That's a belief, because no man can leave the earth to go to the moon. It's not possible.
I mean, it's difficult, but again, possible. Or I'm not a scientist to I mean, they tell me like some facts. Other people tell me facts that it's impossible. Who should I believe to? I mean, the history says they've been to the moon actually. So I guess like by default, I'm believing in that. But still,
what you do is you look at both sides of the story. One side is telling you that the vacuum of space is so harsh that you can't put rockets in there. Rockets don't work in a vacuum anyway. We've tested that here on Earth, so there's proof that they couldn't go right there. Rockets don't work in a vacuum. Yeah, go on.
But it disappears when you send it there. It kind of disappears in the sky. So where does it go?
Yeah, what happens is that the rocket is leaving your location, so you can no longer sit. It's going into the ocean. That's where that rocket's going into the sea.
Going into the sea?
Yep.
I mean, but it's out of the sight. Comes
That's
back
correct.
And goes.
It's not landing on the moon. That's for sure. That's why when you see the rocket, it doesn't go straight up. It goes in a parabolic arc, because the air up there is running out. It's diminishing. The air is very thin up there. Not enough air. So the rocket has to come back down. Has to. It doesn't go to space or the moon.
It's like, what about the age of our planet, of humanity? This is the question that I'm questioning the most.
Which that question, please? Can you repeat it?
The question about the humanity, the how long have we been on Earth? How long has it been since the Earth has it? I mean,
Yeah, nobody knows that.
billion.
No human being knows that. That's the thing.
Right,
no human being can claim to know that answer to that question. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know anyone who knows.
Yes, that's something which I'm doubting the most. They say it's like 4 billion years since the Earth has been, and humanity is like what?
14 billion. They say it's 14 billion.
Oh, no, 200,000. They say humanity has been.
Oh yeah, humans. Yeah. Nobody knows, dude. Just like Jim said, nobody knows.
There's so arguments that it's not true. That
Yeah, you have to base your information on things that can be proven. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. You're going to philosophical questions that cannot be answered by anyone. You have to stick to what we can know.
we have to stick to what we can know, right?
Yes, the things that cannot be known by anyone are not answerable. You have to be honest with yourself. Yeah, that's the whole point. Be honest with yourself and your critique about what you know.
Charles Darwin theory. We've become.
Darwin's theory. Think about it. How do you know that's true?
Everybody believes it's true.
I know, but we don't base ourselves on belief. We believe. We base everything on what we can test and verify.
I definitely don't.
Yeah, it's fine, but we base everything on what we can test and verify. Scientific fact is based on test and verification of that test. So you can repeat tests, and it's a method. So it can prove things, and what science is saying today is that they don't prove things. So that's pseudoscience. It's just keeping you in a world of belief. Like, that's all it's doing.
And that's it.
Any more questions?
In a land of make-believe.
This was the subject only to kind of laugh about. I don't know when it started.
That's what you thought at first, but now you're questioning things because you didn't know, or you don't know, I should say, that the Earth is a globe. You can't prove it, can you?
Yes, but so I perceived it. I treat it as something that is, they just doing it to, to make fun of somebody or to just play around, proving that the Earth is flat.
That's nice, but who cares? We don't. We only adhere to what can be proven. That's it. At the end of the day, people can laugh, they can cry, they can do whatever they want. But at the end of the day, it's not true. The Earth being a globe is not true. And the Earth being flat is. That's it.
But that arises so many questions then.
Well, ask your question.
Like the edge, obviously. Where's the edge?
Okay. So how can anybody describe something to you that nobody's ever seen before?
But where's the end then?
Well, can anybody tell you if nobody's ever seen it? Hello? Are you still there?
Well, I'd love to tell you, but I don't know.
Yeah, can anybody tell you about something no one's ever seen before? If there was an edge, or if there isn't an edge, How can anybody say if nobody's ever seen it? You got to critically think about these questions as well when you ask them.
What if, okay, so nowadays there are ships, right? I'm pretty sure there were some of them who did this around the world trip, around the earth. I don't know, I didn't met that. I haven't met those people. And I don't know who they are. Let's say we'll meet one and he was on this trip around the earth, like by the ship. So, and he provides this argument.
Yeah. He just told you a big fish story. He said, I caught a fish and it was this big. How do you know if you've never seen that fish?
I don't know. What if
it's called a big fish story. He just told you a big fish story and you've never seen the fish. So how do you know how big the fish is?
I don't know, but what if he'll kind of provide this video material that he will be just filming all the time without?
Yeah, how are you gonna prove that he actually went there in a video? If you can test, if you say, okay, it looks like you went somewhere, I could see something, but how do you know that that place actually exists if you've never been there yourself? Maybe he's just using photo image editing or whatever. I'm just giving you an example. You need to go actually to that place and verify it actually is what he's saying it is. That's called empirical investigation. When you go and test and verify and observe for yourself that is true what he's saying. Otherwise, you can believe people for whatever they say, but the method of inquiry is not going to be there. So you're not going to ask any more questions except for, okay, you just provided a video, I believe you now. But if that's your standard, then anybody can provide you a video of anything, and then you'll just believe them. It's a pretty weak standard to have, if you ask me.
There's this thing, Bermudian Triangle. There's definitely has to deal something with contradicting that the Earth is rounded.
Yeah, but that's not going to help you. That's not going to help you verify if the Earth is a globe or not. The Bermuda Triangle is like there's like this whole thing surrounding it. People say things disappear there. It's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, I mean, somehow it's kind of related. Somehow it's kind of why.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not related. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever. Not even a little.
Because I think, like, if that's the edge of the Earth, let's say.
No, you can't. No.
They travel in time.
No, dude. You can't prove that. So if you go to the Bermuda Triangle and you don't see what you think you're supposed to see, then you debunk yourself. And a lot of people have traveled to that place, and there is no edge there. So you've already debunked. Stop believing so many things, dude. You have to test and verify. What happens is you're in a world of belief and imagination, and we're trying to get you out of that mind state so that you can start investigating for yourself and not keep believing, dude. That's all you have right now is a bunch of belief.
I'm questioning a lot of things recently.
That's good. You can question things, but at the same time, you just can't believe. Like you believe the Bermuda Triangle is the edge of the world. That doesn't follow because people can go there and notice that there's no edge there.
I'm not gonna be a freaking one who is playing the role in their movie.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, they've been conditioning us like this. I don't know who they are. whether those
Well, it doesn't matter.
eliminate.
Who cares? Like, who cares? The information is not true. The only thing you're concerned with is the information, not the people. If you're absorbing information that's not true, that's on you, not whoever gave it to you.
You have control over it. That's right. You have control over that in what you believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have power over your mind. If you give it to them, then they're going to keep that power, whoever they are. You know what I mean?
Yes. But people are fueling that with energy. People are fueling that with their belief energy. Fueling that concept.
So you combat that with your investigation. That's how you combat that. I'm going to pass the mic to another speaker.
There's a lot of questions too. That is all something we have to kind of.
What's your next question, Jen? You still here?
Internally. Shift focus inside. Focus on the internal rather than external. It's better to focus on our internal world and seek questions there.
Are you talking to yourself or are you asking? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yes, seeking truth from the inside.
Well, I mean, that's a good way to look at it, but do you agree that there's an objective external world that we all share?
It's all just a projection of our internal of our internal states, of our internal world. Everything is just a projection.
Wow, somebody else take this. Jen, are you still there?
Yeah. Yeah, Dave, I'm still there, man. Nice one. Thank you.
He just told me that everything comes from internal projections. There is no objective reality. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't agree with that at all. You know, when I wake up and I feel wind on my face, I know I'm alive because the wind is hitting my face. Real wind. You've got to keep it real is what you've got to do. Keep it real. You understand now that the governments are misinforming you in many areas. So you question those areas. And then, you know, don't accept what they tell you straight away. And if you can't find any answers, don't end up believing it. Put it to the back burner for now as something you don't know and move on.
Hey, I don't
Maybe
believe
later on more information may come along. Yeah.
I don't listen to the government at all.
Exactly.
I don't care about what they say.
Sorry?
I don't care about what the government says about. I mean, I don't watch news at all.
Okay, that's good then. So when they tell you you're living on a globe, what is your position now? There you are.
I mean,
you see?
At the end of the day, what the difference does it actually make?
Okay, that's another question that is common. That's a common question. I'll tell you what it makes here for me. The difference it makes in my life is this. It means I know that the education system misinformed me. That means that they are not telling me the truth. Number one. Number two, if many people think like me now, they may want to get the education board to teach the truth, at least teach the flat earth as well as the heliocentric model if they want to do that, okay? As part of their history. And then facts. Okay, and then another thing is that my parents were paying money, taxes, for me to be educated, and I was educated wrongly. I've paid money for my children to go to school. They're being educated wrongly. Lucky for me, I discovered the flat earth, so I told them that the earth is not a ball. I educated them on that, not the school. Okay, so there's my money being wasted, losing money there. I'm giving good money for good education. I'm getting bad education. And then another thing. If everybody woke up to the fact that the earth isn't a ball and the government's lying, and then they look at the other lies like space travel, they're going to discover that was a waste of, in America's case, last year, 29 billion $200 million. That's $80 million a day. This year, it's $67 million a day. Still wasting money. So when everybody wakes up, they can actually express their disapproval of space travel because it's not possible, and stop wasting our money. Okay, do you understand? That's why it's important for me. I don't want to see my children learn about things that don't really happen, and with my money being wasted. Does that make sense?
I mean, regarding money, yeah, probably.
Right. And then my emotional state of mind is I'm happier now than I was back in, let's say, the 1990s and that, because even though I was a happy man, I know more now. I actually know more now. So I'm connected to the earth better than I was before. And I was always connected to the earth, but I'm connected even better now. I now know that the earth is not this ball spinning. I now know asteroids are not going to come and hit the earth and end life. I don't have to worry about that. So I'm happier and more connected to the earth and enjoying earth for what it is. More understanding of earth means more enjoyment. Does that make sense?
I guess it is. Makes more joy, right?
Right, there you are then. That's why it's important. That's why it makes a difference.
That was well said, Jen. As an American, I want to say I do want my NASA money back. Where do I sign up for that?
Yeah, that's right. And in Britain, as well as Europe, as well as in Japan, all the money that the space agencies are using are a waste. Okay? Now, because nobody cares, people are not aware, that's why they get away with it. But as soon as you know, you can stop them. Imagine this. Just imagine this, okay? You're an astronaut that's been lying to the world that you've gone to space. Everybody's found out. And now you're finding people outside your house in the morning with posters and placards calling you liar. Liar. And they're not speaking. They're just showing you the placard. So you come out now and you see people, they don't respond. And then you drive up and you come home from work after lying again, and they're still there. Or new people are there with their signs, liar. Psychologically, that astronaut will end up telling the truth. Do you understand? Because the people have the right to stand outside his house and call him a liar because he's wasting their tax. I would love to organize that and then have it done, executed, because that's a worthwhile spending time to embarrass all those astronauts. Yeah.
Yeah, Jin. Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah, that would be a good thing, you know. Organize that, get everyone up with placards, go to the astronauts' houses, right? Early in the morning, because they've got to come out for work. But we've already lined up and ganged up there, and we've got our placards. We don't say good morning, we don't utter any words. We just hold the placards. Liar.
Jin, it's about time them thieves give back taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
It's too much money they're taking from people. All this homelessness and poverty will go out the window once they give back the taxpayers' money.
Yeah. Now, please forgive me, right? I'm trying to find your name on my device. What's your name again?
It's T. Jin, it's me, T.
Thank you, T. Yeah, please forgive me for forgetting. Okay? T, you're absolutely correct.
Jin, I've spoken to you before.
Yeah, I know you have. I just couldn't remember the name. That's all. Don't worry, T. You've spoken to me many times. I know. I remember you. I just don't remember the name. And that's why I'm apologizing.
Yeah, Jin, I've had a long conversation with you on FED. FED.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know. That's why I'm apologizing for forgetting your name, because it's worthy of that. It's deserving of that. I bad, okay? So, T, what you've said is correct. You're absolutely correct there. They need to return the money. And I think if people were outside their house every day, with the placards every morning, and when you come back from work, it's going to weigh heavy on your mind, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jin, I want to ask you, where's all this taxpayers' money going to? Where's it going to? Are they going down their pockets or something? Their bank
It's
accounts?
obviously going down their pockets. Look at how they live. Clearly, they're lining their pockets with the money. Come on, it's obvious. Okay.
So if they were to be sued, you can refund them, like get it backdated from 1958. That's gonna be a lot of money back to the people.
Casey is right. Casey is right.
Absolutely, yes. There can be no statutes of limitation on that. No way. That every penny has to be returned because it was false premise.
Hey, Jin, you sound like a leader that can organise this.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do that. Yeah, I think I could do it actually. You know, obviously, I'd have to create some kind of like organisation where we can all meet up and discuss and have a thinking tank, as you call a think tank. Sit down and discuss, and then organise information leaflets to be pushed around and that, to be given to people, and so they become informed. The idea is to get people aware first, because we want them to come, and then we set them up in shifts. Shift back. So when they go home, when they get out in the morning and they see the liar and they come back and they're still seeing lying, then they're going to be shamed into telling the truth in the end. What do you think?
Jin, when there's too much people protesting, the pressure goes up in it enormously for them to have to admit to what they're doing.
That's right. And it's a silence protest. We're not out there screaming, and we're just holding the actual placard only. It's an exercise of silence pressure. They walk out, they see liars. He comes back, he sees liars. Every day until he tells the truth. That's when you stop.
Real quick, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, real quick, guys. It looks like our globe believer has left. I want to see if there's anybody else on here that thinks they're currently living on a spinning globe. Go ahead. Anybody on here?
Yeah, if there are any globers, anyone who's got a question about the flat earth, or you want to import English, please ask the questions. Don't hesitate. You've made it this far, you may as well continue. It's okay to make many mistakes, because that's how we all learn. We all learn by making mistakes. Life is indeed trial and error. Nobody knows it perfectly. So there we are. And with time comes experience. So there we are. But yeah, the idea that the money should be returned is a great idea. Absolutely. And like you said, the more people who do the protest, the more pressure on the astronaut who's lying to the world.
Yeah. Who was the globe believer that we were speaking with? Was that Badia?
Yeah, I didn't catch his name actually.
Yes, it was Badia.
Yeah, I don't know how much longer. Yeah, I don't know how much longer he's going to be a globe believer. This is, I think, day 3 in a row for him.
Yeah,
he's been coming in every day with a new argument, and he's been sounding more and more less apprehensive and aggressive as far as his point is concerned.
You know what he made? His most important point that he made was, whilst he was talking to Miggy, this was, I'm going to have to give up all my beliefs, give up everything I believe in. That's right, you've got to. Because believing is not really knowing anything, is it?
Yeah, he sounded like, at least, looking in the bright side, he's at least trying to confront that whole battle we all had to do about what I believe and what I know, And once people can honestly start accepting what they actually know, then they're on the right path. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. I know. I couldn't take the pressure of so many people outside my house every day, day in, day out. The whole neighborhood is going to know of the people who come up morning, noon, and night, standing there, not saying anything, just placards. You understand? That's a strong message. Yeah, I couldn't take that kind of pressure. I would cave in.
Yeah,
I'd have to.
Yeah,
cave in.
Unfortunately, they spent the money already. Yeah, as far as AV's point,
Look at the
As
text
far as
chat.
AB's point earlier, it's actually today is the day.
Yeah, today's the
Radwin was
day.
posting about it.
Look at the text chat.
Yeah. Let's look in the text chat.
Yeah, I looked it up on time and date. It's like 95% of the world has got light today.
Yeah.
Impossible on the globe.
Yeah. I put my picture in there. Radwin, we all did it earlier on today.
Well,
It was all at the same time.
That's crazy.
And Jim, you were just at the tail end of it. Yeah, it's a different time. Radwin posted the different times for the different time zones. Let me see if I could copy it and move it down the text chat.
It's really, really good. Proving flat Earth, because that would be impossible on a globe. As Miggy said, as we all seen it, 50% of the Earth is in darkness all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's about 60%, including twilight. So.
Yeah.
They do their mental gymnastics to maintain the globe belief by magical refraction, which we know is BS. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Thank you again, Dave. Yeah. That's how they try to desperately patch up the sinking ship by bringing in magical refraction, you know. Light bending round the ball. Isn't it true that the globers believe that if they threw a ball in the air, it would come back round and hit them on the head? Or whatever it is they say. You fire a missile or something, it'll go all the way around the globe and come back and hit you. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that is kind of funny.
We have been joined by a new person. Somebody else pronounce that. Go ahead.
Black Shia.
Black Shia. Black Shia, how are you?
Yeah, if you guys are ever needing to get some more people in here, they have like 3 different chat rooms with like hundreds of thousands of people. You know, you could go in there and see if you could reel some into the conversation.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Which I do try anyway as well. I do try to introduce the Flat Earth, and I mentioned the 24/7 Flat Earth debates and Earth Awakenings.
Oh, I'm talking about it. This server period in particular. There's the
in the English hub. In the English hub, I see.
Yeah. There's the general chat room. There's the beginners chat room. There's the chill chat room, and you have like all different types of folks in all 3 of those different chat rooms. So yeah. So hey, you know, if you guys are bored, hop in, have a conversation with us over at this room or whatever. Try and get some people in that way too.
Mind you, these past 2 weeks has been excellent on the 24/7, both in the English hub and on the main politics as well, because some excellent conversations and discussions / debates have gone on, and the beauty of it all is it's pure accuracy, concise. It's definitely stumped the globers in their tracks, stopped them dead in their tracks. And then their behavior is one of ridicule or noise, and that's when you know you're winning. So that's been good. And then in the English hub here, it's been delivered in such a way that 1 or 2 have got irate, but most of them are beginning to question now. As you said, that character came in 3 times now. So there you go. Clearly, it's working, and we're getting to them. The message is slowly seeking in. Or sinking in, should I say.
Yeah, coming to the realization that there's no Earth curve leaves you with no other option really. When you wrap your head around all the nuances and all the things that you can't yourself verify, you're left with that, you know.
Yeah, it's like they're suspended in midair now. Where do I go from here? Because I've got no foundation. My globe is gone. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's either that or you're going to trust some information that you can't verify. It's one or the other. You pick. You have to pick that. You have to either say, okay, well, the radius is wrong. And if the radius is wrong, you got to throw half of your stuff out the window anyway. So left between a rock and a hard place for real. Like we were saying, once you come to that realization, you got a lot of work to do. Got to clean out the proverbial breadbasket, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of the mind.
Take out all the linen, clean out the dust, get a new cloth, put it in there, and start again.
Been feeding your mind a bunch of trust-based information, so that's tough. Yeah, sorry, Dave.
Yeah, go on,
Sorry. You got to shed all these beliefs that you thought were true, accept that they were just beliefs, and then start building your reality back. And you have to accept that you're not going to have all the answers, and that's okay.
Absolutely. The thing is, you're in control, at least. When you're believing in the globe, you're not in control yet. When you're a flat earther, now you're getting back to getting your controls back. You are in control of what's going into your head, making coherent and proper decisions and evaluations.
Who was that famous rapper, Jen? Snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Who knows that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That's funny. Those lyrics were popularized. Eminem, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Think about what that snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Anyway, you guys go ahead.
Yeah, it's been a popular one of late. The gravity discussions. It usually comes out. I mean, we had a long talk with a gentleman at I don't know, it was in the wee hours of my time, and yeah, he was bringing up gravity, and Mick used a good analogy. He's like, well, if I tell you that the cause is unicorns and fairies, he's like, how would you just prove me wrong? How would you prove that it's your reasoning beyond my reasoning if I have the same math behind my theory, right? That it's invisible unicorns and fairies pushing everything down at different rates, based on the math. And the guy, after a little bit of Mick talking to him about it, he finally was like, huh, I guess there'd be no way to confirm or deny. And he's like, exactly. That's the issue with how it's not been proven. It's circular reasoning. You're looking at the effect and giving the reason based off of the effect. It's not based off of the scientific method. So it was a good conversation. But that I've been watching that conversation take place more and more often, at least over here in the English Hub.
The thing is with gravity, they always want gravity to be the independent variable, which doesn't work. You can't have a concept as an independent variable, so they're never going to get it.
Well put, Casey. Can't have a thought experiment as the independent variable. Yeah, well, I'm going to take my own advice. I'm going to hop in one of those chats and see if I can't pull a few people into the conversation.
All right, looks like we hit a lull in the conversation here. If there's anyone out there listening on whatever platform, you want to come in and have an actual discussion about the nature of your reality, and you can be polite about it, please click the link and join us. Back to you guys, or silence, your choice.
Yeah, Dave, I was wondering, is your channel still up with all the stuff that you put on, that you used to put on back in like 2015, 16, 17?
Yeah, my channel's still there. It's got a mishmash of probably a lot of stupid shit, but yeah, it's still there. I did some good stuff, but
So,
I had
ladies and
some
gentlemen,
caveats. I had a
what
few
is the name of that
caveats.
channel? What's it called? Dave Hinkle?
Yeah, it's just my channel. Just click my name. It should take you to it.
Yeah, so go there, ladies and gentlemen, go to Dave Hinkle and go back to the beginning of it, you know, the early stuff, 2015, 16, 17. You'll find a lot of very enlightening material regarding
Make
a
sure
million
you
of topics.
sign up for my Patreon and Cash App. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, G.
Yeah, you'll find a lot of material there that will help you understand whether or not you're on a ball or not. Quite simple.
Well, there's going to be some hangouts of people that just found out about it, talking about it with each other, and there's probably going to be a lot of stupid shit said. That's all I can warn you if anybody actually watches some old video. It is kind of interesting being the first few hundred people on the internet talking about it. Pretty wild, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was wild. There's a history there that you need to tap into, and you can see how people were behaving when they first found out. And the flat earthers versus the globalists, literally, you know, hammer and tongs, and it's really good. Good learning curve there for you. And Dave Hinkle used to do his ones every day. That was good. That was every day you had a video coming out. That was just amazing. I thought, wow, this guy doesn't give up.
When I first found out about it, I was sure it was a globe. So at some point, somebody was going to correct us, and time kept going on. Nobody come in to correct us. I was like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah.
And then when you actually think about the term convex water, that makes no sense. Water doesn't do that. But anyway. Those were the days we used to get on hangouts, and there usually be 33 people watching for some reason. It was hilarious. And anyway.
It's still good, though.
Yeah, and the globe believers come at us with everything you could imagine. And then some stuff you can't. So anyway, back to you, Jim.
Yeah, I was just saying simply that it was good times, and good material was being pushed out at the time. Yeah. But at least those who have come to this particular server that have landed on their feet. That's for sure.
You know, it would have been nice back in 2015, 2016 to have a place like this to come talk about it, right?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have it, did we, at the time? Yeah. So we used to argue it out on 24/7. And it took me 2 years to get on the Discord. Merle, do you remember Merle from Australia? Merle, who used to snipe you. He'd snipe you and knock you out of the hangouts. And you couldn't get in for it until the next day, 24-hour.
Now, looking back on that, that was like Google trolling us. You know, they probably had the technology to have that not happen. But they rolled it out where people could do that to each other, just to have people screw with each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So Merle, he was the one that said, Jin. Those Globers in the Discord, they need to get their asses handed to them. You got to get in there, Jin. Come on, Jin, get in there. And he sent me the link, and I couldn't get in the link. Every time I tried to get in, it wouldn't let me in. Couldn't understand why. I thought Merle was playing another joke. You know, because he used to snipe me a lot. That silly ass. You know, I'd be in the middle of a debate, really getting ahead of the guy in front, right, and laying down all the rules and the explanation to the globe and how it's wrong, the heliocentric model. And just as you're getting to the crescendo, I'd get sniped out, bang, and you can't get in for at least 8 hours. That's it. Once you're out of the call, you're out. I was absolutely livid.
When they first rolled it out, you couldn't get back in until the next day on some occasions.
Yeah, next day.
You couldn't just click right back into it, you know.
No, that was it. It was the end. You had to wait till the next day. Yeah. Then once I learned how to snipe, I used to snipe them back. Do you remember Uber Josh? Remember Uber Josh?
Yes, sir. He was part of that group that did those tests on the beach in California. But go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was a discussion between another guy who had a spirit level for his name. I've forgotten his name now. His avatar was a Brazilian's Jesus Christ with a spirit level right across. Right? He was saying that what was the Chavez, who was the leader of, I think, is it Venezuela or anyway, Hugo Chavez. Was that Venezuela? Not Bolivia.
No, I didn't look that one up. Go ahead, Jin.
Yeah, Jin, it was Venezuela. It's Hugo Chavez. Hugo Chavez.
Yeah, the best leaders they ever had, okay? And Poe was trying to say, thanks, T. Poe was trying to say that Hugo Chavez stole the people's money. And I said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't do that. Because he was the only man I've seen to take his office and his work into the streets, sitting there working for the public. So if anybody wanted to talk to him, they could go right up to him and say, what about this, what about that? He made sure that the money he was making for the country went to the people. Hugo Chavez, his red shirt, that was the color of his red shirt. Okay, so now he goes to the United States for a meeting. He's poisoned. Okay, that sets his cancer, switches on his cancer. He dies of cancer later. But this guy, Poe, was trying to say that Hugo Chavez was a bad leader, basically. And I said, no, you're wrong. Absolutely wrong. Okay. And then Uber Josh joined in as well, trying to say, how do I know he was a good leader? I said, well, there's lots of evidence for it. I followed him from all the revolutions that they've had. He was a good man for his country. That's a fact. He didn't steal the people's money. Okay, he made sure that the people were. In fact, he started to unite the South America, so that now they were riving OPEC. and America was set to be buying oil from Venezuela and South America at a higher price. That's why they took Hugo Chavez out, because he was uniting South America. That's what he was planning to do. Okay. Anyway, Hugo Josh gets in. Hugo Josh gets in. He didn't know all this stuff. Hang on a minute, Dave. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dave.
I just wanted to let you know that new people were joining in case you want to try to.
Yeah, I thought as much. Yeah, go ahead. Welcome, all you lovely newcomers. If you have any questions dealing with English, flat Earth, or anything at all, please do not hesitate to ask the question. You've made it this far, so why not give us a question, because you've actually arrived. And you're welcome. Get yourself at home, comfortable, and ask any questions you want. Do you have any questions, please, for me and my colleagues? I ask again, do you have any questions related to flat Earth or improving your English, or for any topic matter that you might want to talk about? Please ask us, and we're here to serve you, okay? Don't be shy. Don't be worried about making a mistake. When you make a mistake, you learn something. That's how you learn the language. You got to make mistakes to learn. That's how we learn. It's part of life. You don't have to pay a fine for that. And no one's going to ridicule you. We all made mistakes in our lives, still making them as we go along now. No? No questions? Okay, I'll carry on from where I left off then. And that was that Uber Josh didn't know the ins and outs of Venezuela. So I said to him, don't you think you should learn and do some research before you start saying that I was wrong? And then what I did was I went into the Hangouts, and then I sniped him, right? But it had a little bit of a delay. He lost the call. That's right. I sniped him, but he didn't know it was me for about a week. All right, he didn't know who sniped him, and then when he found out, he was absolutely livid, hunting me down everywhere. He was trying to find me. Uber Josh.
Shame on you, Jen, because I can honestly say that I was sniped like 3 or 4 times out of Hangouts, but I never re-sniped him back.
No,
I give it on the ball.
Yeah, you got to give us as good as you get. That's as far as I'm concerned. But Uber Josh was the best one because he didn't know who did it for a week. And when he found out it was me, he was absolutely angry. And then he sniped me unexpectedly, but I knew he was going to do it anyway. So he sniped me back in retaliation later on.
Yeah. We just had one new person join. Hello. Would you like to say hello to us? Go ahead.
Yeah. I see your mic is working. Open your mic and ask us questions, please. Why is the Earth flat? Why do you not accept the scientists and what they tell you? Any question, anything. Why are you going against all the people of the Earth? Everybody knows it's a globe. No, they don't know it's a globe. When you ask them questions about the globe, they don't know a single answer.
Hey, Jen, I got to mute up, so how about if I ask you a question, you elaborate on it? Like I'm a new person, so one of my first questions would be, why does this channel exist? Why are you guys sitting here 10 years talking about this flat earth stupid stuff? Go ahead.
All right. Well, the reason why this server exists now is because obviously the members of this server have discovered that the Earth isn't a globe, and misinformation is being perpetrated on everybody. So we are here to inform people about the deception and how to discover that deception for themselves. How they can go out and measure the curvature of the Earth if it is there. Okay, that's the reason why. And then to question other things in their lives. So it's a real wake-up call. That's why we're here. We feel it's very important to know the Earth that you live on, as you, as a human being, don't know how you came onto this Earth, don't know how all the fruits and vegetables and the foods that you eat on the Earth, how they came to be, right? But yet you're eating these fruits and you're living, but you don't know how. So at least the one thing that you should know is that the Earth isn't a ball. because that's believing in a lie. Why believe in a lie that isn't true? Okay, and then educate your children with that, and you live it for the rest of your life. It's wrong. That's why we're doing this, purely to help you come to the understanding the earth you live on is not a globe, and to question other things in your life that the government's telling you. Question everything. That's why we're here, and it's very important to having a more fulfilled, honest, clean, close to the equator as you can, close to the creator as you can life. Yeah, without being devalued by your government. Because the governments currently are devaluing all of us. The very fact that they lie about where we live, they tax us for our money, and those taxes are being used to misinform, make weapons of mass destruction, medicines that we don't need sometimes, yeah, space travel, etc., etc. Well, we need to stop all that. And how do we stop that? By researching, of course, and then coming to an understanding, and then joining forces together. And then together we can change the world.
Yeah, that's tomorrow night. Or what's the date today? 20th, the 21st.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Whereabouts in Australia? How far south in Australia are you? You're
I'm 38 degrees, which is right down the bottom of the mainland.
Really? So quite far south.
Yeah.
What are your night times like at the moment?
Pushing like 5 p.m. kind of dark, getting dark, yeah. And it goes very quickly too.
Goes very, very quickly. Well, your summers, right? So in our summer, right, for example, when we face, we can see light beyond the north, like the sun is rotating around. So the sun doesn't get completely dark, or does, if it does get dark, for maybe about an hour or two at most. Do you have the same phenomenon?
No, not at all. It's it gets so forget about daylight savings. If you don't include daylight savings, it would be summer gets dark at like 9:30 p.m. So it'll be 8:30 p.m. if you don't include daylight savings, right? So the difference of 5 to 9, what's that? 4 hours.
Wow. Okay.
But it stays light, like the twilight. It stays light for a good hour, but the sun's gone. But then all of a sudden it just goes pitch black.
Yep.
But,
okay.
So what north are you? What degree north?
Somewhere around the 53rd.
Oh, okay, way further then.
Yeah. It's really hard because I know Australia. I can get you to go to South, the same parallel south as me. I need a South American.
Yeah, it has to be in South America. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the bottom of Tasmania is like maybe 40, 41, something like that.
Yeah. It's just, this is the moment in time, right? So, for example, in Svalbard in Norway, right, in the north, this is high summer, right? What the sun is supposed to do, right, if we're going to take it doing circles around a pole, in this instance, the north one, is it's going to go to the Tropic of Cancer and then carry on going in that direction, but widening its spiral. So it's going into that circle. Now it's the transition where it changes its direction and starts spiraling outwards.
Yeah, it's about to make a split.
Yeah.
But right, like what I'm thinking, right? So I'm looking at the sun right now, and it's so it's 1 o'clock, right? So close to midday, and I would call that maybe 65 degrees in the sky.
Okay. Because
Now,
the sun's rising in the northeast and setting in the northwest for you, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Now, how
really.
the fuck is it that
It's really
at
doing that here.
angle now, but it does a circle in the north?
Sorry, ask that question
How does
again.
that work? So, you said the sun's coming up where you are?
Yeah, it will be in a couple of hours. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like fucking. Well, it's probably even higher than 65 degrees. It's right above me, pretty much.
Howdy hell.
So Timbo, when it leaves,
when I'm near 40 degrees south.
huh? So when it's setting, Timbo, does it get dark? Does it get dark fast?
Snap straight away, yeah.
Does the sun get small in the sky for you?
No.
Okay. Stays relatively the same size.
A lot of hills and
the whole
stuff,
time?
right? We've got heaps of hills and there's a mountain range and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
The direction from me, from my house, I face west, where the sun's setting. And if I go to the top of a hill, then there's another mountain range over that way. So it's kind of just goes bang, like looks like it's setting over the horizon, like usual.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas if I go up to the desert, totally different because it's cold down here and the air's moist in the winter. It's totally different in the summer. Like, because it's cold down here. It's like if I don't know what gets to 0 at night. I don't know what that is in American measurements, but
yeah,
and then like 10 degrees during the day, and then in summer it's 25 at night, and between 30 and 40 degrees during the day. Like it's a big difference, and the air's really dry in the summer, but air's really wet in the winter. So the sky looks totally different from winter to summer. And then it is weird because the sun kind of sets southwest in the summer, kind of. A little bit, but there's a 12-degree magnetic declination change as well. So it could be straight, could be directly west in the summer, but it's just not showing that on the compass. They've got to correct the compass. But then it makes sense in the winter. It northwest sets, and it looks like it curves around at the bottom a little bit, and it gets down to the horizon.
The thing that's kind of become more interesting to me is we can confirm pretty much where the sun appears to be for up to about 6 months of the year because we can see it in the summer, north and south, for 3 months of the year. In the north, you see it for 3 months, and then 3 months later, it crosses over the equator. And then you can see it inside the Antarctic Circle for 3 months of the year. So we know where it is for 6 months. It's the bit in between. We can't have. It appears like we can't have a 24-hour observation of the sun, like in spring and autumn.
No.
Yeah, like in this past winter, this is like my 3rd year here in Georgia. I grew up in New Jersey, right? And yeah, the seasons they're just a little different. I mean, I think I'm like 1,200 miles south of New York, something like that, in the States, and yeah, down here. I mean, this summer, the sun it'll be out of view, but the sky will be like still blue. You know what I mean? For a while. before it gets dark. So it'll be out of view,
all year
but the
round.
sky will stay. No, just in the summer. And then in the winter, when the sun's out of view, it just gets dark. Like quick. So when the sun's out of view, it just basically gets dark a few minutes, maybe 15 minutes later. But in the summer, it'll stay maybe for like 45 to an hour after the sun's kind of out of view.
Yeah. I agree with what you're saying. So, for example, in the sunrise or the morning in the winter, you don't see the sun's light for as long before you see it appear upon the horizon like you do in the summer. Like now, I'm going to see the twilight of the morning for like a good 2 hours before I actually see the. In the winter, I might start seeing it like half the sun comes up.
Yeah, like I heard, I was talking to AG yesterday. Phenomenal. With the sky being like, lit up, even though the sun's in the summertime. And a small flat Earth channel that I YouTube, the guy's named Terrence. The channel's named Flat Out. He did a video, I don't know, it might have been like a year and a half ago, about the noble gases and how if you get these noble gases in a glass container, you can take an electromagnetic field emitter, so he's got this device emitting an electromagnetic field, and he moves it towards the containers with different noble neon, and they're all lighting up all these different colors. And his theory is that, there's some type of electromagnetic activity coming that excites the gases that creates the color. And he's like, yeah, he thinks that there's difference between sunlight and then just daylight in general.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a pretty interesting theory.
Yeah, I've heard that before as well. Pretty interesting.
It's just something that he could isolate and then actually in a lab, right? So I think that he actually did the experiment himself and recorded
We
it
get all those colours. Like in summer, we get every single colour that you're talking about over an hour, an hour and a half in the summer. It goes red, orange, purple, fucking, like all these colours that through, and it happens every night during the summer. In the winter, we might see an orange sky or something like that for a little bit, but in the summer, it just fucking changes colour. Like all night, during twilight, it just goes through all of those colours. Pretty cool. If you ever watch the tennis, right? The Australian Open, they'll show you the sky all the time in Melbourne. And it's exactly like what they show you. Fucking bright purple or bright green. Or it's trippy as, man.
That's awesome, man. I didn't know, Jedi, I didn't know you were you're up there. That's what's up. I just like being able to converse with people that are missing all these different, luminary phenomena at different times of the year. It's pretty awesome to be able to confirm these things. I just don't think there's any coincidence that us here in the States, we have like a totally different measuring system and for distances and for temperature, just like almost like they don't want us communicating.
I think there's lots of conventions around kilometres, miles, imperial metric, and they're used interchangeably, but really complicated, so people just kind of accept it and don't question it. When we have that kind of complacency, then we can start playing around with numbers.
Yes, the sky's clear tonight. See a lot of the stars are out. Can make out a lot, but yeah, I live in a hilly part of the state. Can't see very far unless I go out to the lake. It's a man-made lake. Like one of the, I think it was like the biggest Army Corps of Engineers project in the States. They buried, I forget how many, like a bunch of little towns that got sunk under the water when they built this dam. But I
Where's
found out
that?
that rabbit hole too. It's right by Augusta National Forest. It's Savannah River.
Oh yeah, I've seen a show where they. I watch all those weird shows like.
Yeah, I follow that guy Ken on my lunch break. He did a bunch of shows, a bunch of episodes about like them burying just building dams, and just so happens that they bury all these cities, structures and stuff, historical sites. One I thought was probably the most interesting one in Egypt, where they buried, I forget, I think it was like 1,300 old world sites when they built the dam there. That's a big, yeah, this lake is massive. It's crazy when you see these structures.
Mic check 1 2. Hello?
Who's that? Is that AV? What's up, man?
Yeah. What's up?
Sounding great, man.
Yeah, I've been
Sounded like you got
testing a
some
few mics
pro
that I
audio.
haven't. Say again?
I said, sounds like some pro audio.
Is it coming through good?
For sure.
Yeah, I got a few mics I'm testing out.
Yeah, I heard you saying you got your studio set.
Yeah, I'm getting things kind of hooked up, so hopefully everything works out.
Sweet.
Even the mic
sweet,
setup,
man.
mic situation sounds like it's working out for me. So
You're gonna be doing like video podcasts and stuff.
yeah, FaceTime for sure.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I want to see what
people don't
what it's
realize
all about.
people don't realize how much work goes into getting these studios set up. A lot to it.
Yeah, and not only that, man. It's just like if you're consistent, that's also kind of like a job because you got to keep at it, be consistent. So yeah, it's going to be a whole thing once we get going. So
Are you on Instagram?
not yet. That's probably the only social
Okay.
that I haven't got to yet.
Okay, but you're on TikTok.
Yeah.
All of that is done through you and your doctor only. Only you and your doctor. No one here is going to get between you and your doctor. Make all health decisions and then consult your doctor and your primary care and follow all CDC guidelines.
Are we having a commercial break right now?
No,
Is this a commercial break?
We are not going to get into medical stuff.
No, I understand. I understand that. Okay.
They are hard line that anything you say could be marked as medical misinformation. Anything you say about medical stuff.
Well, I'm not trying to say that like anything
That's
about.
what I'm saying. We're not going to get into anything medical related. You've got people who have directly quoted a doctor, direct quote, given citation in credit, and they still get marked off as medical misinformation. So therefore, we are going to avoid that topic like the literal plague.
Okay. I heard you. So you're saying, so your claim is that that pseudoscience. So pseudoscience is what I'm understanding is that the claim that something is both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method, which I'm guessing is another word for incompatible. I'm guessing is not proven by the scientific method, or their hypotheses are not completely.
Yeah, you just don't use the scientific method in astronomy. That's it.
You. Well, I mean, I don't know how astrologists. All I know is that they use calculations to determine. Well, I mean, that's what I mean. Also, that's why they call them theories. Like, you never say like it's for sure this. It's the theory that it is. Like there's the law of gravity, mostly just because it is from our understandable site.
Theories come from scientific testing and successful testing that confirm hypotheses. Yeah. No, you're wrong.
What? I'm wrong about what?
Theories are established after scientific testing of hypotheses. They don't come before.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I misspoke, but yeah, I understand that. Yeah, theories are after you. It's just not 100% all the time. Like you don't know if it's a law. Like a law is like 100% all the time. Like if you drop a ball that weighs a mass of 500 grams from a height of 1 meter, accounting for the resistance of air. How long will it take to hit the ground? And then you grab a 250 gram. They're gonna fall and hit the ground. Wait, should be at different times if I'm remembering correctly, due to the different mass. But and that's proven because like you can redo it every single time. If you have a robot and that perfectly does it every single time, you'll have the same exact thing every single time. You have 1.2 seconds or whatever it can be. I don't know where I'm talking, but we went off to astronomy.
Up and down.
What about?
Let's pare it down to let's boil it all the way to the most easy and comprehensible topic. Since you guys have admitted that you are at best rank amateurs in astronomy and astrology, let's go back to the surface of the earth. I
believe in astrology.
It doesn't matter if you believe in it or not believe in it. Your belief is irrelevant, not required. Belief is simply not required. So now that you know that your meth field symposium about the sky is at the very best you'll ever offer is ranked amateur. Let's get back to the surface of the earth. Describe it. Observe. What do you see?
The surface of the earth?
Yeah. Does it look flat or not? Or not that?
Visually, it will look flat, yeah.
Okay, there we go. So now we got someplace. We're moving in the right direction. We got an observation on the table. We say it's observably flat. How about measurably? Can you measure it now and see it? Compare it.
Do
a baseline.
Well, no. Usually the max distance I can really see is 4 miles where I live.
Okay, so 4 miles. So you got a locally flat 4 mile area.
Relatively, yeah. I mean, the elevation of where I live is relatively flat, yeah.
Well, there we go. So we got relative. We got relativity on the table now. What else do we got? How about measurements? Do we got any measurements? How relative is it?
Like measurements of what? Like
the surface,
the elevation from.
Yeah, there we go. An elevation angle. So if you were to do an elevation angle to, say, a water tower, and you wanted to work out the physics of the water, how much water pressure would you expect given the distance and elevation to that water tower? Could you do that? Is that something you could do?
Wait, say that one more time.
Would it be possible to take an elevation angle to a water tower?
Like from where I'm at right now.
Right now. Do you have water towers nearby?
No, not from where I can see.
Okay. Anything nearby?
I have a apartment building right across the street.
Okay, so you have an apartment building. Would you be able to take a measurement to apartment building?
Probably about 50 feet.
Okay, and then if you have someone at that location, could they take a measurement down to you?
Sure.
Would those internal angles of those triangles be 180 degrees?
It would add up, yeah, to 180 degrees, yeah.
Could you put those two triangles together and make like a rectangle?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know anywhere in that area there'd be curve of the Earth, or that'd be a flat Earth that you'd be using?
It doesn't really make sense. What? It would be like the lines that you have, yeah, it would be flat. Because you're using a triangle, and the triangle has 3 angles. Of course, it's going to be like straight lines. Like same thing with the square, octagon, until you start to get to a circle, which has infinite lines, because it doesn't have lines. Mm-hmm.
What you guys talking about here?
I don't know. The dude just randomly disappeared.
No, you're thinking.
The last what? What?
Yeah.
The last guy just flat smacked himself.
Supposed to be thinking?
Yeah, you're you're going through the process. I was waiting for you to come out the other end.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You got flat banged.
All it took to get your head out of the clouds. It took about an hour, but finally got your feet back on the ground, and then you're thinking, you're going through the process. And I'm not gonna jump in the middle of that. I mean, like, keep thinking, go through it. Get those
that a triangle that has 180 degrees plus another triangle equals 360 degrees. Is that what? Like, what about that?
Yeah, keep going through the process.
And so you're saying that because there's no lines in a square, the Earth cannot be flat. I mean, right globe.
You've got this locally flat area that you used 4 miles from point A to point B. You had an apartment building you saw. You measured from your point up to the top. And then someone up at the top measured down to you. Check or hold.
That wouldn't really work considering that, like, I mean, there's elevation. You have, so depending on which way you go, you would increase in elevation or decrease in elevation, and within 4 miles.
So you reset back to what? Not locally flat again? So you make an observation that looks flat. Okay, sure, let's test it out. How would you test it out? Elevation angle to the highest point you can see. Check or hold. You good?
Elevation angle to the highest point you can see.
Yeah, what you said was apartment complex.
Okay, yeah.
Then you got an internal angle there.
And what about an internal angle?
Is that an internal angle or an external angle? Nope, you confused again? Did you reset?
Because it doesn't make sense. So
is it an internal angle or an external angle when you measure an angle to a elevation?
When you measure an angle to an elevation, you use a straight line.
Is that your internal angle or your external angle?
Well, you're not using an angle. I mean, you're using elevation if you're trying to...
When you measure an angle, you're not using an angle anymore.
If you're trying to find the elevation of something, you measure in a straight line.
Which would be an angle from what? What are you using there?
An angle... You'd be using the degree? What? Like, what do you...
Yeah, think about it. So let that tumble around again.
So if I'm surveying land, right? If I'm surveying land, and I'm taking, and
what if we do? Okay, it seems like you're confused because now you're adding in a hypothetical situation without understanding the first situation first. So you can't do a hypothetical until you know what the thetical is. So let's go back to, like, you want to know how, like, you see a door. You're looking at a door, and it's in the room you're in. You're eyeballing that. Like, is that door tall enough for you to get through it? How would you check that? How could you check to make sure you could get through that door?
By checking the height of the door?
Yeah, but you can't. You have to look at it from here. You don't know for sure. There's 2 doors to go through. And you're not sure which one you could get through. Could you make a measurement?
Base it off of my relative, like, where I'm at. Like, my relative, if I have to look up, then it's It's obvious. It's above my head. If I have to look down,
Okay, so
I
that would
probably
be
can't fit through it.
would that be an internal angle or an external angle? See, what's interesting about this topic is it bricks people. Like, you should be able, these are easy questions to answer, but it bricks you because you're like, well, fuck. If I
Because I don't know what an interior angle is. Internal. Yeah, I don't know what an internal angle is.
Okay, well, this is like seventh. I'm guessing probably around seventh grade.
There's something called obtuse and acute angles. Yes, that's correct. Not internal angles.
So if you have a shape that you're trying to measure, and the angle is inside the shape, would that be an internal angle or an external angle?
If you're trying, then that would be inside. So I guess internal angle.
Okay, so if you're going from your head to the top of a door jamb, would that be an internal or external?
That'd be internal angle.
Okay, so you got there. It just took a little push, just a slight little push to get you, to get you there. But you got there.
Okay.
Then what do you do next?
You figure out the angle.
And then what would you do next? What's next after that? So you got an angle. It's an internal angle.
Trigonometry, baby.
Okay, and then you've determined the from where you are relatively. You determine where the height of the door, how far it goes up.
And then what would you do next?
That's it. Like, I mean, what would you do after that? You once you determined, you would add your relative where your eyes are. So, like, if I'm 5'10", I would add 5'10" plus whatever angle whatever length I found, and that would be the height of the door.
And then you could draw a line straight down. And what would you do after that?
And then it's draw a line straight down where? To your feet?
Yeah, because you know where your feet are. Are your feet down or your feet up?
Your feet are below you.
Okay, so which way would you draw the line? To your feet or not to your feet?
To your feet?
Okay, are your feet up or your feet down?
Below me, so down?
Okay, so down then, right? Right or wrong? Check or hold. Check on learning. Your feet are down.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you have an internal angle going from where to where?
From the top of the door frame to my feet.
And then to what?
To the bottom of the door frame.
And then you have an external angle going from where to where?
I'm guessing from the angle of the straight line going down to your feet to your person, to where your eyes are.
And if you were to add those all up, what would you get?
360 degrees?
If you got something other than that, what do you think happened?
Well, you can't get anything more than because then something else would be off. So there is no
elevation. There could be some kind of elevation change that you're not accounting for. Some kind of spurious causation.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to just be elevation. It can be angular change, like if you're leaning forward a little bit, if you're leaning back a little bit. If the door frame isn't correct, if the door frame is actually slightly tilted.
There you go. Yeah. So now you've got some things you could check out and then double check those. Let's see what's going on here.
Damn, I thought I walked into something good. I thought this guy was. Yeah, I thought you were. I thought the door frame was. I thought you were gonna say like horizontal slopes. I really did. I thought you were gonna just take that full on.
No, he's been rather good so far. I mean, he came in a little bricked at the beginning, but he's slowly going through it. He's going through the process. He's getting there.
Yeah, buddy.
It sounds like he's probably just confused. I don't think he understands how this is relating to Earth. That's my guess.
Yeah, he's trying to connect it, and I think he's better now than earlier, where he's like, I'm looking at Jupiter, and that means Earth is a ball.
Yeah. That was good though. He knows his feet are down. We've got somewhere to start. Are you following Ecomplis?
Yeah, I'm following. So what? So after that, what do you do?
Like, what's the next step?
Yeah, what's the next step? If you look at the door frame and you see that, but you found that you were leaning 1 degree. Well, I mean, it wouldn't really. You wouldn't get the wrong angle. You'd still get 360 degrees.
Well, then you could extend out your locally flat area to include the water tower, the apartment building, an aeroplane, the ISS. Just keep having fun with it. Keep trying to get bigger and longer distances until you either air out or you're like, well, fuck.
Yeah, Ecomplis is basically telling you that in the use of elevation angles, we're using a horizontal baseline. And these are used for measuring all kinds of elevation angles. The celestial, the Polaris, the Sun, ISS. And you know that you're using straight lines. A horizontal baseline. Not a curved one. So that would be a flat Earth. You follow?
I'm following you. So you're saying, so if I look at a water tower that's, say, 1 mile away from me, and I do the observation, right? So if I look down, and the top of the water tower is 250 feet above the ground from the elevation of where it is right there. So you're saying that it should be a flat? I mean, a little bit. Also, elevation is based off of sea level. So even if you went to the ocean and you tried doing that, you would truly not be able to do it correctly due to that elevation is observed by sea level. Not like you can just keep on floating straight.
You're hot mic and Panthera Fong.
I think he's trying to work it out with somebody.
Oh, all right.
Oh, was that the wrong guy? Maybe.
Who was that other guy talking to him? I hear him talking. I only hear one side of this. What's going on? Or somebody trying to work shit out in their head now because they're confused.
Yeah, Crit was giving Ecomplice an example of an elevation angle. And now Ecomplice is trying to figure out elevation angles.
Well, no, I mean, I've taken surveying. I understand elevation angles.
Mean sea level would be your horizontal reference datum.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all it is. That's not hard to understand. I know that. Right, Globy guy?
Okay, and so how does this disprove that Earth is a globe?
Someone talking to him?
No, I don't know.
Oh, you're just still talking to yourself? That's crazy. It's that.
No, I'm not talking to myself. I just asked a question. No, I asked a question.
What question was it again? What question was it again?
So, elevate. So, figuring out elevation. How does that disprove that Earth is a globe?
Well, you need a flat baseline to do that, and you can't make angles off a curved surface. You should know that. You took surveying.
Yeah, but you only survey based off of small. You don't do like a survey of 125 miles.
I don't care if it's a half a mile long. That you got a curve there.
But you count that as your elevation change.
What?
Yeah, like you would add that to your elevation change.
I hope we're recording. Yeah, that's not nothing. You don't add curve in. It's not in anything in survey.
No. I'm saying that's like that's your change of elevation as well. So like, when you have a camera, right? Or I forgot what the sensor whatever thing that it really sucks. I hate that equipment. Anyway, when you set it up right and you have someone a mile away, you don't do it by miles. You do it by smaller intervals. But say you did have someone a mile away, you zoomed in and you saw. So if your elevation right where you're at is you don't know what your elevation is, but say that you're 5'10" feet off the ground, whatever. And so you measure that it's 23 feet. You just base it off of a straight line. You don't like add any curve to it.
Go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Now you became a flat earther just like that. You debunked the globe for us.
But just because elevation is measured like that doesn't make the whole globe.
Don't try to out-talk me on it. You said it's just a flat line, and it is just a flat line.
Well, yeah, because we don't build our buildings like in circular.
That's correct. It's not a globe.
That does not disprove what. That's just saying, like, what? Does disprove that Earth is not a globe? Because if you build something,
I'll let you have all that if you can show me where the Earth is a ball. Then I'll say, yeah, I agree with you. We'll skip what you're trying to do, elevation angles, fuck them all. Just show me how you prove the Earth is a ball without photographs and from NASA, and we can do this because we already have all the long range photos that show it's not a ball and laser tests.
Stop the cap.
Because I don't have the equipment.
You don't have eyes and a friend?
I can't. Yeah, I don't have like the equipment to look 3 miles and determine the
Somebody's
elevation change of like 3 miles.
Do you think somebody 3 miles away from you, standing at the shore of the beach, and you're at the other shore of the beach, and you're 3 miles away because there's beaches way longer than 3 miles, and they had a mirror and it's a nice sunny day? Do you think you'd be able to see that reflection?
Yeah, if it's 3 miles, probably. I don't know all the calculus.
Holy crap! All right. Well, what about 10 miles?
I don't know, man.
The answer is yes, you can, and that's the simplest experiment you can do if you want to call it an experiment.
Mm-hmm. And
10 miles away on a beach, nice and sunny. You guys have somebody just walking away or riding on a bike, electric bike, all the way down. Go to Florida where you can drive on the beach or somewhere, California. I don't know where you live. Anyway, and go just every mile, flash the mirror. Yep, I see it. Every mile, flash the mirror. Yep, I see it. Drive down the highway. Go get off and go onto the beach and say, the other guy's sitting there on a beach chair with a big drink with an umbrella in it, sitting in the shade, waiting for reflections. That's all he's doing. Yep, I see it. Yep, I see it. And each time he does that, you just keep going and going and going until the air cancels out that light if you want.
And you've done this personally.
I own the equipment that you say you can't afford.
Cool.
Oh, I don't know how that works on a ball, but according to my calculations, like when I put in all the calculations for how does this work on a ball, it says no. That's all it says is no. Because you can't curve light around the ball is what it says. Can you curve light around the ball? No, you cannot.
What's gravitational lensing?
Well, I mean, yeah, I would say, yeah, light can be affected by gravity, but
No such thing as gravitational lensing.
I mean, if you look at a black hole, why does
No, nobody's looking at black holes ever. Stop looking in the sky.
Well, I mean, there's certain things that you can't observe in like such a small radius. That's why we look into the sky.
Told you a story that there's a thing you can see with a magical telescope somewhere else that nobody can use except they give you pictures, and they say, "Look, there's a black hole and there's light bending around it." That's gravitational lensing. Are you serious? I want to take my P900 and take a picture of a black hole with light bending around it. You tell me the coordinates and I'll go shoot it tonight.
Well, you probably don't have as big a telescope as them.
Oh, so it's magical shit you need.
Well, I mean, you would have to increase the lenses like that. Like I've seen a telescope as fucking big as a building. I mean, of course, and to observe stuff far away. Like you can't like observe someone like if you have a 10 times lens that has a maximum mile of like 25 miles or something. You can't see someone from 50 miles because it's too far out of its reach.
So are all the globe claims just things that you can't observe, experience, or detect in any way? Because that seems to be the theme.
That's the proof. Nobody can actually do this to be on a globe. The proof is we don't have the proof, and that's the proof we live on a ball because we don't know how to tell you we live on a ball. I can't afford to do it. You can't afford to do it. Nobody can afford to do it. But a guy wearing a black hat somewhere in a special room, he can do it, but he doesn't tell anybody about it. He just gives you pictures of things.
Mm-hmm. And so the biggest question that I have, just like when it all adds up, is what's so big about us not like living on a flat Earth versus a globe? Why would they? If we lived on a flat Earth, why would they lie to us?
Hey, guess what, you guys? All the new people that weren't here last night, when there were a few of us, I printed up 5 new bingo cards called they're Glober Bingo, and that's one of them. And NASA Lies is your free space. So if you guys need those cards, let me know. We can start playing again. Bingo. I almost have bingo with this one. I think I need 2 more.
The classic.
That does explain a lot.
Lie to you? Why would the government want to lie to you? Why on earth would they do that?
Why do the government lie? Why do they do that? You tell me.
Why does anyone lie?
Or do you think the government doesn't lie to people? They're the ones who don't lie to anybody.
Yeah, you think the government loves you
So
very
your
much?
answer to why would they lie about this is why would they not lie? So your answer is why to a why?
Yeah, why would they
Answer
tell
to
you?
a
Why would
question
they?
is a question.
Could be. That would be a good answer. Why would they tell you the truth?
Why would they not tell you the truth?
Well, why would they?
No, answer my question. Why would they not tell you the truth? You answered my question with the why, so I'm going to answer your question.
No obligation.
They have no obligation. And you know what's funny? You can just go outside and do this shit yourself and go, yep, that's fucking flat, dude. All the
what does
shit
that change?
they're telling you is a lie because it can't be that way. If the Earth is flat, it can't be a ball. How's that?
Well, it means like you're kind of asking, well, what? So what? What does that mean? What's the shape of the Earth got to do with anything? Well, it means that the origin story that they've told us about Earth coming from a Big Bang billions of years ago isn't true because the Big Bang makes balls and the Earth is not a ball.
I mean, they kind of already disproved the Big Bang Theory based off of like their own, that they found galaxies far away that do not match the complexity of what it would
Big
be
Bang
from.
stuff. Now the whole cosmos, as they've told you it, is a Big Bang theory cosmos.
Yeah, so did you hear what you said? You just told us that they found galaxies that are so far away that they can't be part of a Big Bang. Who is out there measuring distances of shit in the sky that you can't measure a distance to?
Yeah, we kind of went through this earlier with Jupiter, remember?
The people that it's their job? I don't.
The people that it's their job.
Yeah, the people that went to school to do all this stuff.
Nobody went to school for that.
So my physics professors are just in school for no reason.
Physics is not.
They're there
to the sky. You dummy! How is physics related to looking up in the air?
Oh, sorry, astrologists. So people who are going to school for astrology.
Palm readers.
Astronomers.
Astronomers, sorry. My bad. Astronomers.
No, you got it right. They're astrologers. If they're looking up at the sky and then telling you the sky is telling them about the Earth, that is astrology.
Astrology is human traits. I don't know what definition you're getting from. But the definition of astrology is that looking at celestial beings, and that determines human traits. That's nothing to do with
not just human traits, earthly bound events and predictive power for the future. Like when they say, I can look up the sky and use the movement of the sun and the moon and the stars to determine and predict future events, that is astrology. That's not astronomy. Astronomy would be the study of those individual things in of themselves. You would study the moon, and the moon, that's what you would get information about, the moon, and then label, categorize it, and whatnot. Using the moon to say, when the moon is full, people act like lunatics, which comes from the term lunacy. During the full moon, people get a little goofy. That is called astrology.
Yeah.
Okay, so not astronomy. Astrology has to do with more than what's your sign, baby. You seem to be thinking that somehow personal traits or quirks, that's only a very small part of astrology.
Okay.
Astrology is a system to divine, earthly bound claims about the sky. That's astrology. Divination. Astronomy has nothing to do with the earth at all.
Yeah, and they would just be speculating on the lights in the sky just like you are. They might have slightly better scopes, but it doesn't change the fact that they're not testing them, they're just observing them. So pseudoscience. So experiments being done, just observations and assumptions. But anyway, I'm still interested. What obligation do you think the authority has to tell you the truth about where you live? Why do you think
the authority isn't the only thing controlling that. I mean, there's millions of people, there's thousands of companies.
They're the ones who claim that they're the only ones who have access to experience the earth that they're telling you live on. They're saying you can't experience curve, you can't experience motion, you can't experience space. Only the few people in our organization can do that. That's what they're telling you. So what obligation do you think they are under to tell you the truth about all of that? It's not like you can audit them.
They aren't under any obligation. That is correct. But that still does not discredit. I mean, that's
so why would you
discredit the fact that why would they lie?
No. So what? No. The question is, so then why would you assume that they're telling you the truth?
Because there's no reason to lie. There's no reason to lie about.
No, that's just your subjective take on the situation. There might be motivations that you're completely unaware of, for all you know. So that's not
lizard aliens? Like
No. Don't be silly. Don't start being silly. You understand that they are under no obligation to tell you the truth, and you simply accept their claims, and now you're struggling to come up with why you do that.
Well, just to real quick to make a point on that, do you know where the conspiracy theory that reptiles have taken control of the government? Do you know where that comes from?
I have no idea, man. I just
comes from, well, here, let me tell you, because this might flat smack you a little bit more. It comes from Edgar Mitchell, the pilot for Apollo 14. He said this because he came back from Earth after the Apollo program, and he thought everything was going to change. That there's going to be a giant leap forward for humanity, a new renaissance. It was going to be a coming together, all people, all identities, all walks of life. Everybody was going to come together for the sole purpose of pushing humanity's consciousness further into the stars, like a one people, one planet, one species. But instead, it got quite the opposite reaction. There's almost a doubling down of tribalism. So then he said, I want to take the politicians out into space, 250,000 miles away, grab them by the scruff of their neck and say, look at the Earth, you son of a bitch. Look what you're doing to the Earth. Look what you're doing to other people. These policies, these things you're doing, these wars, they're damaging humanity, they're damaging the environment, they're damaging yourselves. Stop doing it. And still no one listened, no one gave a fuck. The politicians just said, oh, look at kooky, Apollo astronaut guy. So then he finally said his only explanation for why nothing changed after the Apollo program is that these people in the government are reptiles. They don't value the Earth. They don't value human life. So they must not be human. They must have some sort of reptilian brain. But since they look human, they sound human, they must be shapeshifters. So the shape-shifting reptile from outer space, that is brought to you by the Apollo program. Namely, Apollo 14, Edgar Mitchell.
So really, you must be the guy who believes in reptiles.
Yeah, so when you laugh about conspiracy theories and reptiles and government, look no further than the Apollo program. That's what brought you that conspiracy theory, because he was dumbfounded as to why nothing changed after the Apollo program. Because he thought he must not be dealing with a human consciousness anymore. It must be some kind of alien, reptilian consciousness that doesn't give a fuck about anything.
The issue I think we're going to have is that, I mean, we could show you the long-distance observations, celestial navigation, direct measurement of the Earth being flat, and you will still reject it because you've got this misplaced trust in NASA. And
well, I don't believe. I mean, I don't have to just believe in the government. There's 315 other companies that are in space.
Well, yeah, but this is the thing. So when you think you're talking about non-governmental space agencies, no, they all tie into the government because they, quote unquote,
all tie in
governmental airspace, right? It's not civilian.
Mm-hmm.
So when they say private company, what they mean is government contractor. Right? So they're just putting a little public face on the propaganda. But it's the same thing. They're all going through NASA. SpaceX is using the NASA facilities. It's all the same shit. And the point is, regardless of, I mean, we could show you directly the Earth measuring, observing, and being practically used as flat, and you will still default back to just believing in this authority. So what you really need to do is start digging into NASA, because when you see the hours of footage that's available online, showing green screen, blue screen, harnesses, CGI, scale models, all different kinds of production techniques to create these videos, and you will realize, oh shit, I can't just blindly trust the stories and images and videos given to me by this organization, and then you'll start to take the topic more seriously. So if there's anyone in the chat who can post some of those, maybe post that 6-hour-long compilation, that'll keep you busy. And just watch some of this footage where you can see that they are blatantly faking this shit. And then maybe you'll have a little less blind faith in this organization, and you'll be able to listen when we're showing you, hey, look, the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat and motionless. That's my advice.
Okay.
Take it or leave it.
Mm-hmm. So the incentive of all the companies that go to space is that they are controlled by the government.
Where do you think SpaceX gets their money from?
Yeah, they're getting money, aren't they? Maybe they just like money.
Maybe SpaceX is one of 350, like hundreds. $1
billion.
Well, you got hundreds of space agencies?
Well, space, like privatized companies, yeah.
There are hundreds of space agencies. Let's ask ChatGPT what it said.
But yeah, like private companies, yeah. There's hundreds of private companies that are trying to go to space.
Hundreds of companies.
There's Blue Origin.
Flying
yeah, there's Blue Origin.
Is that what you're telling me? Hundreds of companies shooting rockets up and flying into space?
Yeah.
You said that with so much confidence, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's like name one SpaceX Blue Origin. Done. That's all.
He named that's all 100, all 200. India doesn't count because they sent some paper cutout on a screen like a puppet, and their thing landing on the moon. This puppet thing, colored thing, with somebody colored with a crayon. That was their landing. So India's out.
Yeah, maybe people like scamming people for hundreds of millions of dollars. Who knows? We're not them. Maybe go and ask them. There's like a million reasons why they would lie to you. We already know they lied to you about a million things. So, to me, that just says you're kind of conceding on the evidence side. You can't really argue for a globe. Everything points to it being flat. So if you can't understand why they lie about it, you can still pretend to yourself that it's a ball. Just the code. I would also add to that yes, it's the origin story, right? They want people to have this accidental view of creation that there's just nothing exploded into everything for no reason and created balls in a vacuum, and now we live on one, and it's just an insane coincidence, when in reality that's not the case. Maybe they want you to be a statist cuck. Maybe that's it. Maybe they want people to worship the government and do whatever they say in lieu of any other guiding philosophies or principles that might be available to you.
By the way, I got a list of private companies that are trying to get to space. SpaceX, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, Astra, Relatively Space, Northrop Grumman Innovation Systems,
just
Virgin Orbit.
Post citation. And you could add you to the list now too. Just slap a space agency on you. Put
yeah,
me on the list too.
Well, I mean, I'm
trying.
I saw a company.
Really hard. Each day I jump and I measure how high I jump. And if I get a little bit higher, at least 1 millimeter higher, I'm that much closer to space.
Trying. Put him on the list.
You guys are going to love this. I asked ChatGPT, in less than 2,000 characters, Glober told me there are 200 space companies. Look what it said. It's a smart ass. Yeah, that's a common claim. People often say there are 200 plus space companies. And he even knows you're full of shit.
Well, even if there was, there's a lot of graphic designers and artists out there. So what?
Yeah, and right above that, above that at 50 minutes. Hold on, right above that at 50 minutes after, there's an image I posted of the Chinese space station, supposedly at 250 miles up. Do you see any curve in that image? Do you see that image? I tagged you. Do you see that, Accomplice?
I see that. I see it.
Yeah. So why is the Chinese space station up there and they're showing the horizon is completely flat? Why would that be?
Look how ChatGPT talks to you. You said there's 200 space companies. I gave you the rest of it, 2,000 characters or less. Read what it said, the bottom line. So 200 companies, more like 200 businesses cashing in on the same made-up story. Wow. Even your chatbots don't like the globe anymore.
You're just throwing away the hundreds, like real companies with like hundreds of employees that work with them.
The guy sitting next to me, since I work at a company that supplies companies like this, I don't know what the guy next to me is doing. How do you think these guys know what the guy next to them is doing? Do you think 100 people sit in a room and say, we're all going to build a bolt today? We're all going to make this washer today. Is that what they do? Or is there a guy who makes the washers, designs those, a guy who designs a bolt, a guy who designs the plate that the holes are going to be in? Do you think that's how it really works?
How does this correlate to my question? I asked you why are there millions of people
all over the place thinking they're going to space when the guys getting a paycheck don't give a shit what you do with their drawing.
Okay, out of all of those companies, how many people can actually claim to have gone into this place called space and seen that the Earth is a ball?
Blue Origin, especially Blue Origin, actually does it.
They didn't go high enough.
Okay. No, yeah. No.
And you know that's a zero G plane, right?
That's what they said.
It's just wrong. It's wrong.
It's a zero G plane, dude.
So what? The person also Blue Origin was wrong.
$150,000 deposit to go to space. Go into orbit.
Did you read what the chatbot said? Cashing in on the same.
Bro, I don't care what a chatbot says.
Cashing in on the same.
All right, let me. All right, ChatGPT. Let me go to ChatGPT and then send me what you typed in, and I'm gonna type in the exact same thing.
I don't really care for an AI Street.
Now we don't care about AI.
We're not going to do an AI battle. What's the matter? Are you mad because ChatGPT gave you the truth? Are you mad at it? You think I made it up?
Just said that AI doesn't matter, and then he just said that.
You crying into a pillow, bro?
I think he fell over and he's
Dude,
crying.
I can't. I'm crying, dude, because it's so funny. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm crying.
He's in the
so
Crit. He's in the
AI doesn't matter. But you just said AI doesn't matter. So why should I care about what AI said? I mean, you just said someone else just said that, and then someone else agreed.
I said I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you.
I use ChatGPT to do Google searches. I don't use Google. I actually pay for mine, and it can go and get me the citations and everything I need in one. Notice how it didn't give me shit back?
Yeah. So either way, I mean, you're blindly asserting your faith in these images and stories from these organizations that you can never possibly verify for your whole worldview. That's dumb. You don't even know who's claiming to have done what. You're just presuming that because everyone believes it, it must be true.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, is that what's happening? Complice or whatever?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, I think there's like a claimed 24 people have gone to low Earth orbit. Then you have the admittance of these guys in the quote unquote ISS saying one day they hope to leave low Earth orbit, and that they haven't done what you think they've done yet. So, I mean, from their mouths, I guess, they say it. Then you can watch, I put up a funny one. It's kind of like a fun one. I put up a couple fun ones up for you. You can watch them, just drop and flip and get stuck in midair and blink out of reality mid-video. In the thing, the ISS, the thing that proves it to people watching it on a computer screen or TV screen. It's weak. Why are they lying? Are they lying? Are they just mistaken? Because they even say, well, listen, I've never gone high enough to see this. So they say. So maybe they're not lying. They just never gone. They just don't know. They just, who knows? But yeah, just to say there's hundreds or thousands of these companies and people taking these trips, like this, where are they getting that kind of money? It seems kind of, they tell you it's really expensive to go do that.
Well, didn't say there's thousands. I mean, there's only some companies that offer services to go, like that I know of. Blue Origin and SpaceX, relatively soon. Recently, SpaceX sent that millionaire in orbit, and he actually he went into the polar orbit. So he actually went over Antarctica and went over the South Pole.
That's a cool story,
dude. How high was
I mean, the dude did it.
The dude said so. The dude said so. What do you want to do about it?
Yeah, prove he did it, dude. Prove he went around the ball. Oh, then I'll be a Glover too.
I saw Sandra Bullock and George Clooney went around the ball as well. Wow.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Nothing, dude. You're
because you have nothing to disprove it. You're just questioning it.
I have a flat measured surface that is not ball shaped. There. Now, since
I have a globe that is not flat.
Where does the problem lie? Since it's flat and it's not a ball, we know it's not a ball and we know it's flat.
Oh, look there! I made a flat table.
Me or you?
It denies that because I have a flat table. It denies that globe exists.
That is true, actually.
Dude, we've got observable, measurable reality, and you're just telling us that you believe these government cartoons.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, maybe that. Yeah, maybe that's
my final little thing. I want to ask:
is that true? Though? Does it disprove it? Okay.
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go on I'm gonna change topic, but I'm gonna go ask one last thing. Can someone show me what a flat Earth model is? Like, looks like. What does a flat Earth model look like? Do y'all have a specific one that y'all all can agree is the flat Earth?
We're talking about Earth in reality, like the one outside.
So what is Earth in reality?
A topographical motionless plane, like you've always experienced.
And it's endless.
It would be like Earth in relation to what? Like Earth
I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a claim as to its total size. I don't know.
So you don't know.
Yeah, no.
I don't know the total size. No. How would you know that?
Well, yeah. Plus, you don't have a model to begin with for the globe. There's no globe model, so you can't show me your desk model of a globe and do volcanoes, earthquakes, and eclipses on it for me today, can you? And never. It's not even in a computer program anywhere. It can't be programmed. How do you like that?
It's simple, dude. It's just like if you're on a basketball court, right, and it's got walls up. Like, listen, I measure my basketball court is 200 feet by 100 feet or whatever, even though it's not the size of a basketball court. And you're like, all right, I measured that basketball court, but now what's the shape of the neighborhood that it's in? It's like, well, the basketball court is what it is. Yeah. What's the entirety of the neighborhood? I don't know. Flat's not really a claim, flat Earth isn't really a claim to a overall encompassed shape of all things. When you say Earth, like in context to what? Like, if you say, well, what is Earth? Like, where's what is this? In context to the surface of water, the Earth, the dirt is higher than the level water in all situations.
All right. So my question is that, so y'all don't have a map of what the topographical looks like?
No, now what?
All maps are flat, dude.
Well, like the guy said it to you earlier. If you want to imagine like what people are referencing when they say flat Earth, just imagine reality, right? Like.
So you actually believe the Earth is flat?
Well, it's not a belief; it's knowledge. So I know it's flat. I don't believe it's flat. I actually know it's flat because I've gone out to check.
What do you mean you've gone out to check? Like, how did you?
Well, okay. Well, basically, when we're told at school that the Earth is a globe and you're part of the solar system, okay. Now, when they tell you that, they don't take you out into nature to actually show you the curvature of the. It doesn't happen at elementary school, didn't happen at secondary school, didn't happen at university or college. So you are believing what you are told. And of course, you're going to believe it and trust it because it's from your educators. They're not going to lie to you. They're not going to misinform you. So you're not thinking that they've done something wrong, okay? So you've trusted now. Now, my trust lasted 48 years. During the 48 years, flat Earth was ridiculed. The information I saw on flat Earth was of ridicule, stupidity. It's wrong, and I followed that. That's psychology, should I say? Yes, I thought it would be stupid to believe on a flat Earth. But then we fast forward to 2015, or should I say 2014, whilst I was researching moon landing hoax, flat Earth videos were being recommended for me to look at. Now I've been searching on the internet for the moon landing hoax since 2001. Okay, so it wasn't until 2014 that flat Earth videos. 15, I decided to check. I thought it was a stupid thing, but let me check what I'm going to learn from these idiots. What foolish people putting the videos up? What could I possibly learn? And then I learned that I've been living on a flat Earth all along. I looked back on my life. There was no curvature. Then I went out with my family to make long distance observations. Okay. So like from Mount Tsukuba to Mount Fuji, because I'm in Japan, 180 miles. There should be 4 miles of curvature there. I'm still seeing the mountain. I should be hidden behind 4 miles of curvature. There's one, for example. Okay. That's going out to check. Sailing around the west coast of Africa, I could see the hang on a minute, the Canary Islands. That was it. Again, hidden by X amount of curvature. but we could see them, me and my dad. Okay, that kind of testing.
So you never left the Earth's atmosphere or anything like that?
Well, again, that's a good question. When we left I didn't leave the Earth's atmosphere, but I've been up as high as 50,000 feet. Flight duration 9.5 hours. Aeroplane from London Heathrow to Japan. I've done that several times. Predicted curvature experience would have been 3,740.47 miles of curvature over 6,000 miles, 9.5 hours flight. And when you map that on the globe, that's almost 1/4 of the globe. That's 90 degrees of curvature, not experienced. It was horizontal all the way. My senses told me that. My spirit level app on my showed me that. And then when we look at the in-flight telemetry data, you know, the black box that records the flights shows a horizontal flight, no curve trajectory. So I haven't been into space because I can't do that. And you don't need to go to space to measure the surface of the Earth. It's not a requirement to go to space to do that.
I mean, is it really knowledge then? Like, it's just...
It is knowledge, isn't it? That is knowledge.
Not necessarily. I mean, you haven't observed...
That's knowledge, isn't it? What is it if it's not knowledge? When you go out and check something, you measure from point A to point B, no curvature there. What have I just done? I've gained knowledge. I know there's no curvature there.
I mean, for my standard of evidence, it would be I would need to see like it from a far enough distance to actually see like the entire Earth to be able to know.
Okay, this is where me and you're going to separate now. If I'm going to build a door in my workshop, I'm going to measure it, cut out the wood, sand it down, use my grooving tools to put up a design on the door. Now I'm going to measure it. Do I need to go out of space to measure that, to make sure the door is what it is? Do I have to do that?
Well, that's a lot smaller scale, right? So you don't need to leave the Earth's atmosphere.
No, it's not. It's happening on Earth. I'm doing this on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but
so if I'm doing this on the surface of the Earth, and I know that my door is correct, I can use the tools that I use to make sure my door is level to actually go out and measure some curvature, of course. On a larger scale, I can extend the distance.
Yeah, but a more equivalent, like, comparison there would be like observing the door from enough distance to be able to see the door in its entirety. That would be like a level.
That's not possible. That's not a requirement. Again, it is not a requirement.
I'm talking about like
a requirement.
I'm talking about if you're comparing what I said. Like you did a false equivalence. Like honestly.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't at all. Not at all. It's not at all. It's not a requirement because we can measure on the surface of the Earth. That's where we live. That's where we're told we're living. They gave us the numbers. They didn't tell us they went out of space. That's how they know. They measure the surface of the Earth, apparently. Aristophanes, for example, he lived on Earth. So you don't have to leave Earth's atmos to know that the Earth is a globe.
All right. So if you want to know the temperature outside, right, you go to your weather app, right? You'll see the temperature there. Do you know it's that temperature or do you believe it?
Well, I'm going to know it's that temperature because my body, I have senses on my bodies that's going to tell me when it's frigidly cold or sweltering hot and in between that. And as I exercise regularly, I continuously raise my body temperature and lower it and raise it and lower it all throughout the year. So I'm going to know. I'm going to know it's warm before I get outside because inside the house is going to be warm.
Okay, but what if we're talking about like a 2 degrees difference here? We're not talking about the difference between it being hot, cold.
Even a 2 degree difference, I will pick it up. Definitely. No
2 degrees, you'll pick it up.
Yes, let's take a situation where you're freezing cold and there's suddenly 2 degrees of warmth. You're going to notice it. I guarantee you. If you've ever been snowboarding or rode a motorcycle in winter for several hours, miles, frigid cold, you only take your hands out of the glove and walk into a building and you'll feel the heat immediately. That's an immediate sensation. So don't tell me I won't be able to pick up 2 degrees. Being silly now. You don't know because you haven't done it. That's the problem. Experience is a great teacher. I'm 63. I've experienced a lot of things. A lot. That's right. That's why I stay fit, because I want to keep my senses honed and sharpened. I have to now, even more so now as the deception still continues. It's people like me that are going to help the rest of the world wake up. I'm a leader in this. So in order to be a leader, I want to be a super fit leader. That means I'm going to be sweating a lot. I'm going to be working hard. Yeah, that's me. That's why my picture is of a man who's sweating. That picture of Jin, top of Diamond Head, Hawaii, shouting out flat earth. Look at it. That's an honest picture. Sweat.
I mean, I'm all for the earth, but I'm open to the possibility of it being flat. I don't actually know what it is, right? Like what it looks like from a distance. I don't know either. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference that I'm trying to make here.
I know the surface is not curved.
I can only operate off of belief until I actually see it from a far enough distance to be able to see the shit, to be able to see it in its entirety.
Actually, you don't have to work from belief, because you can go out and check the surface and find out that the surface is not curving. As to the true shape of the earth, that's a separate thing. No flat earther makes a claim that they know the shape. We don't know that shape. We're not able to leave Earth to see Earth in its entirety. Space travel is actually impossible anyway. All images from NASA are computer-generated CGI images, because NASA has stated they don't have a photograph. Cha-ching, they don't have that. It's computer-generated by Robert Simmons, for example.
Yeah, so when they do launches and stuff like that, and it goes so high that you can't even see it anymore, what is that?
That's correct. That's where the deception begins. From the moment you can't see it anymore, your deception is beginning right there. So you see the rocket take off, yes, but you're not there. You're about 5 or even 10 miles away from where the launch site is. You're not there. That's the thing, yeah? So between that distance, anything could be happening, okay? And it does happen. And then it goes up, it goes out of your eyesight. You don't see it. It's gone into the ocean. You're none the wiser. Then they flick to this. They switch to a CGI image of your rocket going up, and you're believing. It's very simple, very deceptive. Remember that, yeah? You never saw it go anywhere, just up and disappear from your eyesight.
And when they switch to the CGI, you know why they do that? So that people don't, according to what they're saying, the reason why they switch to CGI is because they can't show a rocket at its stage when it's above the Earth's surface and in orbit. They can't show, in reality, the countries that are above that rocket, because they would be breaching national security for other countries. So therefore, they have to use CGI. That's the reason why they give you that they use CGI in the first place. So they can't show you the rocket in space because of national security reasons for other countries. Bet you didn't know that, huh?
Yeah.
No, I don't observe it. I don't observe the footage, so I don't know.
There you are.
Well,
but then
that's true. Go check it out.
Yeah, but
so
you did mention
use CGI for the footage.
You just mentioned the rocket going up. You said. Oh, maybe you haven't seen it. Okay.
I don't watch the launches, but I know that they have, or I believe they happen, because I hear people talk about them and stuff like that.
That's right. Maybe you want to watch the launches yourself, and then you're going to glean more information towards the deception. You've got to do these things. You can't sit there and say, "Well, we're telling you it's flat. We've checked it," and then you're being skeptical, dismissive, even though you say you're open-minded.
I'm not being dismissive. I'm not asking questions in a sarcastic, arrogant way. I'm asking out of curiosity, genuine curiosity. I'm not asking I get
that. I get that. I do get that. Okay. I do get that you are being genuine. Don't get me wrong. I am 100% noticing you are being genuine, but it does seem a little bit dismissive as well, in a way that we ourselves have checked. So what you should be saying is, yeah, I'm open-minded. I should go and check though, because that's the gold standard, isn't it? That's the golden standard. You must go to check. You can't go to space, and it's not a requirement. You don't need to go to space to know whether or not the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, times the observer height, if you will. You don't have to go to space to know that.
All right, if my level of evidence though is experience and observing it myself, how am I ever gonna know that the Earth what the Earth's true shape is?
Actually, that's the number one. That is the number one way of knowing. Knowing is to experience it. That's what knowing means.
Yeah.
It's the number one standard. You've gone out, you've checked, you know. You bought the motorbike, You've seen it in the pictures. You haven't got it in between your hands yet. You've seen it in the catalogue, the brochure. You've seen it online. You've gone to the shop. You've handed over the money. Now you own it. You know it's yours. You're riding off. You know what it sounds like now. You know what it feels like around the corners. Knowing, isn't it? Experience, the number one gold standard. Making love to your partner. You don't know what it's like. You make love to your partner. Now you know what love making is all about. It's knowledge. It's experience. It's super. It's ecstasy. You know it. That's how you experience. That's what living is about. If I'm going to believe about lovemaking, so I'm going to believe about lovemaking all my life, but I don't know what it's about, but I believe it's there somewhere. Okay, now I believe about motorcycles. I know they sound like this, woo, woo, but I don't experience it. Do you know what I mean? I mean, come on, please.
But how am I going to know that the shape is like what the shape actually is if I can't
We
observe
can't
it
know
from a
that at
distance?
this point. The point is we cannot know that. We can know what shape it isn't, though.
Not
We can know what shape
necessarily.
it isn't. We can know that.
I wouldn't say that's true necessarily.
So
Well, that's up to you.
9999, whatever your name is, brother. I mean, Jim's been doing a pretty good job at explaining to you. I mean, I guess you're just missing some of the point. Like, if the radius that they're giving you doesn't match up with reality, that throws out like 90% of the stuff they're telling you, because it all is linked, right? It's all relying on that one piece of information, right? Because all of the formulas are based on that information. All of the math for the gravitation and all the orbits and all that stuff is linked to that radius, right? So if that radius is off and you can't measure it, there's no measurable curvature, right? You have a huge problem. Now you saying, "Oh, well, it's not big enough. I won't believe it until I could get up there." Well, what if you can't get up there? What if there's a max height you could reach, and no one's broken beyond that height, and the only people that are telling you they have are the space agencies? You know, there's plenty of individuals who sent up rockets, and you know what? There's rockets stop at a certain altitude. So
yeah,
people point the finger at different causes, but at the end of the day, right? There's a limit. Now, if you can't go up beyond that limit, and as far as you can see is flat horizons, right? Then what are you going to do? Just be like, oh, we'll never know. It's just got to be a really huge ball, and who cares if the radius is off? I'm just going to believe I'm on a big giant sphere, right?
Well, no,
Is that where you're at?
Where I'm at is I don't believe anything except if I haven't experienced it. So I understand that there is faulty information on the side of like the claim that the Earth is round. Like there's like, you know, some things don't add up necessarily, but over the years I've been getting into the possibility that the Earth could be flat. Like I'm open-minded towards it, but I haven't really seen necessarily like good evidence for it at all. It's just claims to it's just claims countering.
So laser tests. So laser tests and the lack of drop over distance means nothing. To you, like in your.
I'm not educated enough. I'm not educated enough in like what necessarily all that means, right? So it could just be in that area specifically that there's an issue like that or something.
Let me just make it very basic for you. Water lies flat and horizontal on surface when in large bodies. Do you have a counter to that?
No.
The Earth is flat, sir. Water is a demonstration that the Earth is covered in majority of water. Therefore, you got a lot of flat water, right?
I would assume so, maybe.
So it's not, if you can't refute what I just said, that's a demonstration of the physics of water demonstrating to you.
I'm just not educated enough.
You interrupted me? Yeah, but it's an experience of the Earth, what it is, dude. It is water lying flat and horizontal. It's not about you being educated. It's about you observing
it really is, though.
what water does.
How can I refute something if I'm not educated on the subject?
You don't need, listen, bro. When you see water being horizontal and flat on its surface, is there education that needs to precede that, or can you just see it that way? You can measure above the surface that way. Like all of it is just something you can test. So I'm telling you right now, and you can also go outside and see it for yourself. You can see the way water behaves, and it definitely is demonstrating a horizontal plane. So You don't need to go to like 4 years of college to know this. It's just what water does, dude, how it behaves. Everybody with a brain right now can see that's true.
Yeah, I didn't mean like get educated as in like get a degree or something. I meant educate like as in like understand how the measurements like are calculated.
Okay, measurements, dude. Is water not flat on its surface, bro? Like, let's break down the logic. Is it flat on its surface? Yes or no?
It probably is.
Okay, probably, which denotes that you don't have, like, are you not experiencing it that way?
When I look at it, it looks completely flat. Yeah, the water.
Okay,
the
right.
surface of the water.
Right.
Yeah.
So, have you ever seen a curve before in your life, ever?
Yeah.
Okay, does it look curved?
Yeah.
It looks curved.
Yeah. What, the water?
Yeah, the water.
No.
Okay, so
At
if you know what a curve is,
at a certain point, you're like you can't see like any farther though, and it like kind of stops. So
yeah, but that's not. Is that what a curve looks like to you?
it could mean that.
No.
It could
Do
just
you
be a
observe a
distance.
curve?
It could just be a distance thing.
No. Do you observe a curve? Yes or no? Just say yes or no.
It could be because
No, don't say
your
it
view
could
is
be.
cut off at a certain point.
It's either yes or no. Think about it like this. Make it binary. Yes or no. Is it look like a curve to you?
It could be. I can't observe the back half.
Okay, so you keep saying it could be. So you know what a curve looks like, right?
Yeah.
Does it look like that curve?
I have a curved monitor right now. Yeah, I know what a curve
Does it look like that curve of your monitor?
No.
Okay, that's the answer. Simple, right? When you break down the logic.
Yeah, it can't be completely flat and then start curving at some point, dude.
Okay,
Like,
but if I'm not educated, on how these things work, how they're supposed to work, I could be.
Stop using that as a crutch. You're using that as a crutch. You saying that you're not educated is giving you an excuse not to observe the world the way it is. That's giving you an excuse.
Okay, so you have to educate yourself on how to come to these conclusions, right? Like you have like to do these measurements and stuff.
Yeah. So
all I'm saying is I have to do the same
thing. These measurements. Hold on, dude. When you say do these measurements, all we're doing is observing the horizontal surface of water, and we can do things like test on the surface to any extent that the surface of that water will remain horizontal, and it will not bend or display any convexity.
Okay, but if I haven't done that, and experienced myself, then I'm like just taking it on like faith or belief.
No, because here's another thing you can do. Water only what it does is it holds rigidity in space, so you can get it in a cup of like a glass or whatever. You can tilt that glass in any direction. The horizontality of the surface of the water in that cup will remain horizontal parallel to the surface of the earth. So the horizontal plane of the earth, it will remain horizontal to that. So the water holds rigidity in space, like a gyroscope does. So demonstrating to you that it's horizontal. But if you want to hit the deny button and say you're not educated, that you can demonstrate this for yourself, that you do you, man. Obviously, you're going to be in denial because you want to be biased towards the earth being
I'm
low.
not denying what you're saying. I'm just saying that, I need to look more into it if I want to have like...
just get a cup of water, and tilt it in any direction, and you'll find that the surface of water will remain horizontal to the plane of the earth.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, yeah, there you go. Water is a great demonstration that the earth is a horizontal plane.
It's just not good enough for me.
Well, that's fine. You do you, but it's the obvious truth is staring you in the eyeballs. You're the one that's just outright, just blatantly denying that.
All right, but let's say you did convince me, right?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I mean, there is more. All you're doing is saying I'm ignorant to all the things that I could potentially go out and do. We can have a conversation about the things that we've done or other people have done. We can present that. Like, that's the only thing we can do here other than talk in circles. So it's like, it just depends on what you want out of this conversation, if anything at all.
What I want out of the conversation is a little bit more understanding as to how you guys or why you guys believe it's flat. Basically, that's what I came in here for.
Because that's how it measures, and to give clarity on what that means, flat is not a shape. So when you ask, I want to know what the shape is, the dimensions, what it looks like. We already told you, and I don't know if that was clear before. We don't know that. As a matter of fact, no one knows that. The only ones that make a claim shape are the people who say the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which can be tested right here on the surface level, because they make claims like the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in distance away, which we've already determined isn't true. We already have laser tests that go from point A to point B, which we understand that at the apex of that hump, well, there should be one there, obstructing the laser's path. No such thing. We've already determined that. Now, when we say the Earth measures flat, whatever distance in miles, because miles are a linear measure, that is a straight line distance. There's no curvature there. We're not talking about, well, the Earth is flat as in an object, as in like, here's this flat platform that we can tell you the dimensions of. We're not even trying to do that. But in discovering that the Earth measures flat, we do know that there can't be a curving surface. If so facto, disproving the globe. That's it. That's the whole conversation. We don't know everything else. Now, what must you do to determine that? Again,
that's my own personal stuff. Yeah,
but that'd be a good place to start. Like, for example, if you want to just read inconsistencies, or look at inconsistencies, you can look at Nat Geo when they did their test over the water. I forget what lake it was, but the bottom line is there was a claim that the horizon would be at 1.2 miles away due to the surface of the Earth, and that wasn't true. So it's like you don't have to do anything to realize that what someone is saying is false. Again, another thing, they always talk about the Earth having to be a sphere because there are like 69 miles per degree of arc when we're talking about the North Star. But then when we look at all the stars and we talk about flight, people like to talk about flight a lot. They don't like to talk about the actual particulars like trigonometry and how that doesn't work on a curving surface. But let's talk about the easy stuff, what you would observe. Because the stars, they claim, seeing is that no matter how high you go, the angular relationship doesn't change. If you just stay in the same location and increase your altitude, the angular relationship from the star to the ground doesn't change. So they say that's because they're so far away. So it's actually the Earth's curvature and where you are on the Earth that changes the relationship of the stars. Well, if that were true, when you were flying, let's say east to west, you should see a change in the stars' spatial relationship between the ground and the sky, because they claim that where you are above the surface, or your change above the surface, is the reason that the stars appear to do what they do, because we're on a curving surface. There's a million ways to determine that what they've claimed isn't true. Whether you do something yourself or look into something that's already been done, you have the tools to go do that. The one thing you can't do is look at the entire Earth. That's the lie that they said was true. That's the thing that's not true. So you can't go and do that, unfortunately. We haven't done that, so there's no point in asking us. Hope that helps.
Yeah, it does. But the next point I wanted to get to was, okay, let's say you guys convinced me, right? And I come to that belief, or I'm under that belief that the Earth is flat. Like, what what do you guys do from there? Like, you guys just like raise awareness to other people, or
you do what you want. Because the bottom line is why you believe that the Earth is a sphere could be a number of reasons. There are logical fallacies present, and that has to do directly with your logic and how you interact with the world. If you're thinking logically or illogically, regardless, you're going to be doing things, right? So how you think affects, what you get out of the world. So, begging the question, coming to conclusions, having already presumed that the premise, like already with the assumption that your belief is true, that's something that can cause problems. Reification, taking models and mathematical concepts and thinking that they're reality, that can have detrimental consequences. Affirming the consequent, having an idea, and then because you observe something in reality, thinking that confirms your idea, that can be very damaging. So the bottom line is, if you stop committing these fallacies, your quality of life might become better. But you're not even aware of them. The only reason I know that they're there is because you believe that the Earth is a globe.
The Earth is what?
The Earth is a globe.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I said I don't believe anything.
All right. Well, you don't accept that water is level. You seem to think that there's something to question beyond that because of what other people. I don't even know why. I'm not even gonna put words in your mouth. But the bottom line is, if you haven't accepted what Miggy said or Jen said, because you're like, well, I need to do a little more. You don't need to really do anything as far as with what Miggy said. So if you think or have in your mind that there is something more, again, that's what tells me that you're willing to come to conclusions fallaciously.
No, I've already told you that what my level of belief was, or my level of evidence was, and stuff like that. So I don't believe that the Earth is round or a globe or flat. I don't know what to. I need to observe. My level of evidence or my level of proof is that I need to see it to believe it. If you tell me something, I don't. That's not knowledge to me. That's like, a possibility.
So what do you want me
something
to do?
To consider.
What do you want me to do about that? I already told you won't be seeing the whole Earth. So what else?
I mean, it really depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to get me to believe that the Earth is flat, I don't think there's too much more you could do necessarily, because I still, no matter what you tell me, I have to look into it. It just becomes something to consider.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so the conversation. So don't interrupt, because I keep letting you interrupt and I keep stopping talking. Right? But I'm not here to do anything. I'm here to have a conversation who's seeking information from me. And I told you from the beginning, so don't waste my time. If the only standard of evidence is actually looking at the entirety of the Earth, I can't help you. So there's really nothing else for us to have talked about unless you wanted to know something else from me.
Okay,
I'm not here to convince.
I don't know why you're coming at me like I came at you, because you inject. I was talking to Jen earlier, not you. You wanted to talk to me. I didn't come to you asking questions. You came to me wanting to tell me things.
Why do you think I'm coming at you though?
You initiated conversation with me. I didn't initiate conversation with you. So don't come at me saying like I'm asking you for a favor and I'm asking you for something, because I'm not.
No, I just said that I asked you what I could do for you. If the answer was nothing, I didn't have to waste my time. That's my point. And there's nothing wrong with saying that, and that's not actually coming at somebody. The only reason that I opened my mic to talk to you is because I thought I could help. But at the end of the day, like I keep saying, I don't understand why you would take this as coming at you. But I've determined that you've said multiple times, I just want to see it. Seeing is believing. So I'm just stating again, if what you mean by that is seeing the entirety of the earth, my answer to you is that that's never going to happen. So there's unfortunately nothing I can do for you. Now, if I was in error for thinking or believing that something that I said would be of value to you, I apologize. I don't know why that's coming at you, though.
I think it's not coming at me like insulting me or something like that. I mean, like, your line, like your choices of words made it seem like just it's not even important. Basically, thank you guys for the information. I actually will look into it and consider things more, but my level of like proof or when it comes to concluding the Earth is flat is experience. But you guys didn't waste your time. You guys actually did give me useful information that I will look into, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, 999999. Yeah, that's right. You know, experience is the greatest teacher of all. And if you want to know the shape of the Earth, if it's an oblate spheroid, you don't need to leave space to go there. Sorry, you don't have to go to space to actually know this. You can measure it here on Earth, and you'll find when you check it that there's no curvature there. You know, of course, going to space would be a fantastic thing, but it's not a possible thing. No astronaut has done that. They're lying to us anyway, and we can't do that. But there are other ways of determining whether or not the Earth is an oblate spheroid. And I wish you all the best on that endeavor. And of course, when you find your findings and you find the curvature, you've got to come here and tell me how you did it. Okay? Promise.
I'll have to look into it. But enjoy your Tuesday, guys.
Cheers, bud. Yeah, welcome to the room. Anybody who's new, if you guys want to ask a question, please feel free to mic up or pop them in the side chat. If you're listening on YouTube, follow the link and come see us on Discord. Good to see you guys. Thanks to everybody who's here, all the speakers.
Yeah, please ask the questions. And thanks, Elijah, for your help as well, because it was definitely necessary. Thanks a lot.
No problem. I wonder why people don't talk about that more often. The point I brought up about the stars. I know you guys have seen the video of Taboo Conspiracy. He's got a lot, but specifically the one where they're flying from point A to point B, and there's no change in the stars as far as the elevation angle is concerned.
Right, very true.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one, Elijah. That's definitely a good one, but it's on Taboo Conspiracy's channel. If anybody wants to check it out, I believe it's still there.
Yeah, he's great there, definitely.
There's literally nothing. I mean, it's just an experience. So the only thing that you know is, well, that other belief that I'm on a ball, and every mile I get away from the star on this ball, that's going to be six. I mean, every degree that the star appears to drop with distance, that's 69 miles. Because I live on a ball, that's not true. It's obviously not true.
Yeah, the young man almost said that your experience isn't enough. He almost went down that road. Then I had to remind him that life is all about experiencing, and true experience is how you gain knowledge. You've got to go through it. So, yeah, he almost said that wasn't the way. When I put it to him properly, he then had to concede that, you've got to experience it to know it, of course. And that's within.
Well, Jen, if you take that guy at face value, which I'm going to, he's just an example of, he's been presented a God's eye view of the earth, so he expects us to have one too. That's how he came in with it, right?
Yeah. his standard is going to space. Now, I say that often when it comes to satellites because there's such a fantastic thing to believe that I'm not going to believe it just because you tell me. I want to go up there to see that, definitely. Knowing full well that I can't, well, obviously I'm not believing in satellites then, am I? Knowing the environment. So, yeah, sometimes I think that.
So we got any other new people on here? Feel free to ask a question.
Yeah. We've had a good steady flow of people coming through already, and it's all been good. Yeah. One or two little trolls, but they only lasted literally a minute, 2 minutes, if that.
Yeah, don't forget to, every once in a while, just go ahead and throw some stuff in the chat, in those chat rooms here in the English Hub. We'll definitely get some people in here because that's like a revolving door for people who log in at all different times. So even if they're not interested in the event, you might be able to coax them to come in to have a nice conversation.
Yeah, I've been looking into the Somme abysmal plains, which are between America, the continental shelf of America to Africa, and it's really interesting because I believe the distance of that is like over from shelf to shelf. I think it's over like 4,900 miles, something like that, and 4,900 miles plus, something like that, and then they have this like section of the plains, and it's like about over 900 miles of this like flatness. I know we've talked about them many times before, but when that guy that was here earlier, and then like Alpha was trying to tell him like how water, is always flat. Like it's interesting because when you look into the elevation profile, they have a depth, that's gathered across the ocean floor. And how can you have something 900 miles, which would require, I think it's above 1,300 miles of curvature, like drop worth, to have a 24,000 25,000 miles circumference sphere. But like, how can you have this plane that's 900 miles on the ocean floor, but then they want to believe that on the top of the surface there's this bald bulge of water that has a 1,300 foot drop from one side to another, or I'm sorry, 1,300 mile drop. Or no, 1,300 feet, 1,387, I think. But I was just like, really, like, if that can't wake somebody up and like make you realize, like, hold up, that's bullshit to say that water curves when we have a 900 mile, flat bottom ocean floor.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is actually, ladies and gentlemen, that the ocean bed is flat, and then on the top it's going to be curving. The reversal of what normally happens. Normally the bowl might be bowling and curving on, but when you pour the water in, it's the top that's flat. But in this case, we've got it the other way around.
You know whose point that was? That was actually Xanax. He's like, if you guys would talk about the abyssal plains, that would actually prove flat Earth more than anything. Like, he actually brought that information up a long time ago.
Yeah, we've talked about it many times, but I was just tripping out because like I had a dream, and then so I woke up and I was checking it out. This was last night. I was like, yeah, you know what? We need to talk about this more. I think it's a little reminder. Who did you say it was? Janet? Who did you say? Janice?
Zant he hangs around in Gem Panda server. Zant.
Oh, okay.
I meant Xanax. Remember Xanax?
Oh, Xanax.
Oh,
sorry,
Xanax.
Xanax.
Fucking Xanax. I haven't talked to Xanax in a long time because I left Earth Awakenings like a year ago, so I haven't talked to Xanax in a long time. Maybe not a year ago, maybe months ago. That's funny that he would be the one to have said that, being that he's an anti-flat earther.
Yeah, I think it would be more than 1,300 feet over 900 miles of curvature. Might want to look into that.
Is it 1,300 miles over 900 miles of drop? Because I just remember the number 1387 for some reason. Here, let me look into it. Hold on, because I was literally looking into it. Hold on. 900 miles.
13,000 feet would make more sense.
Let me check here. Change of elevation. Where did I put it at? It's further down. How much curvature would that be? Yeah. It would be 1,200 miles. It's not feet, it's miles. That's the huge difference. That'd be a 1,200 vertical drop from over 900 miles. It would have to be 1,227 vertical miles drop. Interesting. We don't see that.
So you'd have to multiply 1,200 times 5,280 to convert that into feet.
That's 6.48 million feet. $6,480,000 feet.
While you're talking about this,
that makes sense because that makes sense because the curvature. No, the circumference is 24,901, which if you convert that into feet, that's like 1,031 feet, 31,000 feet. So that makes sense.
I was just going to throw in real quick while Parker Phone is talking about this, the ocean floor. I'm trying to remember the exact number. I'd have to go back and look, but I think scientifically or measurably, they've proven that the ocean floor is about 60% essentially horizontal. I might be incorrect on the number there. Somewhere pretty damn flat down.
It does say that, like, between all the different shelves, like from America to North America to Africa, from like South America up to Asia, like all across the ocean floors, there's like these thousands of miles collectively of abyssal plains, like flatness everywhere. So that makes sense. And I guess the only thing that would change that is because there's so many like ridges in the ocean floor, as well as like crevices. Like kind of like the Mariana Trench, represents that too. Like there's just this huge fucking crevice there. So yeah, I that makes sense that there would be that much flatness, if you will, because they're spread out, these abysmal plains. And I think that is a really good point. I mean, we could talk about the surface of it. We could talk about the surface, but I think because they have this ideology that the surface is curving in their paradigm, well, then maybe we have to point out, like, well, how can that be curving, but the bottom of it, it's not curving? It's flat.
Hey, Puck, it's abyssal.
Just a point of
Abysmal.
clarity, dude.
Hold on, guys, hold on. Point of clarity, it's abyssal, not abysmal.
I keep
Yeah,
saying
that's what I
abysmal.
was doing.
Thanks for pointing it out.
The abysmal plane, that was hilarious.
I don't even know why I'm saying that, to be honest.
That's hilarious. Go ahead, hey Parker.
Yeah. I don't even know why I'm pronouncing that way. I'm typing out abyssal, but I'm saying abysmal. I don't even know what is abysmal. I don't even know what I'm saying.
Abysmal is something that's not, you don't like, it's distasteful. It's that's an abysmal movie I saw, whatever.
Yeah, you're right. Good catch, Alpha. The abyssal planes. Yeah, but it's pretty interesting how much one can learn over, like, when you really start to investigate the claims about what we've learned about Earth. And you realize how many times things got skipped over in the curriculum, and probably because if you did look into these things in grade school and really use critical thinking, you would probably recognize, like, wait, this doesn't add up. Because I remember in grade school learning about the abyssal planes, but we didn't really look into them. We just learned, it was like one of those things where you had to name the parts of the ocean, and that was one of them. Continental, you have the crust and the shelf and the abyssal plains and the trench. Like, you have to just know those terms, but you don't really think about it. Like, they don't go into this is this long across and this flat. Like, they don't talk about it like that. And there's probably for good reason. Because if you put kids in these, situations where you're teaching them, like truly teaching them, not just showing them and telling them, then maybe they would be like, wait, hold on, raise their hand. Like, hold on, that doesn't make sense, teacher. You can't tell me it's curving on top, but it's flat on the bottom. So that's probably why they have designed the curriculum to be taught in such a certain way. Makes sense.
Yeah, you're making an excellent point, because I would say that the things that we have verified under the ocean, none of it jives with the globe, unless somebody wants to try to prove me wrong. There's nothing that's under the water that suggests it being a globe either. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Even in today's technology, using these radar or LiDAR scans, using the bathymetric, if that's the way you say it. I can't talk this morning, but it's everything about it is the whole system is based upon this X, Y, Z value. That's it. No curvature involved. So they're measuring the depths and then giving elevation profiles from mean sea level. And that mean sea level is a horizontal plane. No matter where they're scanning, they're taking a flat ruler and then marking the radar bouncing back of the light, picking it up, and then they're knowing the depths of every square inch of this of the ground beneath the water, all derived from a horizontal plane. Like, I don't know, dude. How can you be a glober at this point after all that we've learned? It just doesn't make no sense, dude.
So in a nutshell, there you got surface water that approximately 70% laying flat on top of 60 or so percent. Every number is vertical plains and other stuff. There's valleys and mountains under the ocean. No, you may quote me, but you guys know what I mean. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I think the water argument's the best proof. Right?
Did you hear what I said, Jess Ross? If you want, why don't you mic up and tell people what you wrote in the chat? That way, the listeners on YouTube can hear. I mean, they can read
Yeah,
it,
I
but
think.
not a lot of people are staring at the screen. That's all.
Okay, sure, fair enough. And I think I was like coming up with these ideas. I was typing almost right while there was this. I forget who was speaking. I think they were actually like mentioning a few ideas I was typing out. So I think some of our ideas are going to clash a little bit here, but so yeah, I was saying like because it sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like when you said like these abyssal plains are flat, it sounded like we were comparing it to like what the globe earthers say is happening with the surface of the ocean, like the ocean's curving around, right? You know, what we would expect on a spherical ball. But then the abyssal plains are flat. Like, I don't think they mean that there's a contrast here, like, oh, the water's curving, but the ground beneath it is straight and flat. I think they are trying to communicate that the sea floor in the abyssal plains are, like, in a sense, like level with the surface of the water. So if the water is curving around, then they're also saying that the sea floor is curving around in a corresponding way. So that the sea depth is always the same.
No, well, you have to understand that even in the paradigm of a sphere, there has to be, in the math of it, there has to be a drop over distance to make a curve, like a ball, to make the sphere. So if you have a surface on a ball, right? So like, let's go to the ocean floor. We're gonna call that's the hard rock that you think we're on. Well, then in that surface of it, there has to be so much drop over distance to make it a ball. So if over 900 miles, if it's not dropping to match this, this ball math, right? You understand what I'm saying? Can you visualize?
Yeah,
like you take 900 miles, it has to drop vertically downwards from one point of position. If you stand in one place, and as it goes away, it has to drop away from you, because that's what's going to create the ball. Well, the abyssal plains over 900 miles, there's only it said like only 164 feet of change in elevation. So like that's like inches for every like so many miles. But it's not the 8 inches per mile square though. That doesn't match with the ball math, because you can't have just a change in elevation over that long of distance and only have this much, when it's supposed to be. If it's a ball, it's supposed to be this and that and the other, but it's not. And that's kind of the reason why it's used, like, because it doesn't do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you call your animal a cat and it's barking, like, I mean, you might want to double check that, right? Someone's lying to you.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know what it sounds like you're describing to me when you say they're measuring that there's an actual a change in altitude. I guess that's kind of, confirming that these abyssal plains aren't truly, level and flat like I just described. Like, so like, I'm guessing they mean they're actually measuring a change in the ocean depth as they move across these plains. So it's not actually perfectly level, and they're measuring a small, slight slope.
Okay, so now you're...
Hold on. For anybody listening, when somebody says these things, it's a claim. Ask them to prove their claim. Don't engage their claim. Ask them to prove their claim. Can he do that? Hold him to that task before you go into your explanation. Let's see if he's got what it takes to show you the evidence of his claim. Go.
So did you hear Alpha? Can you prove your claim that it's dropping the way that it's said to have, that the surface of the water is curving? Do you have any proof of that?
I don't.
Okay. Because that's a good place to start on your behalf, but it's kind of a gotcha though, because ultimately we all know that you won't and you don't have. Nobody has that. That's why we're here. If that was available to us, then we wouldn't be here. You understand that? We would all be like silenced and be like, oh yeah, oh fuck. All right, fuck us running. We're out of here. Pack it up, boys. Shut down the channels. Because they found exactly what we've been looking for years now. You understand how long we've been in this conversation, debate, discussion? It's been a long time, and no one has that, by the way. So don't feel bad. Don't feel like, it was just kind of a setup, you found the trap. He laid it out for you. Alpha laid it out, and then, because he knows too. No one has that. But what we do have is as you were going to the surface, right? We know that they take elevation profiles from a horizontal position. That's how they know that ocean floor is the depth that they say it is, because they're taking it from mean sea level, which is a horizontal position. That's why it makes way more sense that over 900 miles, there's only 164 feet of change in elevation, because you're dealing with a flat body, relatively flat for the ocean floor, but at rest, for some reason, if the oceans were to just stop, no currents, no swells, no wind, guess what? It would be like that glass of water that you can sit right on your kitchen table, flat. And then you can take the measurements from beneath that position. Like, okay, we know the depth of this liquid in this glass, because we know that we can measure from the bottom of the glass to that flat surface. And that's just the way it is, dude. Hope that helped.
Sure.
Just to reiterate real quick, everything we do here on Earth, as far as I know, we measure from a horizontal datum, a mean sea level. You guys know what I mean. I'm not going to go into it, but everything is based on that horizontal datum. Surveying, sailing, blah, blah, blah. I'll shut up.
That's a good point, Dave. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of globers, right? Not anti-flat earthers. Well, they know it too. They just fight it. But a lot of globers don't know that everything that we do with measurements is taken from that mean sea level. They don't even know what mean sea level. Not all of them. A lot of them don't even know what mean sea level is. So I think it's important that you bring it up, Dave, because it's a reminder, or at least to kind of give them a little clue of what to look into.
Yeah, anybody new to the room want to ask any questions? Or yeah, Just Ross, I mean, if you feel like people didn't truly understand your point, then you could reiterate your point. But yeah. And anybody want to mic up and ask for some clarity or provide some globe evidence?
Okay, I mean, I guess I'll add something, because I feel like sometimes, like in this particular instance, was a little bit of deflection on, or maybe misunderstanding of what I was trying to say. But because I just came on here to kind of, I was listening, and it sounded like what someone was taking the words of, I guess, like these globe Earth representation of what like the ocean floor is doing and its shape, and it felt like there's a little bit of a straw man going on, kind of saying, oh, they think it's flat here but curved here, and then trying to point out how ridiculous that is, and somehow that's like a debunk of the globe Earth. And I was just trying to clarify that that's not really what the globe model would be saying. They're trying to say something else. That's not quite as ridiculous and easy to point out as being silly. And then the conversation just got deflected into, but can you prove that the ocean is curving? Well, no, but that's not what I set out to do. I was just trying to show that what the globe Earth model is saying is not as ridiculous as it was being made out to be.
Well, like Alpha asked you, sir, I mean, all we're asking for is the evidence that curvature is happening like you're saying it is. I mean, you're basically just telling us we don't understand the globe excuse about what you're trying to say. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Why proving the ocean curving is difficult?
Hey, Das, can you speak up? We can't really hear you, brother. Appreciate you being here. Maybe turn your mic up, Das.
Yeah, you said someone said about proving the ocean curving. I don't think the way I think about it, I don't think that it's difficult. If you take a plane and you fly above the water surface at the same height, let's say, I don't know, some fixed height above the water surface, and you just start to fly in a certain direction. If the Earth is a globe, at some point there will be changes in height. And overall, at the end of your journey, when you track your destination, the curve will be shown easily.
I would say welcome to Flat Earth. Somebody else.
Yeah, I'm at work, guys. I can't really engage. So if anybody wants to jump on that, please do.
I mean, if hypothetically we could do what he just described, just described the problem with the globe. You should have gain in distance and altitude as you go straight, but that doesn't happen. But anyway, I can't talk either.
Okay, I'll do it. I've just posted the pitch data from an aircraft that shows that it flies parallel with the level of the Earth below for approximately 2 hours, traveling at 500 miles an hour, with the nose of the aircraft pitched positively above the horizontal, demonstrating that it is not rotating, pitching negatively around the sphere. So the information's there. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's a good point. Thank you.
Now we'll have a anti-flat earther jump on here, Jedi, and give us the globe excuse for what you just said. Maybe.
Yeah, if we're lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick before I start up this machine, Jedi. One thing I found helpful at getting people in here, other than the events, is to hop in the. They have like 4 different chats here in English Hub. You could come up with like some enticing, like just some enticing like invite to come chat with us, and maybe like put it in your clipboard. You could copy and paste it every so often if it gets dead in here to try and entice people to come in and chat with us.
Okay, that's a good idea. Thanks, man.
So how's things in jolly old England, Jedi? Well, I get a chance to ask.
Sorry, mate, what was the question?
How's things in jolly old Britain or England or whatever you call
it? Falling apart at the seams as we speak. Yeah, not too good, too. But then again, just like the other countries around the world, just falling apart at the seams as we speak. The weather's nice though, so that's good.
Yeah, it's kind of hot here, but we got good weather. It's same thing happening around me. I'm just trying to stay sane in the same world around me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a full-time job trying to stay sane at the moment. You're not wrong.
Hi.
Hello.
Streaming?
Yes, live streaming.
No. I am streaming.
How are you? Awesome. Hello.
I'm streaming face in the monitor.
Okay.
You guys want to be monitor as well?
No, thank you.
Your face monitor, please.
No, thank you.
No. Your face, then my face. Fair play. Hello? No speaking. I finished listening this morning. Tonight is speaking. Brother? Oh. My face. Won't see my face?
No. As a general rule, because we're live streaming, we tend not to go on camera. Also, in certain channels, it limits the amount of participants in the room. So, generally, as a rule, no camera. Thank you, though. Thank you.
General. Okay, general. I'm going to translate general. General what, sir?
A rule.
Yeah, I finished listening this morning. And tonight is speaking with you, sir. Speaking with me.
Yeah.
Maybe clock out profile pic anyway.
Speaking about the Earth.
Hey, can you Globers tell me what? Can any of you Globers tell me why 99% of the world's population today at 11:15 UTC had daylight?
Of course, sir. Of course, different sunshine. Different the height, different height, sunshine height, and I don't know.
Yeah, you're giving me flat Earth definitions.
Earth round, not flat.
No.
Earth round because we have different height. For example, me, 4'7". You 6 foot, different height, and not flat.
That might be the worst troll I've ever heard. And you're trying to practice English, and it's not even a good troll.
So good tall for feet, 7 inches good tall. You 6 better tall.
What the hell, bro? Hey, I think it's better if you kind of just brush up on your English a little bit more, because this is not here to like teach you English in this channel specifically, but you know, we can help you a little bit. But obviously, you need more practice with English, sir.
Yes, tonight is practice. This morning listening. Do you listening too this morning?
Yes, you gotta listen some more, perhaps.
Hey, Radwin, just for the audience, will you restate that thing about 11:15 UTC today?
Well, it already happened, but this morning for me at 7:15 or 6:15, I can't remember one. I was up for both. 99% of the world's population had daylight at the same time.
I'll post the image for you guys in the text chat, what he's talking about.
And can I also add, on the 9th of July, the 22nd of July, and the 5th of August, the Earth spins slightly faster. And it must slow back down somehow. That's weird.
Alright, that's just not true. Evidence, please.
No, I'm just stating that what they're stating, mate. I don't believe it.
Oh. Yeah, if it's not a part of your paradigm, why would you advocate for it? Yeah, it's not true.
No, it's just something that's stupid that I might point out. That they're going to speed it up and then slow it back down.
Nice. Do we have any other speakers?
Speakers, me.
No, you probably need to learn some more English, perhaps, sir. You can listen some more, perhaps, and later on you can try. But right now, your English is not up there to have a conversation at the moment.
Yes, conversation with me. Please.
So, I would say this. Maybe you should attend some more English classes here in this Discord, and then you can come back and we'll try again later. Not right now.
Right now?
No, not right now. Later.
Right now? No, right now.
Right now, you need to listen for 1 year. Just listen for a year, mate. That's all you need to do.
This guy's English isn't as bad as he's making out. He's trolling right now. He comes in here all the time.
He's probably living in a hotel in England.
Probably. Like literally, probably is actually doing that right now.
Sorry, it is a little bit off topic, but the police did raid a migrant hotel the other day and found a call center scamming like computers and stuff like that out the back, like a whole room set up with about 15 people.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Who would have thought they would get up to something like that?
Yeah, right.
You're right. Right. Very, very good thought. Different.
You like my Hindi? I did Hindi just then.
Yeah. You Hindi? I'm Hindi.
You go DJ, you got a Hindi friend now.
Hindi call people. Yo, hello, how are you? Hindi. Different time zone. Dark. Room is dark. Your room bright and not flat earth.
The sun moves. Imagine that.
The sun don't move. The sun shine. Not move. Sun bright.
Imagine believing what you see.
I guess someone did the disconnect feature. Congrats. Props to whoever did that. All right, well, once this book reading session finishes, I'll start an event. It's been going forever, though.
Oh, Christ. They're trying to read books to people?
Got Vivek in the chat. What's up, Vivek?
Hey, AV. How's it going, man? Yeah, we've been over in PNR.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we had some, you know that guy Neo? He was in there with a bunch of his, college bros, talking about things they can't validate, but at a very technical level.
Oh, that's my kind of party right there.
Yeah, that was good. We smacked them around a bit once we brought it back down to the earth and started going over the long distance observations. They don't have good rebuttals to that.
Well, yeah, you've dealt with educational people, the way they act all hoity-toity, and then when you bring them back down to earth and just their verbose wording is not going to help them get out of the fact they can't prove what they're saying. So.
Yeah, it's like, they were like fish. They thought they were swimming around all, suave, and then it's like they get yanked out of the water when you bring up the long distance observations and bring them back down to earth. Then they're just flapping around on the shoreline.
Yeah. And you're just looking at them and go, okay, now what are you going to do? Like, water. Yeah, it's funny, man. I mean, the intellectual types like to use a lot of equations and talk about math, but, you guys don't understand calculations. Yeah, well, I mean, if you got something with the calculations that demonstrate physical reality conforms to that, I'd like to see that.
Yep.
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They just think the explanation is all you need, and that's it. Don't worry about backing up the explanation. As long as you have an explanation.
That's how we got in the mess in the first place, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's good, man. You got to hold their feet to the fire over there in PNR. Yeah, Radwin's been destroying them too with the sunlight covering, what is it, 93 or 95%? Or today was supposedly Radwin. I have the image of the world map on timeanddate.com.
Yeah, I think it's like 97% or something like that.
Holy smokes, dude. That's a good argument, for real. Yeah, over fences, that's 99% of the Earth's population.
Damn.
Yeah, so I'll just show the world map again. Actually went to timeanddate.com and I took a screenshot of that and check it out.
Because if you check online, like if I type in how much of the Earth is in sunlight at once, it'll say 50%. It can only be 50%. So are they trying to claim that all of those land masses that's in the daylight there are on one side of the Earth? That doesn't fit. That doesn't make sense.
Well, you see, it's because of tilt of the Earth, and the tilt of the Earth is what makes the difference.
Hello.
Well, I do have something to add here.
What do you add?
I did look into this because this came up some other day recently that I've been on here, and I tried to bring up the point that they may have been including twilight coverage to get this 99% value, and I did read up on it, and yes, they are indeed including twilight, which is not getting direct sunlight from the sun. Instead, it's it's shortly like before sunrise or after sunset, that sort of thing, where the light that's scattering in the atmosphere is still enough to give enough light.
Yeah, you guys will do whatever it takes to hold on to your ball, don't you? You guys are amazing.
That is exactly how someone actually had to calculate, like this 99% value. And
You said it just exactly like the meme is even sounding like, according to my calculations. Like, fucking hell. That's fine. That's fine. No, I mean, that's fine. If you believe that, that's your belief. But obviously, if you demonstrate it on a ball, it's never going to amount to be covering a complete coverage on that sphere. 99% would be like only a small, tiny circle. It's not lit on a sphere.
I mean, if that circle covers the entire Pacific Ocean, that would probably get the numbers to work here.
Okay, so
you guys can make anything work, huh? Oh, sorry, did I go ahead?
No, you're right. I'm just trying to figure out what he said. So 12 hours later, no one will have any light, and because the entirety of the sun will be on the Pacific. Well, apart from those in twilight. The Pacific Ocean takes up about 45% of the globe.
Well, I'm trying to think. Would that be? Yeah, I suppose that would make sense. Yeah, if you exclude twilight areas, 12 hours later. Well, no, because some of the people in Twilight at the time, of that photo, there would be getting a lot of direct daylight, so you would have to add those people back in. So I don't know that it would be 1%. It would probably be larger.
We've got everybody in Hawaii, New Zealand, Australia, Papua New Guinea, and all of those areas up there. Those are mostly in daylight. The west coast of America, Alaska, Canada, that would be in twilight. South America, that would be in twilight. Japan, China, Southeast Asia, it's going to have to be in twilight. It's not a huge percent, dude.
I mean, the mental gymnastics are worthy of like an Olympic medal right here.
I'm just staring at that image of the Pacific Ocean on a sphere. That's an awful lot of water.
Not to this chap. He's got to make it work,
According to my calculations.
There you go.
Well, I'm interested in the coverage of light over the spherical surface. 50%, I'll give you more because of twilight and the sky still receiving light from the sun on the sphere. So what, 55%? It's interesting though, we have 65% plus coverage in the summer in the north of the total landmass of the area of the Earth. That's interesting as hell.
Yeah, all speaking. No speaking. 1 hour. This one different.
Yeah, brother, it's better if you could just like not be speaking because you still need a lot of English to learn. So just learn some more English, perhaps, and then you can have a conversation. It's a bit difficult right now for you. So just listen for now, yeah?
Debate. Go debate.
Yeah, shut up, dude. Wouldn't the Earth be like off balance with all that land? You know, covering 50% of it. Be pretty off balance.
Hey, you Australians! I just posted something. You guys have a island about a quarter the size of Australia next to you. What's that called? At least back in the day they made this movie, it was there. Now it's not on the globes anymore.
New Zealand?
It's not New Zealand.
What the hell? Yeah, on the other side of Australia, T-Dub. Not on the east side of the west coast. South of India.
What landmass is that? The hell?
I don't know.
Whoops. Another Glober fuck up. If I were you guys, I'd head that direction.
That's no problem. They just deleted the land.
Mandela effect strikes again.
No, Rayleigh Criterion, they wouldn't put Atlantis next to a prison.
Hey, Ray, when I got the Glober excuse, what year was that was on that map?
It's from the movie Dazed and Confused.
Oh, I was going to say the next year there was a big tidal wave, wiped out that whole landmass. But never mind.
Well, most of the maps pre 1700 had like additional land masses in the north, like near the North Pole area, and then it just disappeared off all the maps after the 1800s, basically, just completely gone. But they had consistently the same landmass on pretty much all the maps from like you look at from like the 15, 16, and early 1700s. See if I can find the video that I was watching about it. He goes over them all.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jin CBR1 here, reporting in. If you can hear my voice, I took the advice of John, one of our colleagues, to visit some of the other servers or rooms in this English hub. One was the vegan, the other one was the Christian one, and the other one was the Muslim one. Okay? Now, with the vegans, they're a little bit hostile. Although I said to them that, I'm semi-vegan myself, I do eat meat. I do think that the animal industry is treating them bad to the point where they're lying about the animals having flu, for example. And they felt that like I was dictating to them when I wasn't. And it got a little bit hostile with them, and they kicked me out twice. So I went back in and I said, look, I'm not being rude to you guys. I came here initially to come and invite you to the Flat Earth server and come and discuss whether or not the Earth is a ball spinning through the universe, or is it flat and stationary? That's all, right? That's all I said. And then they kicked me out again. Okay. We moved to the Christian server. And I said, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are on the Flat Earth. And I said, the reason I've come here is to invite you to the Flat Earth channel to come have a discussion with us and to discuss, the heliocentric model. Is it really there? Is the Earth a ball? Are we flat? Come and discuss. And you know what they said? You know what? We know all about this. Why don't you go to, are you a Muslim? I said, yes, I am. Can you go to the Muslim one and introduce it to them down there? Because they don't seem to think that the Earth is flat down there. I said, oh, yeah, I'm going to do that. And you know what? I've actually got some verses in the Quran that states that, and I'll have that in my hand when I go in there. So I went in there just now, right? I listened to them for like 10 minutes because they were having a discussion. So you wait your turn. And then when I did, I introduced myself. I said, Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Jin. I've come here to introduce you to the Flat Earth.
Oh, thank you.
Flat Earth channel. And then they started getting irate. The Earth is not flat, etc., etc., etc. They said that we must always follow the authorities. That's what Islam teaches us. I said, but did not God give us the right to ask questions? Why do we have to follow the consensus if they're wrong? Yeah, but we have to obey the authorities. I said, what? Even when they are wrong?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, and then they kicked me out. Sorry, there you go. They banned me from that server, the Islamic one. There you go. And I only asked a question. Didn't Allah give us the right to ask questions? Do I not have the right to go and check for myself? But you must follow the authorities. You're going against the Quran. I said, no, I'm not. No, I'm not at all. But then I got kicked out. Boom, banned. There you are. All that lasted about 20 minutes going through those 3 rooms. There you are. See, so there's a lot of hostility out there. I was polite, nice, not pushing anything, just inviting them over here. That's all. We got a little bit ruffled up.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It triggers them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the people in the vegan room, I mean, they've got names like Vegan Jesus and stuff like that. Like, I went in there the other day and, I had a polite conversation with them, but yeah, they're just like kind of like aggressive towards you and stuff. But, I wouldn't bother going in the Muslim chat. All they care about is whatever they get told in their scriptures or from, well, not even by the Quran, from some prophet that, tells them how they've translated the Quran and what it's actually saying is that the Earth's a globe. So some prophet or whatever has told them that it says that it's a globe and they have to listen to that prophet and then they'll just, whatever that prophet says is that's it. And, quite often they've said, we don't care about any evidence or any proof, just whatever the prophets say. We'll just go with that.
The authority.
Over anything.
The authority, they said. The authority. That's what they said.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. They'll go over that, over empirical evidence. Which is crazy.
To them, do I not have, did Allah not give me the right to question everything? Allah gave me that right, did he not? I said. And do I not have the right myself to check that the so-called consensus, the authorities are correct? And if they're wrong, why should I obey them? Because they're saying I should obey. When they are wrong, I must obey. That's when they kicked me out and locked. They banned me. Yeah, they banned me from there.
I'm sorry, can I join?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah,
Please join in.
And I'm willing to listen to what he's saying. because I didn't hear the question that you asked the Muslim people before they ban you.
Yeah. I came in, I said, Assalamu alaikum, welcome everybody. My name is Jin. I've come here to invite you to the flat earth room that we have here. And then they all went crazy there, it's not flat, blah, 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 blah. I said, yeah, but, and you have to follow the authorities. And I said, do I not have the right? Did Allah not give me the right to ask questions to make sure that I'm sure? And I can go and check for myself to make sure. Did Allah not give me those senses? And that's right? And then they said, no, you are to obey the authorities. I said, well, even when they're wrong? And then I got kicked out.
Yeah, I can say to you that's not true, because in the Quran, Allah said, ما أنت عليهم بمسيطر, and that's mean you are not, and you don't have, like, you are not like an owner of the people or a president. You can't control the people. You let them think what they think. If they want to obey to Allah, they do. If they don't want to do this, that's up to the people. So you are you have the right to think the earth is flat and the earth is curved, whatever. That's your choice.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said to them, because you know, I have the right to check. So I've checked and I know that they're not correct. This is why I wanted to invite them over here. And I said, I even posted the verses from the Quran that mentions flat earth. I posted it in that server, you know, the verses that reference from the Quran about flat earth. It's all there, proper. And then invite them to come over and have a discussion about it. That's all. But I got banned from the place, you know what I mean? And I knew they were wrong anyway. I knew they were wrong from the moment they said that's it. Yeah, go ahead.
I can give you evidence that the Quran do say that that the earth is curved, not flat. Yeah, I can give you a verse in Surah An-Nazi'at, okay, that says وَالْأَرْضُ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ دَحَاهَا. All right, that means the earth, God flattened the earth. All right, I know that sounds confusing that I'm saying the earth is curved and then I say God flattened it, but the word dahaha now means flat. In the ancient Arabic mean like the ostrich egg, and you know how the ostrich
egg shape. Dahaha means egg shape, ostrich egg. But the images from NASA are not dahaha. They're not egg shaped. They are perfectly round. Okay, and all the Muslims are looking at those images. They're real, but they're not in the shape of dahaha. Nowhere near an egg. Nowhere near.
I can give you evidence that say that's not true, because the line of Greenwich that in the middle of the earth horizontally is not the same height, the same length that the other line that goes vertically.
Who measured that? Who measured that?
NASA themselves.
Yo, who said
NASA doesn't measure anything. NASA doesn't measure shit.
Yeah. That's right.
Happy, no, it's not going to work out if you just jump in interrupting.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
Yo, what's going on?
Just wait
bro?
a second. A conversation's going on, bruh. Right, so you can go on mute because you just rudely interrupted, bruh.
So
that's brah. That's happy brah.
if NASA doesn't matter, so who else matters? Who can measure them?
The X shape doesn't mean that you are on the outside walking on an egg. That doesn't mean that.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
mean
that
what?
particular scripture actually references that you're inside of that egg on a horizontal plane, so the viewer sees the inside of it. So just like you see the stars above you in a dome, because of your perspective. So that's what it was talking about. That's why it speaks that way.
Wait, let me listen to what Jens put in the chat, and I will talk about it.
Thank you very much. I respect you for doing that. That's good. You know, because it's important to know the truth. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Jim. Just one thing really quickly to Google. we have a flat Earth Islamic flat Earth server. There's tons of Muslims in there. They have so much information. So I don't know if you want to have a look through the information in that channel as well. I could send you the link to the server if you want.
Yeah, you can send me it.
Yeah, I'll send you it now.
Thank you.
But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, what AV just said then. Where does it say they're on the outside of this egg? Most of the ancient cosmologies do show like an egg shape or like a dome-style structure, but the Earth is always a flat plane on the inside of that structure in all of the ancient depictions.
Yep. That's what that particular scripture was referencing.
Yeah, bro. Think about it logically. If the claim is that it's shaped as an egg, it doesn't mean that you are in the outside of the egg. That would be impossible. The contents of the egg are inside, not outside. Just think about it logically.
Yeah, so you can
And
see
if God is telling you that that's the shape, and He's giving you that revelation, that doesn't mean man is looking from the outside. That's God giving you that revelation from the outside of His creation. So He's telling you it's shaped as an egg, but He's looking at it from the outside and telling you that.
So as you can see, Jin's gone out there, tried to burn the bridges and extend an olive branch, and kindly tried, and he's getting banned from one, totally slagged off from the other one, and then redirected from the third one. There you go. It's hard work, all this missionary, flat earth missionary stuff, I tell you.
Yeah, they got a bug in their ear, though. Pretty sure they're mentioning it.
Oh, of course. You know me. And I was polite all the time, of course. That's the best way, No need to be rough. Yeah. Walking on
That's
crisps.
awesome that you did that. Yeah, that's awesome that you did that, because I was referring to like the general chat, not the beginners chat, because we really don't want that many beginners coming in the room. But there's like a serious chat, and then there's chill chat. And those are server chats. That's like for everybody in the server. No, I wasn't saying like go into the individual guest rooms and start chatting with those people. But I'm actually happy you did that, because you probably reached some people who wouldn't have seen the messages in the other chat rooms. So that's cool too.
Jen's basically like, hold my beer.
Yeah.
You never know. There might be some fruit that comes of that, Jen, later on.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I did say to them that Allah didn't teach you to behave the way you're behaving. I said that straight away. That calmed them right down like ice cold water. Boom, bang, right. Just because you're a Muslim doesn't mean you behave like this. It's not what Allah teaches us. Yeah.
Got them right where it hurts, huh?
Yeah. And then when I asked them, did Allah not give me the right to ask questions and then check for myself? That's why He gave us the brain. No, you have to follow the authorities. Well, even when they're wrong, boom, I'm out of the server.
That's cold water right there. That's a bucket of ice water right there.
Yeah, out of the server. And as I went back in, padlock. So I'm locked out. Wow. Couldn't shut that door quick enough, could they?
The truth still got to them, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Allahu Akbar. Yeah, the truth got to them. And I said to them, yeah, I'm a Muslim. I'm not a practicing Muslim. And then they asked me for the 5 pillars of Islam. And I told to them straight, bang, 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 bang. Yeah. They can, I'm sure they thought I was a troll.
They got to wake up bright and early to get one over on you, Jen.
You know that. I even had the verses ready. And I got, let me just post this. Let me just post these verses so you know they're there. Okay. Your questions now. Yeah, it was nice. I enjoyed it. Even though I got ruffled up, I enjoyed it.
Yeah. You can't beat any geek off the street. You got to be handy with that steel, if you know what I mean.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
You're pretty quick and sharp, man. You're one of those, like, in the old West, you would have been one of those fast shooters, you know?
Yeah.
Those sharpshooters.
Yeah, absolutely. You know it. You know it. Fate favors the prepared. You know what I mean?
Part of it, I think, is timing. You have to get in there right when they were making a comment about, like, how they're practicing Muslims, and then you got them right with well, if we're brothers and you're kicking me out, what does that speak about what you're saying about it?
Yeah, yeah. They were very hostile and negative, and I said, Allah doesn't teach you to behave like that. That's not what Islam is about. Right. So they had to wake up there. Yeah, that got them stone cold. Bosh, cold water. Bit like Clint Eastwood. You know, Clint Eastwood did that in a movie, yeah? There was some guy losing his temper. Oh, that was it in fucking, what's the name of that movie? I've forgotten it now. Like Josie Wales. It was the one he did before Josie Wales. Yeah. Where there was a scene where a guy was giving it so much noise and totally bullying a guy that was weaker than him, and he was being bullied. And then Clint Eastwood just grabs a bucket of cold water and just throws it on him. Bosh. Stopped him in his tracks. I thought that was a good move. Yeah. Lovely. He made some good movies, didn't he? Clint Eastwood. He did some good moral movies.
Oh,
moral father.
Yeah. But I'll talk to you about that off in some other place, like Chill Chat, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah.
We got a few guys in here. Well, Google's still looking some stuff up, I guess.
Yeah.
Just Ross is in here. We got Keeb in here. Neeb or Keeb?
Kiev.
Got Mikey's in here. Mikey Soul. Welcome.
Nice one, Mikey Soul. Any questions you got? You ask us. Don't worry, it won't rock our world. So you ask us anything. We're here to serve you the answers you're looking for, which will be the truth, of course.
We got Fort Craft in here. Welcome, Fort Craft.
Yeah. You're doing some outreach missionary work. I love it.
And if any of you Globers are confused about shapes, I can give you a triangle test.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I love that one.
Yes.
That's my favorite part, actually.
Yeah.
You think that people would know about shapes, early on in their life, but I don't know.
Radwin, what would you say would be the pass-fail percentages? What percentage of globe earthers fail that test? Would you
99%. We've only had two people that passed. Well, you can't just say you post it and they pass that part, because there's other parts that go to it. When it comes down to the whole thing, it's 100% failure, because once you tell them you can't have triangles on the surface of a ball, they go into rage mode, and that's a failure.
So no one.
Jin, the Muslim guy sent you a message in the side chat there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me have a look and see what he sent me.
We got Bombi Dagroot. Bombi Dagroot, welcome.
Just Ross is doing anything possible to stay on a globe, even though he knows for a fact the Earth is flat. They still somehow want to deny it over and over. It's some kind of mental disability, I think, with these guys.
Yeah, I was telling Jedi earlier, he did some like heavy mental gymnastics worthy of an Olympian gold medal. Because we were talking about, I think you were, I don't know if you were listening or not, but we're talking about the coverage of sunlight on the Earth, and it's like couldn't possibly happen on the globe, and he just like, well, yeah, it can work according to my calculations. Yeah,
he hasn't calculated anything.
You got to keep the dream alive somehow, I guess.
Somehow, if you write calculations on a piece of paper, that is proof.
Yeah. He's like, I didn't factor in the twilight hour, so well, including those, yeah, works.
If that were true, then things at my job, they write it on paper and then we go to put it into reality and then things don't fit. So I guess writing things on paper is not reality.
Does that guy want to challenge you, Jen? Sounds like it in the text anyway. Oh, well. I heard somebody say that they clicked on our tag and they couldn't go to the server. That this says that the server's private. So is that
Depends on who the person is wearing the tag.
Oh, really?
All my stuff's blocked and private. So if you click on mine, that's what you get. That's what people show me.
Huh. It doesn't give you a link to the server? It just says it's blocked or private?
It doesn't do anything. It just says, I don't know what it says. It doesn't give you a link, because if it gave you a link, you'd be able to click on it. They can't get to it from clicking on mine.
That was weird. I always thought if they clicked on your profile and they see that tag there, they could just click the tag and go to the server, but I guess not.
It does work most of the time.
Is there like a bug there, DJ?
It could be a bug, yeah. Or it could mean that they're already server banned or something from the home server. I'm not sure. Because I don't know if you remember that guy called Witchcraft. He's been in the home server for many years. But
I think it depends on the private settings of the person that you're clicking on their tag. So I think it depends on whose tag you're clicking on.
But he was already on my friend list, right? And he clicked on my tag and it said, the same thing. It said it was private, and then I unbanned him from the home server. And then he was able to click on it and it worked. So I don't know. Sometimes it means they're banned. Sometimes it seems to be like maybe it's the settings, like you said, John, like the privacy settings on the particular person.
Weird,
maybe it's
right?
a bug. Yeah, that's why I put like the discord.gg/flat earth URL at the top of my profile. So when they click on the tag or on my profile, they can just click the direct link.
Well, I mean, just to be efficient, I wanted to make use of that's why I put the tag on, because I thought it was going to lead them back to the server. But it was a random person in here, so I don't think they're banned from the server per se. So they could have just clicked on my profile, then clicked on the tag and went to the server. But, he said it's private. So I'm like, what? I don't get that. So I probably need to test it out with somebody else that I don't know and see if it works or it doesn't work. We got Double O that just joined us. Welcome. Ampri joined us as well. Welcome, Ampri. Jedi, you still here?
Yeah, he might rejoin the server in a minute, right, to discuss these verses. So we'll wait and see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm already here.
Oh, right, brilliant. Oh, that's it. Well done. So, what did you think about what the video, the content has to say?
So it has some, I can say, like, not completed ideas. Like, I can give you a point after point.
Yeah.
So the first thing I want to talk about is like the person in the video said that God in the Quran said the earth is flat. So, and that's not true. What God really said was like it's spread it out. It's not like really flat. It's not like saying that the shape is flat. It's just spread out.
Okay,
So
let me just ask you one question there. When you spread out a carpet, or a picnic sheet, we're spreading it out flat, aren't we? We're not spreading it out over a dome, over a curved surface. Usually when you spread out a sheet, it's always laid out flat, you see. And then you put stones on the corner so the wind doesn't pick it up and take it away. So clearly in our lives, when we lay out a sheet or a carpet or anything, it's always over a flat surface generally because we want to eat our meal. We don't eat our meals, our picnics, on hills that are lumpy and that because you can't set the cups, you can't pour the drinks, things will slip and fall over. Yeah, that's why that translation is accurate to the way we live. But you carry on anyway.
That's a good point, and I can tell you something else. That if you got like a bowl and you got a flat carpet, and that is way smaller than the bowl, and you put it on it, it will be flat. So that's what the
no. That now I'm sorry. No, that wait a minute.
No.
I have to stop you there. A circle, no matter how big it is or how small it is a circle. So if I have to look at a circle that is microscopic and I need to look through it through a microscope, it's still going to be 300 degrees. There is no flat spot in a circle. I'm an engineer, so I know this. Okay, there is not one point on a spherical ball that is flat, because it's a continuously curving. That's why we use the ball bearings in engineering, in wheels, bicycle wheel hubs, motorcycle wheel hubs, engine crankshafts. These things have bearings and they're smooth and round. So no, it doesn't matter how big that ball, it will never ever have a flat spot. And if it does have one in engineering, we put it in the scrap as a reject because it's not perfectly spherical. So that what you make as a statement is flawed. Sorry.
Yeah,
I cannot accept it.
You got a point, because I really said that the Earth is not like a perfect circle. I said it's like more like ostrich egg. An ostrich egg it's not a perfect circle. So the Earth.
Correct, but the image is coming from NASA. But the image is coming from NASA that most of the Muslims believe and hold on to. That is a perfect circle. It's not anywhere near an egg, ostrich egg, and I've eaten ostrich egg myself. It is not that shape. The image we get from NASA is not an ostrich egg. Can you see the discrepancy already? So there's a problem there.
No, it's more like an ostrich egg because it's too big that you can notice the that is not a perfect circle.
Yeah, I say again, yeah, the images that are coming from NASA that people are believing in, that would include Muslims as well. That image, when you take it and you check the line, the circle, it's perfectly circular. It is not oblate. It is not an egg shape. An egg shape and an oblate are different, okay? And they're neither of those. They are perfectly circular. You know the image, NASA, blue marble. Do you want me to post one so you can see it? You know the image? That's perfectly circular. It's not an egg shape.
Yeah, but even in an egg shape, it wouldn't be any flat spots on an ostrich egg either, sir.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. No, that's a good point as well. See, even in an egg shape, there's no flat spots. Yeah. Okay. So please carry on anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but my ping is high, so I didn't really heard what you said. So if you can repeat the idea of it, I'll be so appreciated.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I said that and it was pointed by my colleague here that even an egg shape doesn't have a flat spot because it's continuously curving, you see. There's nowhere on an egg shape that is flat. Whether you enlarge it to be very big or very small, it will always have curvature that is smooth, uninterrupted, no flat surface anywhere on an egg. Nowhere.
Yeah, it's quite true and it's quite not. And we'll tell you why. And on an egg or on a circle, a perfect circle, even if it's perfect, if you make it too big, okay, it will not be like flat spots on it, but you are too small that you see the range you see.
Okay.
It seems like it's a flat. Okay, it's a flat.
Unfortunately, that also is not true because a circle that is 360 degrees or an egg shape, no matter how big I am or how small I am, I must be able to measure it. Okay? It cannot not be there. It has to be there because it is an egg shape. So if I'm tiny, I'm still going to be able to measure it. If I'm a giant, I'm still going to be able to measure it. You see what I mean? So that statement is flawed again. It's no good because I can measure. We can. Allah has given us the tools, and even with our own eyes and hands, to feel. Even so, now we've made tools now with our hands and our senses. We have made tools that can measure. We've got units of numbers that can help us measure the curvature. And a spherical ball, an oblate or an egg shape, has curvature. It can never be flat, and it can never be that we cannot measure it. So that's not true. Sorry. We cannot accept that.
No, but we're like we measured it and we found that the horizontal line is not the same as the vertical one.
The horizontal line is horizontal and the vertical is vertical. They're two different perpendicular. We're talking about curvature though. This is the key point here now. Okay? Remember this. NASA images are perfectly spherical. Okay? Then they say it's oblate. And then the Quran says dahaha, which is the egg, ostrich egg. None of these are matching up to what we actually are measuring for real in our reality. That's why we say it's flat. We're not measuring any of these things. No curvature anywhere. We're measuring flat, no curvature. We've checked. Allah says you must check everything. We've checked it.
Yeah, and I did check it, and it says that it's not perfect.
Who checked it? Who checked it? Who?
I researched it.
Who? Who is that?
It's not him. Did he check it?
Who gave us the info?
Yeah, who was that? Just tell me who that person was. Are you talking about the governments and their agencies? Those people? The authorities?
Like it doesn't matter who gave us the
Oh,
info.
actually, it does matter who. And as my colleague just asked you, did you check it, or are you just believing them without checking?
How would I check it? And also, how would you check what you said?
Okay, that's a good question. Okay, so when we go to school and they tell us it's a globe, okay, when you get to like secondary school, they give you the numbers. You know, the circumference is 24,901 miles. Then you can get a radius of that, 3,959 miles. So now we've got some numbers that we can go and check.
The Earth is flat as a pancake. I already know.
Thank you. Okay,
Right,
so you can actually check it. We have the tools and instrumentation. Do you know what to know the tools? Let me give you the tools quickly. First of all, we have long-range telescopes, short-range telescopes. Then we have GPS. Then we have theodolites, what the geodetic surveyors are using. Okay. Then we have laser beam tests. Then we have radio signals, sonar, and radar. And then we have aeroplanes, submarines, their torpedoes, ships, hot air balloons. Okay. So far, so good. Those technologies right there are proving that the Earth is flat. Any one of those you choose will show you a flat Earth.
Then why aren't you solving?
Okay, how does a torpedo show the Earth is
Can
flat?
you provide evidence?
Yes, we
Why aren't we falling out?
Yeah, we can provide evidence of flat Earth.
Oh,
yeah,
please.
of course, measurements, long distance observations.
mind?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
But why
Can
aren't we
anybody
falling
do that?
out of the Earth then?
Can anybody do that?
We got a lot
Otherwise,
of speakers in here. Let the gentleman that asked the question kind of have the conversation. Too many speakers, we're not going to know who's asking the question. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, it was me.
How do
Go
you
ahead,
tell if a torpedo makes the Earth flat? I do not
This
understand,
isn't like
sir.
one of those chats that you can interrupt. It's not like one of those chats. Go ahead,
Okay,
Axiom.
okay.
Kick him out, bro. Kick him out.
Oh, wait. You mean it's my turn?
Yes, please ask your question.
Oh, what shall I ask? Okay, I can ask something, but I'm gonna question. I'm gonna question that. I'm gonna question the thoughts that Earth is flat. You know, and I can provide evidence.
Oh, you got
Water is your source.
Are you
Water is your source.
My source, it's me. You know, my source is me, and I can prove it that the Earth it's not flat.
Okay,
you go ahead and tell us. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you guys believe that the Earth
No,
is flat?
don't start with you guys believe. Just present the information.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we don't believe anything.
Some
We
people
know.
believe. Okay, I'm not pointing at anyone. You know. So, but it seems that people are interrupting. You know. After all, so let's say some people believe that the Earth is flat. It's okay. Some people believe the Earth is a spheroid, and it's larger in the equator because of the spinning. Blah blah. People know this. So, how to prove that we don't fall from the Earth if it's flat or spheroid? Because some people say it's gravity, some other people say it's pressure. So I believe people that believe the Earth is flat, they say we don't fall from Earth because we have pressure, right? Is this correct?
No, that's not correct. We don't say those words. No, we don't say.
Well, the other
we don't
day-
say we don't
the other-
fall from Earth.
At the same time, we've been. Yeah, hold on, dude. At the same time, we're asking you to present your evidence that the Earth is a globe. Can you present the evidence that the Earth is a globe? Because you said you had that. So we're willing to listen to you as long as you're presenting the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Don't say, well, you flat earthers or anything to do with flat Earth. Only talk about the information that gives the Earth as a globe based on. Yes.
Well, yes. Okay. I
So
have
give me only the
evidence
information. Only the information that the Earth is a globe. Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you the reply in two parts. First part, it's my evidence. It's based on stuff that I don't know if you guys believe. It's based on.
Don't worry about that. Just give it to us.
Wait, I'm just saying that it's provided by satellites, spaceship that went to other places, and they have devices to measure. So they all agree from different countries.
All right,
they
all
all
right.
agree that.
Yeah, dude, hold
wait,
on,
wait,
hold
I
on.
didn't finish. This is part one.
Wait, no. This is part one is already messed up.
Wait.
Part one, you need. Okay, what we want
Let me finish
is
because I want.
Yeah, hold on, sir.
Maybe part two.
Sir.
Okay, go ahead.
You need to be hyper specific when you mention satellites. You have to pick one. Pick one
I
specific
will.
one. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm outlining what needs to be done here, right? It can't just be you saying all the satellites and everything confirms. Therefore, you have to go specifically to a specific satellite and what.
Listen,
Hold on.
He said
And then-
something that's crazier than that. He said spaceships traveling. That's delusional.
Okay, why?
Yeah,
have you been in
you
NASA? I've been.
Yeah,
I've
what,
been.
dude? You
So I saw that.
yeah, hold on a minute. Wait. You're giving people standards that you can't even provide. Have you done the
Really,
things that you're saying? So we're looking for evidence that the Earth is a globe based on something. You can, sir.
No, that's you,
dude. Let me finish. So how you
said
can prove
you
it?
let me talk. Okay.
Yeah, how you can prove it to us is going to be with specifics, right? And only things that you can provide evidence that you can tell us how you know.
Okay.
Not based on. Listen, if somebody else has tested the method and you can tell us the method, that's fine. But if you've done something to prove it to yourself, then we want to know that.
No, I didn't do a spaceship or a satellite because please don't interrupt. So, of course, I didn't do it. To make something in this world, people need something called collaboration. Because if you want to do a project, let's say you want to do the atomic bomb, even if you know all the mathematics, all the mechanics, all the quantum mechanics, everything. To split the atom, you're not going to make an atomic bomb because you need people to work on the projects. You need people to feed the people that are working. You need houses. You need a lot of people working together.
Do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe or not?
Nobody cares about the background of the history of the guy.
Wait. Let me. So this is like so. I need to make a satellite or a spaceship or something that puts stuff in order. You need
we understand what you're saying. We need brevity. We understand what you're saying. It's a collaborated effort.
So okay. I'm gonna
departmentalization, there are going to be various people working on a task who may not, all be aware of all the ins and outs, but they were working towards a specific goal that they could not do alone. I said that.
There is thousands of people.
Now here's the problem though. Because I'm going to ask you after that rigmarole, I'm going to say, okay, the first thing you said when you came in here is that you're going to prove that the Earth is not flat. So
exactly,
if it's going to have anything to do with satellites, okay, so the Earth is not flat because of satellites, and explain why.
It's not because of satellites.
Well, if it's not
you
that,
are assuming.
then it's not pertinent. Then it's not pertinent because the question to you was, okay, well, what was told to you was, okay, validate what you said. Because you're talking about how the Earth is not flat. So we don't care about the satellites then if that's not proving anything.
Okay. Why you don't care?
Because it's not pertinent. You just said it doesn't have anything to do with your premise, which was proving the Earth wasn't flat.
Yes,
that's why.
I can provide evidence.
That's why we don't care.
Okay. But
so if you're gonna actually validate your so you're gonna validate your premise and how you can prove the Earth is not flat. Are you going to do that?
Yes. So I'm gonna do that by proving that if the Earth is flat, people will fall.
That's a question. That's not proof.
No, that's not a question. That's an affirmation.
Fall where?
Because the other day, let me explain. So the other day I was here, and there was a guy saying, "Wait. Wait,
I don't
the other
care
day I
about
was
the other
in.
day. I don't care
Yes,
about the
yes.
other day. I'm not the other
I
guy.
must tell you the context. I must tell you the context.
I'm gonna slow you
There
down.
was a
'cause I don't
guy.
like.
There was a guy.
I don't like.
There was like two, 3 people here saying,
Or do I
"Look,
have the
we
capability
have
in this?
we don't have
My
gravity."
God, bro.
Can I speak or not? You can be
Just
silent.
wait a second, Axion, hold on a second, man. Look, the conversation is not going well at the moment. Let Elijah say his thing and then just respond to Elijah and go back and forth. Simple as that, bro. Otherwise, it's chaos.
Yeah, so,
right?
But
Well, just let Elijah say his
right.
thing.
Yes, okay, let me explain the point. The point is, the other guy told me, people
So he's
are
gonna be
Earth because we have pressure. So I asked, why the atmosphere?
I don't
Why the
understand why.
atmosphere?
Like he's gonna continue to talk
You
regardless.
don't allow people to
Like,
talk.
and that's
This is being live streamed, but you don't
disrespectful.
allow people
You
to
just
talk.
gave him a request and he's doing the opposite. His mic is not on mute. So you
Axiom,
came in
you just-
here saying you prove that the earth is not flat. So you doing that is
There is this
literally
idea. There is this idea. There is this idea that
So when you say I can prove the earth is flat, because if it's flat, where do people fall off, or do people fall off? And I said, from where? Where would they fall? That's the question. That's it. Where would they fall?
This guy's too scatterbrained to answer your questions. He just goes off.
Well, I don't have mod capabilities.
there is a pressure because we are inside a container.
He was still
and this
talking.
container has
He was
pressure
talking
inside.
the whole time. Dude, you were talking the whole time.
Well, you don't allow me to elaborate.
Yeah,
so
he
what can I
can't.
do?
I mean, come on.
Isn't this real? You guys say that there is a container with a flat Earth inside, and
the container
the
doesn't have
atmosphere.
anything to
The
do with
atmosphere.
pressure. Doesn't have anything to do with whether or
There is
not
pressure inside.
something falls off the earth. So we can't.
No, wait.
Because
Let's
he's
forget
not going
the
to
falling. Forget
stop
the falling. Okay. Let's forget the falling.
So,
So you have
no,
this
we're
container.
gonna get to.
Why
how
don't you guys don't
prove
want to
the
talk about the container? Because I can easily prove
I want you to
that
get
there
to.
is no pressure. There is no pressure inside
Can
of that.
somebody like do a better job at modding?
But we didn't mute him so he could say his shit, and then now when we mute him, he's fucking not listening to you, bro.
Well, that's the thing. He's not going to stop talking, so we got to pick someone else,
I won't
or
stop
just let him take control of the room and not answer anybody. Is that because how is anybody going to learn anything from that?
Let him get it all out.
He did.
Well, he didn't.
I see. Because he's grappling to he's grappling for some sort of straw, because his premise is that he can prove that the earth is not flat. Everything out of his mouth is not that. Everything.
Just let him elaborate.
Yeah, and there was part one. He's got part two yet to come. So let's listen.
I think he just dipped out of here anyway.
You guys are terrible cashiers. Like, people can walk up to you and give you all types of shit. Sticks, Monopoly money, gum.
Yeah, this is the English channel. We're letting them talk so that they can practice their English too. So we have to let them talk.
Exactly. It's this is ESL, 5th grade or something.
Yeah, because they're beginners to English. English is not their first language. So we've got to take some of the nonsense in order to get through to them. So it's okay. It was going all right. Nothing went wrong there, really. It's just that obviously he was challenged. Clearly, the Quran verses that I gave him on that video challenged him, and then he tried to, water it down. And I didn't allow him to do that. And then Miggy came in, and then Elijah came in, which is good.
That was a different guy. That was a different guy. Google's the guy you were talking about. He's still in here.
Yeah, Google.
You know why they have a funny way of framing conversations. Like we gotta get beyond the psychology, like because we wouldn't allow a 5-year-old to address us in any kind of way outside of proper context. We would not allow that, but we allow adults to do that. Like, and I'm trying to give us a spiritual awareness boost here, because the reason that I've wasted so much time is I've been talking to 5-year-olds who can give a crap about, a linear conversation. We don't have to do that. So one way that they frame this conversation, you guys have never said the Bible proves that the earth isn't a globe. You're like, the Bible is a flat earth book. Fair enough. I've done the same thing. But have you considered that seeing is that everybody is focused on shape and dimension, and seeing is that flat is not, a shape at least, nor is it the complete dimensions of the earth that we have. We do know that the Bible states that God said you can't have that. So that proves that the earth is not a sphere, period. We don't even have to talk about whether or not we're on a horizontal plane or all of these other points. The bottom line is, well, God said that you don't know the dimensions of the earth. And here you are trying to tell me that you believe in these dimensions. So it's like we continuously go on the defense for what?
So, do you think the earth is flat?
It measures that way.
Can you prove it?
Yeah.
Can you send me the evidence that the earth is flat?
You ever been in a plane?
Yes, many times.
Okay, the miles that you went from point A to point B was a level horizontal straight path.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's right. What do you mean?
You're welcome.
Well, that doesn't prove the earth is flat.
Well, if flat is synonymous with horizontal, straight, and linear,
no, it's not.
Elijah, we talked to this guy for like 4 hours the other day. Have fun with him.
I'm not. I already said what I said. He's not about to tell me that the things that we know aren't. Like, the conversation is already over.
What's the name of that guy? Rug? Is that who you're talking to?
Yeah, Ruga Peso.
Ruga Peso.
Flat,
Yeah, he's from
horizontal,
Portugal.
linear, straight, all synonyms. So if he's going to say, no, they're not, the fuck, how do you respond to that? You really expect me to have a conversation with somebody who's going to deny that that's the case?
I can. No, that's not the point. The point is, I study. I'm doing my master in aerospace engineering, and I know for a fact that airplanes don't work that way.
I was about to tell you, he's studying to become an aerospace engineer.
All right. So if there's any evidence that you are presenting with an airplane, what would it be so that you can say that the Earth is a globe? Ruga Peso?
Because the distance would be distorted in a flat map. So if the Earth was flat, distances would be distorted.
Non-sequitur.
Distances are distorted on a flat map? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's a non-sequitur device. All right. Well, okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to hear if exactly that's what he said. Are you saying that distances are distorted on a map? Ruga Peso?
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, all the distance, all flight plans would be all distorted.
Yeah, but
So
why are you?
What's that got to do with what I put to you?
Because you can go in a straight line in a flat in a globe. You just need to go straight, even in a globe.
That was not contradictory. You just contradicted yourself.
Cannot travel straight, maintaining altitude on a curved surface. You would literally have to pitch downwards to rotate. It's not a straight line. It would be a curved line around a sphere.
No, it wouldn't be curved. It's still a straight line. It's not a curved line.
No, no.
You're not
You
changing
misunderstand.
directions.
No, I
He's
understand what
trying
you
to
mean
believe
about
it, bro.
not changing directions, but I'm talking about negotiating around a sphere. You said that's a straight line. The surface of the Earth is curved, so the flight of the aircraft traveling across the Earth would have to be curved. It's straight. I posted the pitch data and the recorded data from the aircraft in the side chat if you want to look at it. What I'm talking about is rotation of the aircraft around a sphere 360 degrees. You said it was straight. That's a contradiction to travelling over a curve.
Thank you, Jedi.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt this point?
No, can you deal with what he posted in the chat to validate and confirm that what he said is sound?
I will talk on the same point. Like a plane.
So can you validate that what he said was sound, and can you directly respond to what he said?
He said that if you're traveling in a plane, it will go in a straight line, and if it's the Earth's globe, you need to pitch the nose of the plane every now and then, so you continue the curve. That's what he said, right?
Do you have to travel if the surface underneath you is curved? In order to follow it, do you have to travel in a straight line or in a
Yeah,
curved path?
because if the Earth was a globe, you would have to constantly change directions, and you don't do that.
You gotta mute him because we're going to talk to one person at a time who's going to answer the questions.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I will take this. So hear me out.
Listen, I gave you two options, unless you think there's a third.
What was there? What was they?
Straight or curved.
So you go straight. But why you go straight?
So,
That's
so
what,
if the
what I
surface
will be
is
talking
curved,
about.
let me repeat. If the surface underneath you is a continuously curving surface, in order to follow that surface, do you have to go straight or curved with the continuing curved surface?
If there was no gravity, you should curve every now and then, but there is gravity. It pull you to the surface. So if you go straight, yeah, gravity will
So if it's
continue
pulling you towards the surface, then it's pulling you in a curved path. Yes or no?
It pulling me what?
If it's pulling you towards the surface and the surface is a continuously curving one, then it's pulling you in a curved path. Yes or no?
It curved me to it pulled me to the surface. It's not like it's curving me. It's curving me around.
Okay, is the surface curving?
What you mean by
Yes or no?
by the surface curving?
Is the surface of the earth curving? Yes or no?
Yeah, it does because it's a globe.
Are you traveling above that surface and maintaining the same height above that surface?
Yeah, we do, and I will give you an example of that.
So then that would be a curved path then, wouldn't it?
It will be.
Thank you, Jedi. Please pick it up.
Okay, so in the side chat, I posted the recorded data. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
So as long as you understand that we're talking about, you said straight. You can't travel straight on a curved surface, especially if you're trying to maintain altitude. Your path by necessity is curved. What I have posted in the side chat is the recorded data from an aircraft that was traveling at altitude, maintaining that altitude for over 2 hours whilst traveling 500 miles an hour. You'll notice that the pitch of the aircraft is positive. If the aircraft is having to change its pitch to negotiate the curved surface to maintain altitude, its pitch would be negative. Do you understand?
No, it wouldn't. That's a lie.
Sorry, it's not a lie. What are
You're
you talking
lying.
about? What specific part is a lie?
Yeah, you don't need to change your pitch in the airplane to
Sorry,
keep
do you understand
maintain
what a
altitude. No, we
tangent
don't.
is? Do you understand what
I
a
know
tangent?
that's a lie. You don't. You're lying.
Sorry, it sounds like you just want to interrupt me. You're saying that I'm lying because I'm pointing out that an aircraft traveling in one circumference of the sphere would have to
Same
rotate
force is applying to the airplane. The entire.
Why do you have to speak through me? That's rude. You've accused me of lying, sir. I'm trying to point out that I have not lied. I'm pointing out the rotation of an aircraft circumference 360 degrees. The aircraft would have to continually pitch negatively, not positively, as demonstrated in the side chat with the pitch data, because to maintain horizontal flight, the aircraft is pitched ever so slightly above the horizontal at a speed. Now, which part of what I said is a lie?
Because the same forces that are being applied in the airplane are the same ones in all the flight.
What are you talking about?
Trajectory. So you have all the forces.
Tell me what part was a lie.
Because you don't need to change pitch when you change trajectory. Because all the forces are applying the same equally.
You don't need to change pitch when you rotate.
You're not
Do you know
rotating.
what rotation is?
You're not rotating.
You're not rotating around a sphere 300. Welcome to flat Earth.
You're not rotating. No.
Welcome to flat Earth. We know.
No, but that's not the point. You're misunderstanding.
So
You're calling it flat Earth.
That would necessitate rotation. For
That's not the meaning of rotation.
For example, to keep it simple for you, an aircraft flying above the North Pole horizontal would have to change its pitch by 90 degrees when it reached the equator.
They wouldn't.
It wouldn't. Then you don't understand very simple flight geometry.
Okay, they wouldn't. I'm sorry, they wouldn't.
You're just saying, nuh-uh, it wouldn't. You need to provide citation or something to back yourself up instead of just saying, nuh-uh. You'll notice why are you talking? You'll notice I have posted the relevant information as recorded by the aircraft. You are just saying, nuh-uh, no, it wouldn't, demonstrating you don't understand this very simple geometric aviation principle.
No, that's a lie. That's why I'm an engineer. You're not, Because
No, you're not an engineer. Don't sit there and claim to be. If you can't read this chart, you're not an engineer.
It's just nuh-uh. That's all you've got. Can I speak to somebody else, please?
Axion wants to prove the Earth is a globe to you, Jedi.
Oh, awesome stuff.
Look. Who is Professor Triangle? It's Jedi?
No, I'm Professor Triangle. I give out the triangle test.
Oh, okay.
But we haven't determined if you need one yet.
What?
Oh, and by the way, sorry, I justified why you were lying. I justified it.
Sorry, you've been asked to be quiet. You've not justified. You just said, I'm an engineer, and nuh-uh.
The same forces are being applied on
rotation. I demonstrated the aviational physics that would have to apply when obviously flying over a curved surface that is continually descending and down and away from you. You're just going, nuh-uh. Your best resort is to call me a liar. That's basically an ad hominem, my friend.
No.
And a liar, you're an engineer.
I believe that he's trying to say that the gravity it's always the same in all points.
So the aircraft would rotate due to gravity?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be recorded, wouldn't it? It would be recorded, wouldn't it?
No.
No, it wouldn't be recorded. So the aircraft needs to know its orientation in free space.
Maybe you can check the altitude. If you go straight, the altitude will always be the same because it's following the Earth's curvature.
You'd have to pitch down to do that, to follow the Earth's curvature.
But I didn't come here to talk about that. I came here to talk about the container that is surrounding Earth.
That's lovely, but I don't really care. Right? You don't understand the physics. You've just said gravity would take care of it. Well, that's down, which is perpendicular to horizontal.
No, I understand the physics. So can I explain?
Yeah, do you understand the rotation? Do you understand the rotation? Me and you are not going to get on well. Do you understand the rotational vector of the aircraft? On circumference of the sphere.
Never mind. I don't want.
I'm not going to talk to you then.
Yes. What?
I said I'm not going to bother talking to you then.
So you don't want to talk about the container and the pressure inside the container?
So it's got nothing to do with the container. Told you I didn't want to talk to you unless you talk to me about this.
Story. It's a different story.
Yeah, you want to change subjects. I'm not interested in changing subjects.
Yes.
I want to talk about this.
Okay. So I came here because I was talking with Professor Triangle about this, in the chat.
Speak to him then.
Huh?
Speak to him then. You've already annoyed me because you jumped into a conversation and now you don't want to have the conversational topic. It's just rude.
Okay, so Professor Triangle, do you want to talk? So maybe you don't want to talk about container because there is the container that surrounds Earth with pressure, so the atmosphere doesn't stay near the soil. I guess nobody is interested because I can defy your idea about this pressure and
Google the issue. Google the issue here.
I don't need
is that
any
you
Google.
interrupt
I'm
the
smoking a cigarette, in the balcony.
Dude,
I just want to prove you guys
listen.
wrong.
Listen, brother, you interrupted a conversation between Jedi and Rugapeso about a totally different
He
subject.
said it was over.
And now you
No,
want to
I
interject.
told him he could come in. He didn't interrupt. I told him he was up next.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's
see?
not what Jedi said.
At least
That's
it
not what
was
Jedi
Professor
said.
Triangle's book.
Ruga post Peso was done. All he has is na-ahs and na-ahs. That was it. That's all he had. So he can just sit there for a while. This other guy's waited for like an hour.
Yeah. At least this
So
guy's
you
nice,
think you can defy the second law of thermodynamics, do you?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay,
so you think you can defy the second law of thermodynamics, do you?
The second law of thermodynamics is about entropy?
Yeah, gas expansion into a vacuum mixing of ideal gases, a fusion.
Yes, so
yeah.
So I'm going to explain this really in an easy way, something that people can do, because the assumption that there is pressure inside the container pushing the atmosphere down and pushing people down, maybe, because that's gravity, because if you are inside the container, there is pressure, and there is pressure, something is generating the pressure, right?
Yeah, what causes pressure?
Do you know? Yeah, I'm asking
what
you. You are
causes
the one
pressure?
who believe on this, not me.
I'm asking
I
you what
believe on
causes
gravity.
pressure.
Pressure is a force.
No. What causes
now you,
gas pressure?
Wait, now you look like the other guy.
Excuse me. What causes gas pressure?
Gas pressure. You need a force to create pressure. Because
Excuse me.
So what
force,
applies gas?
Excuse me.
What
The
causes
force
gas
comes from the gas that has kinetic energy, right? That's the thing that's in motion. It collides with the walls of its container, as very eloquently explained in the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT, where pressure is solved by the force of the gas over the area.
I told you there is a force. Where does the force come from?
Sorry, temperature. That's the movement of the gas that has kinetic energy.
That's the sun.
Excuse
I know the idea
You're
that
not
you
going to
guys
get
have.
onto a very
the
good
sun.
start if you ask a question and then start talking through me.
Okay, talk, and then I talk.
Thank you. You asked where it came from. That's the temperature as expressed in PV equals nRT. Gas in kinetic molecular theory has kinetic energy given to it by temperature. Because of the temperature, the gas moves. The description of the movement of gas is constant, straight line motion until it has a physical collision with other gas molecules, all the walls of the container in the defined volume. The cause of gas pressure is the force that the gas that's moving colliding with the walls of its container.
So, can I talk now?
You understand what I just said? Or do you require citation?
No.
So you understand what I just said then?
I understand, but I don't agree. I disagree.
Okay, so you don't agree that containment causes pressure, as expressed in PV equals nRT. Boyle's law, Charles' law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's
let
law,
me explain.
Brownian motion, and the
let me know when I can
kinetic theory of gases. You disagree with this, do you?
Let me know when I can talk.
Sorry, I'm asking you what you disagree with.
Do I have to list it off again? Because I want to know if you disagree with them or not. We'll start with Boyle's law. Do you disagree with Boyle's law? You do. That the force of the gas in a defined volume is proportional to the amount of gas in the volume. You disagree with that?
Don't be mad, dude. This is a Discord BC, dude. So, I'm gonna explain you. So, if you are in the soil, never. Let's say the sun is eating the earth. So
why are you not answering my question?
I did said yes. I agree.
Okay, so you said that you disagreed.
Because you bring this, I'm going to bring something else.
Good,
can I?
So we agree. Right.
Can I disagree on another
container? Before you start talking about soil.
Can I show you some other?
Do you agree that the cause of gas pressure is a container?
You just want me to say yes?
Yes, because that's what we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes.
Maybe you do agree with me.
I want you to agree or not.
Look, I will agree after I talk. Can I?
No, I want you to agree with what I've stated, and then you can continue.
You're gonna say I agree, and then you should.
If you do not agree, then we're going to have to talk about this some more before you can continue.
You just want, dude. You must be coherent. You know, if you are talking with me, you're just not going to state some laws because you don't believe in the majority of the laws that exist in physics.
Don't define my thoughts. Have you got a crystal ball?
Okay, so but why you are trying to define my ideas?
No, I just want you to. You asked what pressure. I went through it. Asked you if you agreed. You said no. I went through it again.
I don't need
agree that the container causes pressure.
I'm gonna prove that you are wrong with the straw.
I just want you to agree or not, and then we can move on.
Can I prove that you are wrong with a simple straw? Everybody can do this experiment.
So you don't think that a container causes pressure, as in PV equals nRT?
Wait. Well, look. If you are in the same level,
the simple answer is yes. I agree, Jedi. But there's also something else. I don't understand why you're not doing it.
Look, are you at home? You are somewhere, right? Then you close the container. Is the pressure inside the container higher than outside?
What?
It's a question. Yes or no?
Yeah, restate the question, because so far you've just put gas into a container and asked me is gas higher inside. What are you talking about?
Let's say you are in the place that you are now. In front of you, you open a container, okay? Then you close the container without nothing, just close. The pressure inside this container is the same as outside, or yes or no?
I don't know. It may be. Depends on the temperature inside the container.
I'm telling you, it's the same. You just open a container. Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna ask you.
That's nice.
You open a container, then you close it.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing that is outside, so it's the same.
That's nice.
But according to your theory of the heat and the entropy, that everything is going everywhere, right?
What are you talking about? I'm asking you to cause pressure, and you're opening and closing boxes and going, look, it's the same pressure.
I ask you, you said it's the same, right? Inside this container that you just closed.
And you've put that amount of gas in that container when you closed it. Nothing's changed. That's why I asked you about the temperature.
No, it's just closed.
If you want to put a hose in there and start pushing more gas in there, then you're going to have more pressure inside the container.
But you need energy to increase. That's what I'm saying. To increase the pressure inside the container,
that's ridiculous.
You need a pump. Look, let me tell you. You need a pump, and this pump is pumping air inside, so the pressure is higher. So you need a source. You need a source of energy outside the container.
Now you've got higher pressure inside. What happens when you open the container?
But you need outside energy.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, you need to put the gas inside the container. That's lovely.
Yes.
But now you've got higher pressure inside the container.
No,
what happens when you open the container?
I'm saying
what happens when you open the container?
You just close the lid. It's the same pressure. So I'm gonna. Why are you calling me names, dude? Did I call you anything?
Because you're not answering my question. You're just talking.
Just because. Well, you just here to question.
So now that you've pumped more gas inside the
if you
container,
really believe that Earth is
and
flat,
there's higher
can I ask
pressure
you a simple
inside than
question?
out, what
So the-
happens when you open the
No, I'm going
container?
to ask you a question too. If you ask me questions, I'm going to ask you a question. If you reply, I'm going to call you idiot too. You know.
Yeah.
So
can you tell me what
so the
happens when you
pressure-
open the container that's got high pressure in it?
No. Look, inside this container that the Earth is there, you know. So the pressure near the surface, is it the same near the surface as on top of the container? Really high in the air? The pressure is the
Have
same?
we got more? You're asking me if we got more gas where gas is produced.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I'm asking
have
you.
we got more
You have
gas
same
where the
pressure
gas is
near
produced?
the flat
Right,
Earth?
me and you are not getting on well, dude.
Why not reply?
I am, but you keep talking through me. You're asking me if there's
I'm
more
asking you a
gas
question.
where the gas is produced.
No, I'm asking you a simple question.
God, what a
on the flat surface, you are near me and you are like 1 meter from me. Are you at same pressure as me? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, explain me how up in the air the atmosphere is not so dense.
Oh, that's because you wasn't listening. Because I was asking you, are you asking me why there's more gas where the gas is produced? You're standing on the surface of the Earth, where because of biological and chemical cycles, it's where the gas is produced and recirculated up in the sky. That's where it disperses into, but it's not produced there. You're asking me a really silly question. Why is there more gas where the gas is produced? Silly question.
So yes, so now I'm going to prove you gravity. Can I?
Yeah. What's your
Because you
hypothesis?
said if you are 1
What's
meter
your
from me,
hypothesis?
and we okay, let me. If you are
No,
1
you
meter
said you
from
want
me,
to prove
just to
gravity.
clarify,
I only want
just
one
want
thing from you.
yes. Shall I
A
grab it?
hypothesis.
You want me to talk louder? I grab the other earphone. I put the microphone in my mouth.
No,
and
I
I'm gonna
just
be
want you
louder.
to give me a hypothesis.
It's not an hypothesis. It's a proof.
And you're not going to prove
Without
empirical
any-
gravity, then are you?
It's a proof that anyone can do at home.
No, I want a
You guys
scientific
listen
proof.
to us. I
So we
dare
can
you
science
to
this,
make
can we?
this
Hello?
experiment.
Hello, ignorant person.
People on
We
YouTube,
can science
listen
this.
to me. Listen
Hello,
to
we can
Axiom.
science this.
Because I'm going to prove you gravity.
Yeah, good. Have you got a
So-
hypothesis?
It's not an hypothesis.
So you haven't got science then?
It's a clarification on this topic. So
you don't have
you are
science
near
then?
me, like you said.
Hello?
Don't interrupt.
Hello,
Don't
do you have
interrupt.
science or not?
Okay, I'm going to grab that earphone.
Do you have
because
science or not?
You are sheltered. So look, can you listen?
Do you have science or not?
So you are 1 meter from me. Can I prove?
Okay, it's back to 1 meter again.
Be patient. I need to talk, right? You talk, I talk.
Yeah,
That's the way
you
things
said
work.
you could prove
So
gravity,
you are 1
didn't
meter
you?
from me.
Hello?
Why you
Did
keep
you say you could prove gravity?
This guy. Fuck.
Did you
Okay,
say?
you are 1 meter.
I just need you. You're becoming
Okay, go
fucking
ahead.
intolerable. Did
Go
you say
ahead
you
and
could
talk.
prove gravity?
Yes.
Good. Can I have a scientific hypothesis? That's all I want. That's an
It's
empirical
not an
standard.
hypothesis.
Proves cause
It's
and
a
effect.
clarification.
A qualification.
So you can understand gravity.
What? Are you going to tell
Can
me a
I?
story?
Can I, without interruptions, please?
Tell us a story. Yeah, sure.
It's not a story.
I bet it is.
So, okay, you better. Can I talk? Maybe people that are watching on YouTube are curious.
Let's get to the point.
Because you keep interrupting. You don't
Can you
let
just
me
get to the point?
tell you the experiment that anyone can do at home.
Okay.
Dude, go
So if
ahead and
you are-
say what you're gonna say and make
Okay,
it
but it
snappy.
doesn't allow. It keeps interrupting.
Go ahead.
just
It's
go
not
to the
going
point.
to. You go ahead and say what you're gonna say.
Finally,
And make
thank
it
you very
quick.
much. So one person is on one front of the other, and you are like 1 meter or something like this. So they are in same pressure, like the other guy agreed. If you are at same pressure, nothing is supposed to fall, right? Because it's same pressure.
What are you talking about?
Right?
He's an idiot.
Hold on.
What?
Nothing is supposed to fall on the ground because we are in same pressure. Okay.
No, that's
And
not
then-
true.
So explain me why you don't fly.
So that's
Explain me why don't
relative
fly
density.
inside the container.
It's relative density, dude.
Huh?
It's relative density. You're too dense in the medium that you reside.
So that's why I don't fly, right?
Yeah, you're too dense.
Okay, so exactly. But let's say water. Does water fly?
No, it's too dense.
So it's because it's dense goes to the ground?
Okay, keep going. What other states of matter
Okay,
have we
so
got?
now explain me this. So you got a
Sorry,
straw.
so-
So you
excuse
guys
me?
do this.
Excuse
You get a
me?
straw. Go
Excuse
ahead.
me.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Don't forget about the other states of matter. What about gas? You asked me
I
about
decided it's
solid.
water because you
Yeah,
can do
well,
this
so what
with
about
gas,
gas?
but you're not going to see it. You are not going to see it.
Yeah, okay, go on. Get your fucking point. You're supposed to be proving gravity.
So I got a claim so you can see the
Water
effect.
vapor does go
So
on.
you grab a straw, you dive this straw into water, you know. So if it's the same pressure in both sides, explain me. So you fill the straw with water, and then one of the sides you close this one side with your finger. If you lift up the straw facing down vertically, and you are covering the top, does the water goes down or not?
The fuck has this got to do with proving gas pressure
Well,
at
you better
container?
think about it because this is
How
physics.
is this? I mean, I let you ramble
So
on,
you
dude,
have
but
a
as soon as
straw
I
full
start
with water.
all right, I'm done. I can't
Think
talk
well.
to you. As soon as I open my mouth, you talk through me.
No, this is a question. Yes or no? You fill the straw with water. Then you close one of the sides, and then you take it out of the water, and you close one of the sides of the straw. So is the water going to fall? Yes or no? Is it going to fall?
Under the water.
Yes.
I am under the water.
Above the water, you take it the straw, you close one side, and you bring it up in the air.
No.
Why not?
Observably,
Why not?
it doesn't fall. Okay, and
why not? Because the pressure. Why is not falling? And why is this relevant?
Because you formed a vacuum. Because you formed a vacuum at the top of the straw, pulling on the water now. Because the water, there's no pressure at the top, and there's air pressure at the bottom.
I'm explaining. Wait,
I am under the water. I am under the water.
There's air pressure pressing up on the water that's at the bottom of the straw, while the vacuum at the top of the straw is creating a vacuum over the water, wanting it to turn it into
there is
a
no
gas.
vacuum, dude. You don't even know what is vacuum. So you are closing one side. So the pressure on the other side. When you are closing one side of a pipe, because a straw can be
Under the water. I am under the water.
No, you are above the water. You are in the air.
The pressure.
So doesn't fall because the pressure down. It's higher than the other side that you close. What happens? So according to the container, if you were inside the container and the pressure was the same.
Is the pressure the same?
Remember
I am under the water. I am under the water.
No, you guys stop doing this, dude.
Is the pressure the same? Is the pressure the same?
If you remove this straw, if you are inside a container with same, and you are on a position with same pressure,
do you want a soapbox?
I guarantee you, and there is no gravity, If you have a pipe, this is a law of physics. Go ahead and Google because I don't need to clarify physics.
Yeah, you don't know anything about physics.
Yes. Now, if you remove the other finger, and if you were inside the container, and the pressure was the same on both sides, because according to your theory, the pressure is supposed to be the same because you don't believe on gravity, right?
Sorry, this guy is
if there is no
fighting a
gravity,
straw man.
If there is no gravity, the water will never fall because the pressure will be the same on both sides of the straw.
Hello? I've been trying to tell you for like 5 minutes.
Do you understand?
Who are you arguing with?
So, prove me wrong.
Excuse me.
Prove me wrong.
Excuse me. Can you stop talking?
Ask ChatGPT.
Excuse me. For fuck's sake. Shush. Can you do that?
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Yes, just prove me wrong.
Why?
If you have a pipe.
don't even know what you're arguing. It sounds like you've built a straw man in your head and kind of arguing against that. What are you talking about?
Evidence that gravity exists. Yes. Prove me wrong.
No, you have. What are you talking about, dude?
I dare you to prove me wrong. If you have a pipe and filled with water, and the pressure is same on both sides,
It's not the
water
same
will
on
not
both
fall.
sides. You put your finger on it.
Then you remove, and the pressure is going to balance on both sides. Will be the same
water's
pressure.
just going to fall out.
That's
because of gravity. That's an evidence of gravity.
Water's more dense than air.
Oh, I told you.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
Sorry,
I
my
call
friend.
it gravity. You
My-
call
my
it
friend.
because it's dense. I call it gravity.
I told you right at the
It's
beginning.
physics.
This was
Check
shush.
physics.
Can you
Check
shush?
physics.
Can you shush?
Check the formula.
I told you right at the beginning that this
It's
was
the
going to
same
be a
both sides.
story. You're talking about physics, that's science. I want a scientific experiment, not your stories about holding fucking
It is a
straws and water.
That's a scientific experiment. Do it.
Okay, what's the dependent variable?
I don't need to prove you nothing. This is just something anyone can do at home, you know.
What's the hypothesis
Because
for the
everybody is
scientific
living
experiment?
in this world with gravity.
Hello?
If
What's
you do this in
Excuse me.
space,
Excuse me.
if you do this in a place without
I'm going to have to
gravity.
fucking mute you, mate. This is weird. You don't let other people talk.
No, I already finished. Prove me wrong.
You just started telling us stories about space. Have you done this?
No. You don't need to go to space. You simulate.
Why did you start talking about
a
it
place
then?
without gravity.
Excuse me.
You go to an airplane.
Gravity. What's gravity?
We go to an airplane when the airplane
What's
is
gravity?
falling down.
What's
when the you can simulate the lack of gravity when you are in a plane going down.
What
are you
is
talking about?
gravity? Anxious, man. You talking to yourself or you talking with the people, man? Have a conversation.
It cannot prove me wrong. Because if you have a pipe,
Dude, you won't stop talking.
you have a pipe and the pressure is the same on both sides.
Going to keep talking
The
again.
liquid, whatever it is inside, is not moving.
Pressure's
Could
not
be
the same
air,
on both
could be
sides.
gas,
The
could
pressure's
be
not the
anything.
same on both sides.
It is.
No, it's not. It's a difference
Are you
of pressure.
telling me
Look
that
it up,
if you have
man. Holy crap.
if you have a straw, look it up on Google, look it up on ChatGPT, whatever you want. You will not prove this wrong.
You haven't
Because
proven anything right. You haven't proven anything correct yet.
Yeah, I don't even know what are you going for? Are you going gas pressure without a container, or you're using a container to create gas pressure? Because you just create a differential pressure with your finger and a straw, a container.
Tried telling him, he didn't listen.
The force that is making the water fall from a pipe with pressure on both sides. Prove me wrong.
Never stop.
Dude, you had a container. You had a container. Right at the beginning, you were supposed to be demonstrating gas because you had a problem with the NR2. That container is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. And then you started using a straw and then containing it and then making magic. You were supposed to be demonstrating you can have gas pressure without a container. You didn't do any of that. You just told us a story.
I'd like to point out that Helio said it's the first time somebody used a straw for a straw man.
Exactly. That's a new one. Straw man.
I
got your back, Helio.
Let me see. I hope somebody clips that.
That was just painful, man. Wow.
Oh my god! And then he was serving muted, and he just kept talking through it like he just.
Yeah, like he never stopped.
I think Jedi is going to have to pour himself a cup of coffee or something after this conversation.
Yeah.
I can't even speak. I'm that fucking pissed off.
Shit. Go get yourself a cup of coffee.
It's going to make it worse, mate.
Bring out the hearts.
Wind himself up even more.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Some herbal tea, possibly. Maybe some chamomile or something like that.
No, that sounds too gay, man. I can't drink that stuff.
I beg your pardon. Did you know that tea you were drinking is gay?
Green tea, herbal tea, chamomile tea, mint tea. Drinks for girls, mate.
What do we got? Yo, Rugged Peso.
Hey, so I posted a picture of just for Jedi. I posted a picture of an airplane. It's flying to the west, and it's not ever pointing downward. The horizon is not getting lower where the plane has to catch up to it. That means it's not flying over a ball.
Yeah. Sun chaser. That's a good picture. I like it.
Yeah, that's a good little video right there. Wow, it's awesome. I wish I had had a camera with me when I was flying from Newark, New Jersey to Paris, like across the Atlantic, coming into across the parts of France, like Burgundy, I think it was. Tristan, every day is Flat Earth Day. Yeah, Flat Earthers, why aren't you flying? Apparently, if you don't believe in gravity, you will be flying. It's the belief part.
Are you a flat earther, Sonny? Or who was it speaking?
Yeah, you see my tag, right?
What does your tag say? Hold on.
Yeah, if you look at the list, yeah, we're Flat Earthers. We have a flat tag.
Oh. Well, my friend, I have breaking news for you.
Okay.
The Earth is a sphere. A big, round sphere.
Okay. You said big. How big?
Very big. Big enough to be a
how
sphere.
big is that?
Not small enough to be flat.
How big is that? How big is it? Dimensions, please.
It's about this big.
Yeah, so you're defending something that you don't even know what the consequences are on the surface of drop over distance. Do you have a measurement of drop over? Do you have a measurement of drop over distance from any time in history?
If I were to give you a measurement, hold on. If I were to give you a measurement, right? How would you know if it's correct or not?
Because you would have a method how it was obtained. The method. You get that part?
Now, if I were to give you a number, how would you know if that number is right or wrong?
I don't want a number. I want a measurement and the method used to obtain.
I'll answer you. I'll go and do the same thing you did to get that number and verify you did it.
Give me a second. So let's say I give you the method and I give you the number, the method that I used to measure it. How would you know if it's right or
I'm
wrong?
going to go do it again. I'm going to go do the same thing you did.
Yeah,
How
we're
would
going to
you
go
do
check
How
it.
would you do it? How would you
You
do
got
it?
to give us the method. How am I going to tell you what I'm going to do if you don't tell us?
You don't know.
Yeah.
So you don't know. So
No,
I'm
your
just
job is to present. You made a claim that the Earth was a sphere, so we want the measurement that validates that claim. So it's your job right now. You have
You
the
are
positive claim to present the measurement and what method was used to measure drop over distance. Go ahead. We'll wait for you.
I made a positive claim, right? But so are you.
No,
Why are you
present
talking
the
about
method that you made a positive claim about. Now you have to present the method you used to measure the curve of the Earth.
What claim did I
I
make?
will use the same, my friend. I will use the same method that you use to show that the Earth is flat. What method did you use?
I didn't make a claim.
You just, of course, you have made a claim. In
No,
fact,
I
it's in the
didn't.
title of your
You
PC.
made the claim.
It
You
says
made the claim of the
24/7
ball
flat
Earth.
Earth.
We need you to
No,
provide
I'm not going to
validation.
stand for this. You're not going to reverse the burden onto Sonny. You made the claim. You came in, used Flash, the Earth's a ball. Sonny's asked you for the evidence of that. Right? The method, the technology that was used to measure the curvature of the Earth, to get the numbers that you're going to produce. Don't reverse the burden onto him.
Thank you.
I don't have a proof. I don't have a method.
You
What
just
am I
come in
supposed to
making
do?
claims, mate.
I know you cut me. You cut me, and now I am exposed. Now, can you show me your method?
No, we're not going to sidestep it that way either. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. You're
come on, my
can you tell me? No, it's not going to fly, son.
Flat or spherical, we both live on the same planet, right?
It's not a
No,
planet.
the Earth's
You
not a
haven't
planet.
provided proof. You haven't provided proof that it's a ball.
Why you gotta discriminate?
That would
It's these people are just victims. I'll deal with it.
It's racism.
Yeah.
This is
So
discrimination.
you're just a blind believer in the ball with no proof. Thanks for your concession. We will accept it. Yeah, nervous laughter is not proof of your ball. So we'll take that as another concession. Thanks.
I will admit this, my friend. You guys are really funny. Yeah, I mean, actually, it's two things. First, you're very funny, and two, for some reason, you're mostly from Australia. How?
Me and Sonny. Yeah, we're from Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from the California part of Australia. Okay, good.
You're not Sonny. Sonny is an exception. Sonny's he's from the West Coast.
I'm the exception.
You're the exception. Yeah. Well, in this VC, at least, not in general.
Yeah, I don't think you know how to count very well. But anyway, that's besides the point. So we're still waiting for your evidence. So you don't have evidence of the ball Earth? So stop calling it a planet. Stop calling it a planet. It's not a planet. It's a plane.
See, you just did it again. You made a positive claim again. You just said it's a plane.
You had the initial positive claim of a ball Earth. We're still waiting for your evidence. We're not sorry yet. Until you provide evidence for your positive claim, you still had the primary positive claim, the first one.
My flat
You
friend,
made the first claim.
I
You
admit
still
it
have
that
to provide- You still
Hold
need
on
to
a minute.
provide proof of your claim. Stop over talking me. So you need to provide proof of your positive claim. You made it first, not I.
All right. Well, I just told you. I admit it. I have no evidence. I have no method. I'm a blind believer. Right? Now, I want to know if you have a method. So I can go outside and do it. Do you?
Yeah, it's called surveying. We use multiple types of technology to survey the land to find level. We can use things as theodolites. We can use laser ranging devices. We use lots of tools, even a piece of string with a weight on the end, to find horizontal. So there's loads of ways to find it.
Wait, so you have the measurement of the Earth? Like you know its dimensions?
No, I don't know its dimensions, but I know its orientation. And its orientation is horizontal, perpendicular to vertical. Oh yeah, I don't know the size of. Dude, Please, the last guy was intolerable. So I don't know the size of the Earth. I just know how it is measured, and it is measured to lay horizontal.
The mute or did everyone go quiet?
Yeah, we're just waiting for you because I stopped talking.
Oh no, I'm actually just shopping around to see if someone can sell me the measurements of the so-called
Sell you?
Give it to me, share with me, educate me.
You asked the way. Surveying. You know when people build on land, they construct civil engineering projects, right? Like bridges, dams.
Wait, did you say people? Did you say people?
Civil engineers.
Well, my good friend, far more people among them and civil engineers among them believe that the Earth is spherical.
I don't care about their beliefs. I'm talking about what they measure.
Oh, okay. So you don't accept the evidence.
Excuse me. You misunderstand, and I know English isn't your first language, so I'll say it again clearer. I don't care what they believe. They can believe anything, but what they measure is a horizontal Earth. We all measure a horizontal Earth, and yet most of us believe that the Earth is a sphere, which wouldn't be a horizontal Earth. I don't know how people make this happen in their heads, but that's the truth.
But my friend, you yourself do what you accuse others. You have belief.
No, I have knowledge. I've not exclaimed one belief here.
Yes, you have. You claim that if you...
When we measure something, is that a belief? If I make a claim that I'm 6 foot tall and I measure myself with a standard ruler to be 6 foot tall, is that empirical evidence that I'm 6 foot tall?
Yes.
Good. So measurement demonstrates empirically the surface perpendicular to vertical.
That is correct.
It's not a belief.
Correct.
Good. So I don't have a belief.
You do.
No, it's a measurement. Do I believe I'm 6 foot, or do I know 6 foot after I've measured myself?
Did you measure yourself?
Yes. 6 foot.
Don't have a belief.
Now, my friend, is that a belief that I have, or do I...
Did you measure the Earth?
Shush.
That's very rude.
I'm asking you a very succinct question to see if you understand the difference between belief and knowledge. I have knowledge after my measurement of my height. I no longer have to believe my height. I can prove it with a measurement. So when we measure the Earth, belief is not required. The measurements speak for themselves.
Correct. You're right. But did you measure the Earth?
What, in its entirety?
Yes. Did you?
No.
You did not.
No.
So you have a belief.
No, I'm not making a claim about the entirety of the Earth.
See, now you're contradicting yourself, my friend.
No, I'm making a surface description.
You
know that we're told... I'll lay it out to you, all right? We're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. The Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and a lot of other water. Now, water is observed, and it's measured over thousands because it's practically used as a horizontal reference datum. Mean sea level is flat.
Relevant information.
Water's flat. Most of the Earth is water. Therefore, the Earth can't be a curved surface.
Who cares about the shape of water? I want to know what your measurement of the Earth is. Do you have it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
No. You have? You do?
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me the number so I can type it down.
Again, are you trying to ask the question that I said don't have the measurements of the entirety of the Earth? I don't know how wide it is. I don't know how thick it is. Again.
Are you making an assertion?
Why?
You don't
I'm
have
telling you about how everybody on the Earth over vast distance.
Oh, you personally, do you have the
Excuse me, it's becoming intolerable now. You can go and talk to someone else. Fucking hell.
Damn, flat earthers have.
Stop talking after you've asked a question.
I want to speak to someone else. May I? Can I speak to someone else, please? Now, hey, who said I'm trolling? I'm not trolling. I am here to learn the dimensions of the Earth. Some
Oh, you're not
people
going to
told me
get that here. You're not going to get the dimensions of the Earth. Space is fake. It's not floating in space, so you're not going to get dimensions of Earth.
this is flat propaganda. And it's from
Uh-oh, I triggered him with that. Do you hear that, guys? He got instantly triggered when he found out space is just a religion in his head.
It's all right. He'll ask to speak to somebody else in a minute, mate. You won't have too long.
All right, I am triggered. Now, is there someone who can trigger me some more with factual and consistent information, in particular, the true dimensions of the Earth?
You're in the wrong room. This has been explained to you twice now.
My friend, let me speak to someone else. You said you don't want to speak to
You
me.
need to go into another room then. We're not making a claim to the shape of the Earth. That would be its dimensions. You're in the wrong room.
But this is the only flat room. There are no other
Sorry,
flat rooms. What am I-
excuse me. Is flat a shape?
Yes.
No, flat's a surface description.
Wrong. I'll pull up the dictionary definition.
Is horizontal a shape?
No, but flat is. Let me pull up the definition for you. Here we go.
Yeah, flat, having no part higher or lower than a straight line from left to right. Level, parallel with the plane of the horizon.
Hey man, flat is a property of a shape. It's not a shape in and of itself. You should know this if you're looking up the definition. Flat is a property description of a shape. It is not a shape in and of itself.
Did you scare him off, or did he scare himself off when he read the definition of flat? What happened?
Yeah, he didn't know what to do after he read it because he's trying to find a flat is not. It has some kind of shape.
Here we go. I found it for you.
Triangle, square, circle, flat.
This is the
Parallelograms.
You guys accept Collins Dictionary, or is that also from the CIA, which you guys accuse?
Can you just read out the definition, please, and then post it in the chat?
Here we go. Hey, where did it? I just pasted it. Where did it go?
It said it was too long.
All right. Well, here's the link. These are all shapey
Why don't
words.
you read it? Why don't you read it out, dude, so we can all hear it? Put it in the live.
Number 7. Oh, let me read it. Number 7 says having a generally level shape.
God. So levels are shape now.
According to Collins, or according to you.
A level shape? What's a level shape?
I don't know. Level shape, that's
Sorry.
what it says.
Sorry,
What is a level?
level shape? What's the definition of a shape?
The definition of the shape, let's see. According to Collins, let me read it out.
Oh my God, really? You don't know the definition of a shape? Awesome.
No, I'm a blind person. I don't know anything. Here we go. Adjective. Where are you? What a weird dictionary this is. Oh, here we go. A shape is a space enclosed by an outline.
Good. So
for
enclosed
example,
by an outline.
Hold on a minute.
My friend, enclosed by an outline. So like a circle. Excuse me. It's
I
like
wanna read the
trying to
definition
talk
for
to
you.
you people is fucking horrible.
Let me read the definition for you. So it says, for example, a circle, a square, or a triangle.
Okay, did it say a flat?
No, but the other definition
No,
did.
good. So you understand
No, the
that
other
it's hard talking to you, dude. As soon as I open my mouth, you get fucking triggered. If
You
got
said you don't want to
parents,
speak to me, and here you are speaking to me again and again.
well, yeah, I know. More for me. You're obviously doing it.
And your voice is cutting off.
Couldn't give a shit.
Does this guy think flat's a shape? Is that what I've just stumbled into?
I'm getting it. I'm getting a feeling.
I posted some shapes for you. So, which one of those do you think we live on?
Well, according to you guys, you live on a like an A4 piece of paper, like looking shape, like a flat.
So now it's a piece of paper?
No, according to you.
No.
Yes.
Paper has no.
Tell him to draw what flat looks like on a piece of paper and put it in the text chat for all to see. What does flat look like? Yeah, draw flat out right now.
Send me a
Can
picture.
you draw flat? Draw flat for everybody to see. No. You say flat is a shape. I want you to draw that shape on a piece of paper right now, or on your computer, and then show everybody what it looks like to you.
So here's how I understand you guys think Earth looks like.
Why can't you just draw the shape, dude, so we can all see what you're talking about? Draw the shape you think flat is.
I don't have a drawing tool. Hold on.
Okay, draw flat. I want to see what shape it is.
Hold on. This is what you think the Earth looks like. Let me send this picture to you.
I posted it for you.
You save it.
So you're just gonna send the picture, draw what flat is, what shape that is?
It's like a dog's head. Kind of like Australia.
You guys are not at all welcoming.
Draw the shape of flat for once.
Here, I posted what he put in there. He put a piece of paper in there.
So that's Earth according to you guys, right?
No.
No. You said flat is a shape. You're saying flat is a shape.
Flat. Is that a flat or not? It is flat. That's Earth according to you. Is it? Let me explain.
No, that's a straw man. You're building a straw man.
Flat. That's exactly how you describe it.
Sorry, did we describe it as a rectangle?
The way that's how you can.
Yes or no? Did we describe it as a rectangle?
Yes.
Then you're lying. Nobody said the Earth was a rectangle. What are you talking about? If you've got voices in your head and you're having conversations.
All right, Mr. No voices in your head. Send me a picture of the shape of the Earth.
No, we don't make a claim to shape. We've been telling you for the last 15 hours.
You don't know, but you make assertions anyway.
Yeah, we measure the surface. Again, we measure the surface description. That lays horizontal shape.
So here we go. Okay, so Professor Triangle sent me the picture of Earth according to Flatty. So this is Earth.
No, that's according to me. You wanted me to draw the Earth, the shape of Earth. So I drew a squiggly lines. There you go. It's shaped like a lake. It's lake shaped. That's shaped like a lake. Yeah, that's a lake shape.
Now I know what the Earth looks like according to you guys. Yeah, it looks okay.
Great. Yeah. Perfect. Now we can move on.
Yeah. So where is the United States on this Earth of yours? Like, is it the?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You know all of this information, and you guys.
No, I don't know any information. I'm just trying to end your conversation.
Oh, so you want me to leave?
Yeah.
Oh, please.
That is very rude.
No, you asked me a question. I'm just being honest. I want you to get the fuck out of here.
I check once it.
Yeah, man, 3-4, we hear you.
Okay. I thought it went silent. Oh. Yeah. Phone's in my pocket and all that. So I have to take it out. I'm like, oh shit, did I just click out?
I had to step out. What happened? Same old, same old.
Apparently flat's the shape now. So get the latest information update. Flat's the shape.
Okay. Have to go check the geometry textbooks and see what they say about that.
Yeah, or just like go watch Learning Shapes with Peppa Pig. That's what I tagged him in the side chat. He needs to go watch that one first.
Learning with Peppa Pig. Good job. Learning shapes with Peppa Pig.
Yeah, you know, Peppa Pig is known to be a liar, so we won't trust Peppa Pig.
Yeah, just a heads up. There is a complaint department in the home server. It's down in the basement. Go check with there, fill out an application. We'll get back with you right away.
Make sure you use my screen name. That way everybody knows who it is so that they can address it properly with me because I show up at every meeting to listen to the complaints.
Awesome stuff.
It's like complaining to the FBI that the FBI is spying on you. It's just, they're going to sit there and go, we don't give a shit if he's mean to you.
Yeah, the worst part of those types is they can't even be honest that they're being dishonest. You know, like, no, I want to learn. I want to really have a conversation with you guys. When in reality, just his whole aim was to try and have a gotcha moment to try and make us look like fools. And it's yeah, it's sad. Just trolling 101.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, welcome to the room.
Hello, how are you doing, John?
Oh, here for it. You know, thanks for asking. How about you?
Welcome, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, that's good to hear, man. Thanks for that. Yeah, don't take everybody's silence personally. It's just people are working and have a lot of stuff going on. So, but yeah, if you have any questions, yeah, feel free. Somebody will answer. Yeah, welcome to the room. If you have any questions, yeah, feel free to type them in the text chat or voice them up, mic them up. Yeah, we're here for you. To the room. Yeah, welcome to the room, August. Yeah, you're welcome. If anybody that hasn't spoken yet wants to have a good faith conversation, yeah, you could go ahead and type any questions you got in the text chat, or you can mic up and practice your English. Thanks for being here. If you're listening on YouTube, we have a brilliant panel of great speakers here that are waiting to answer your questions if you're willing to have an honest discussion in good faith. So yeah, follow the link into the live chat. Come on and say hello. Yeah, I just posted in the 3 chat rooms, so we should have some people trickling in, at least from the chats. Hey guys, I'm still working, so won't be able to really tackle any of these talks. But I figured I'd jump in while I was taking a break.
Hello?
Hi.
Why all this mute?
What's up, guys?
Oh, everybody's. No, there we go.
Welcome to the room. You guys believe the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and present your evidence. I mean, that is if you can. Yes, sir.
Hey guys.
What's up, man?
So what's up, man? You sound like my coworker.
Who, me?
Yeah. Do you happen to be on a rooftop in the middle of PA?
Yeah, that's me, man. How'd you get it?
You know. Trigonometry.
I followed you around, man, so that's kind of how I know where you were.
Yeah. I understand.
Just kidding, I'm not your guy. Anyway.
What is this? Is this the Flat Earth Discord?
It's a channel within the English Hub server. Yeah. Well, it's a channel about our Discord, but it's a group of us that have been hanging out for a while, so yeah.
Nice. I like to hear it.
Yeah, we've been doing this for quite some time, many number of years, yeah.
Jeez.
I started since 2015, so we've been broadcasting on YouTube for like 6-7 years straight, 24/7.
That's nuts.
Yeah,
You guys are you're on a broadcast right now.
Yeah, 2 of them.
Nice. How do I see that?
Click the bot, and the bot has the link to the
to the
channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, and don't forget to subscribe to Helio Skeptic. That guy's awesome. So he's been gracious enough to keep this running for like years already. So
yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, ask any question, man. If you want to know anything or whatever.
All right, awesome, man.
Or not. Maybe I forgot to provide the hot chocolate and warm blanket.
I'm trying to figure out your sextant to see how it works. To figure out how it works.
Well, you should probably read up on it instead of trying to figure out what the westernly part of the North American continent is. You know what I mean?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay. I don't know what that has to do with Alaska. You're not filling me with a lot of confidence in you, Bix.
I'm just trying to figure out how flat this.
Why is it when we follow the path of planes, they curve, they don't go straight to their destination?
What?
When we follow the transponders on planes, their flight trajectory and path on a flat map, they go in a curved direction. They don't go straight to their destination.
Okay, can I ask him a question?
Well, I don't know.
According to for using the
you tell me.
Do you need to use the sun as a reference? Like, does it depend on the sun?
No, sometimes you can use the sun. Not always, though. I mean, it's helpful during the day.
So there's nothing in your measurement or navigation or measuring that involves the sun necessarily.
Well, that's how they derive longitude. It's the elevation angles to the sun throughout the day over the Earth.
No, but would you personally, if you had to go out and navigate or measure something, would the
Vix,
sun...
you're kind of wasting my time. You're kind of skating off the point here, bro. What are you trying to get to?
I want to know if you use the sun as a reference for any purpose.
I want to know if you are flat eartheners.
Hold on, Beach. Is the sun or the moon, do they play an important part, a crucial part, in your methods of navigation or measurement? Yes or no?
In mine? No, I didn't create celestial navigation. The people who created that system, they use it.
I'm talking about you, sir. If you had to go out right now, would you need the sun or the moon?
I could probably use the sun, yeah.
All right, suppose you are using the sun. How do you know the sun is fixed in its place?
I didn't say it was fixed.
How would you trust it as a reference point?
Well, it's the almanac, the celestial almanac.
What?
Uses the ephemeris.
Celestial almanac. I'm looking up something else on Google. Here we go. So this is a table of values.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you trust these table of values? What if the guy who wrote this table was a spherical? Wait, what's the opposite of a flat earther? A sphere earther? Yeah. What if the guy was a sphere earther?
It doesn't matter what they are. They're using a flat plane to get the reference point or the GP of the sun. So even they're measuring it flat. Who cares what they believe? Do you think it just matters what people believe as to what reality is? Do you realize there's not a connection between those two things always?
There's a big connection, my friend. There's a big connection. And the connection is how do you trust these values? How do you know? How do you verify these values?
Well, they just took observations and measured them from a flat plane. So, I mean, since it's reliable, and those are the GPs of those stars at that time, I would say it's pretty reliable.
Let me get this straight. So you trust these values that someone has measured, but you don't trust the values, the other values that others measured, that lead us to believe
such as
historical. The ones
such as
longitude and latitude, for example, or Google Maps.
Okay, where do they get those from? Right. So those are all grids on a flat plane.
Hold on a minute. It doesn't matter where they got it from. There are a table of values that someone.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Okay.
Yes, I want to know what is your hold on. I want to know what is your criteria for trusting one set of values but not another set of values.
What does it matter what my criteria is? The values are there and they're measured.
Let me tell you why it matters. If I were to open, for example, this celestial almanac, it will give me measurements, right?
Yep.
Someone measured it and wrote them down. Wonderful. Now, if I would open, for example, a physics textbook, they would tell me, oh, the circumference of the Earth is this, the diameter would be that, its mass would be so and so.
Yeah, how was it
Why
measured?
would you trust those? Why would you trust, for example, the Celestial Almanac, which you yourself did not measure, you did not verify personally, but you wouldn't trust the measurements in the physics textbook that claims there is a circumference and the diameter and there's a weight, etc. Why?
Well, the funny thing is that all those claims that you're making about the circumference and the diameter, nobody's actually given us how they got those measurements, or even if a measurement was taken. So that's the difference.
Not my point. My point is, how do you determine, my friend? How
Because
would
one's a
you
claim and one's a method.
validity
One's a claim and one's a method.
Yeah.
One's a claim and one's a method.
Hold on, T-Dub. Hold on. Don't interrupt.
I'm
Every time
answering your fucking question, bro. Don't tell me to fucking hold up.
Every time you guys get cornered, you start manifesting. Let me ask my question.
Nobody's okay.
No, not.
Anyway, we're not going to talk about manifesting or whatever. We answered your question. One of them is measured. The other one is just a claim. Now, those claims that you're talking about in the physics textbook, how are those measured, Bix? And by the way, if you don't answer this, I'm just going to leave you on mute. So here's your one chance.
Hey, hello. Am I unmuted? Sorry. What did you say? Oh, so my question.
How are those claims measured?
My friend, don't answer.
There it is. So he didn't want to answer. So the thing that we've been asking from the beginning is the measurement of Earth curvature, the drop over distance from where you're standing. This entire crew of knuckle draggers that has come in here. What a nice crew, though, by the way. There's so many of you. Skyler, who's got his fingers in his ears. And we got the other homeboy who was triggered. He left. The autistic guy. He's gone. We got Wonder. She was real triggered coming in. Let's see if she can have a conversation. Did you notice that I didn't really interrupt this? I don't know if you noticed that or not. Let's see what she's got to say. Wonder Wisp, do you have any Earth curvature measurements?
I'm just here to listen because you're kind of an asshole, so I don't really want to talk, but go ahead.
Okay, no worries. I'll just leave you on mute then. Hey, if the Jesus guy's listening, she called me an asshole. You want to preach at her a little bit? You can't hear me because you're a child. You've got your fingers in your ears. Okay. How about the heavy breather? Oh, the heavy breather's got his fingers in his ears. Then we got the dude over here that sees things on a screen and it takes an arced path. So he thinks that makes the Earth curved. How about you, brother? Augsburg.
Yeah.
Okay, so instead of just looking at the reification on the screen, can you get me the flight data from the instruments and tell me if they're deviating from horizontal?
Can I personally get you the flight data? No, I'm just following the transponders.
Oh, okay, so you're following transponders over. Apparently, these transponders take an arced path. How do they get that information? Or is that what just shows up on your screen, and you think that arc is somehow Earth curve?
Phone disconnected.
Hold on, sorry, my audio is changing. Oh, what did you say?
So how does the transponder know that it's taking an arced path, or is that just what it shows up as on the screen? Is the arc arbitrary, and you think it's Earth curve?
I don't know about the arc being arbitrary, but it's what shows up on the map.
Okay, so it's just a reification. It's just what's displayed.
It is what is displayed, yes.
Okay, so how do we actually know if the Earth is curving? Don't you think we should just go ahead and measure the Earth and see if there's drop over distance?
Are you saying, should I do that?
Should anybody do that instead of just going by what's on a screen? Maybe we should just measure the Earth. Which one do you think is better?
Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure the Earth has been measured, but for me personally,
Terrific. How was that done, you think?
How was what done?
The curvature measurement that you're talking about. Who did that?
No.
Okay. So that's what we asked. We said, okay, who measured the curvature of the Earth? Then we found out actually no one did. And no one can. Because it's not there. That's the best part. Not that it's impossible. It's just everywhere that we look, everywhere that we try to measure, flat. No drop over distance. Autistic guy's bleeding in the side chat. You know, you weren't here a second ago. I was a guy, and I was going to unmute you, but now I'm talking to somebody else. Bummer.
So I'm looking, just a quick Google, looking at several different ways to use this curvature that's been measured.
Sweet. Hit me with one.
So let's see here. Actually interesting, utilizing flight times on commercial airline routes was one.
How does that measure drop over distance? How does that measure drop over distance?
I don't know, I'm just citing what I'm reading here.
Well, right, but I'm asking you specifics about the things that you're reading. So how would we get drop over distance by flight times? I wonder if the things that are pumping that stuff out to you are bullshitting you.
It's calculate vertical drop of an object over distance, given its
No,
flight time.
not calculated. Not calculated. Measurements.
D equals 0.5 times G times T.
Okay, is any of that a measurement? Do you know what the difference between a measurement and a calculation is?
Well, yeah, the measurement, D would be distance. Trying to find what G is.
The distance, if that's going to be in like miles or kilometers, those would be linear. That would be flat.
So this D is distance. So distance, and that is the vertical distance an object falls.
Vertical. So this is all flat Earth then.
Equals 0.5 times G, which is the acceleration due to gravity and time.
Wow. Okay. So is any of that a measurement?
Well, they're measuring the distance, the acceleration due to gravity, and the time with a three measurement.
Okay. So what we need is the measurement of the distance. How'd they measure that?
How is distance measured? Like, are you asking me miles or?
Bro, this is your formula. I'm asking you about your claims.
Yeah, I'm asking to clarify your question.
How did they measure any distance in this scenario? I don't give a shit.
So it's feet. Okay, so distance is miles per second. T is
That's an airspeed, or is that across the ground?
Let's I don't see anywhere where it specifies that.
Probably should dig a little bit further on that, just so we make sure we know we're getting an accurate measurement, although you can't really measure things using formulas. You actually have to measure things physically.
The formula would be the culmination of the three different measurements we already talked about.
Bro, I don't give a rat's ass about any formulas or equations right now. What I need are measurements and how those values are acquired.
You might want to talk to a specialist in this field for questions like that.
Okay, so as far as you can tell, nobody measured it. Gotcha.
That's not what I said.
No, I mean, you're just not providing for me any measurements. That's the problem. When I ask for measurements and somebody gives me formulas, that tells me that it didn't get measured. Or maybe it did, but nobody actually knows how it was acquired.
I think you're asking more specialist questions. A lot of people take what's presented by the expert and sort of roll with it because we're not experts.
And see, that's where they really screw themselves, because the expert actually never described to them how they got those measurements. That's where people really get themselves hosed. Yeah, and are they an expert actually? Because we hear about experts all the time, and we ask them to come in, and they don't. We ask them to provide the measurements that they apparently took, and they don't provide any. So it's really a problem. We're very specific. I mean, we get hung up on this whole measurement thing, but I think drop over distance would be pretty easy to find on the Earth if it's curving at the rate that they say it is. But why can't we find it? That's the big question. But if you don't have anything else for me, then I'll talk to Angelic Idea. Hopefully he's not huffing on oxygen or whatever it was he was doing.
The Earth is not flat, guys. Come on.
Nah, Bill, bro, we've already talked to you. Let's talk to Skyler Loves Jesus.
You remember me. You remember me. I'm flattered.
Oh, yeah, you're very memorable.
I'm flat earthered. I'm flattered.
That's great. All right, Skyler, who measured the curvature of the Earth?
Jesus told me to stay away from people like you, man.
So you decided to come out to a Flat Earth Discord channel where Jesus told you to stay away from? You should obey better.
Yeah.
Listening comprehension issues. You might have a hearing problem.
Maybe.
I came here to witness. I came here to witness to you guys. Go ahead.
Yeah. Jesus Loves Scholar did apparently too. He was throwing condemnation around earlier, a whole bunch, which I'm pretty sure the Bible says not to do, but that's okay.
It also says not to misrepresent your brother, but you're doing that right now.
You didn't condemn me for saying that somebody else was a dumbass? You didn't do that?
Nope, didn't condemn anybody.
Oh, that's what it felt like. You might want to check yourself on that. But anyways, any drop over distance, Skyler, that you can show me?
Feelings aren't facts, sir, so I don't need to check anything.
So you're a biblical type of guy, right? So can you show me in the Bible where it tells us about the earth being a globe?
I don't know why you're straw manning me. I didn't say anything about being a biblical type guy. I just tried to hold you accountable to Jesus' words and asked you if you were a Christian, and you basically rejected it.
Are Jesus' words in the Bible? Did he write the Bible? Is it the inspired word of God?
Jesus' words are written on your heart already. You choose to listen.
Great. Is it in the Bible as well?
Do they have some of the words of Jesus? Sure. Yeah, it's there too. 100.
Okay. Is the Bible the inspired word of God?
Can you define inspired?
Oh, wow. Did God inspire the men to write down and pen the Bible? Did he?
Now, that's weird. I asked you to define inspire, then you used the word inspire in the definition. I'm confused.
Yes, I'm asking a specific question.
And I asked,
do we need to actually go look up the word inspire?
Well, I just want to know.
Okay, so
you asked the question. Why are you looking up something?
Yeah. Okay, let's look up inspire, see if we can agree on a definition. You seem inspiraled right now, Skyler. Let's look up inspired, see if you agree with that term. of extraordinary quality as if arising from some external creative impulse. So an external creative impulse. Or that is breathed. Okay. Maybe you should just tell me what you think about the Bible and its relationship to God. Maybe that would be better.
So it's going to be, you're dealing with these people in this room, and I feel for you, man. Like, he identifies with the Bible as a Christian through Jesus and says, I don't know what you're talking about the Bible. What does that mean to you? I mean, what kind of dishonesty is going on right now?
It's very bizarre.
Why was I muted?
So, well, because you were freaking out. But let's have a conversation. Did you hear the definition that I gave? Agree with it or not?
Dishonest. I'm sorry. That's why Jesus says if you hang out with people like you, you're being dishonest. I wasn't freaking out.
Well, yeah, you were rambling while we were trying to figure out what inspired meant.
So now we move from freaking out to now I'm rambling. We're being more dishonest. Lie on top of lie.
Yeah, the rambling was an indication to me that you weren't able to handle the conversation. So if I ask you a simple question, which is claimed amongst Christianity that the Bible is the inspired word of God, and you want to get pedantic and let's talk about what inspired means, I don't know how to put it any simpler for somebody who's supposed to be a Christian and probably is in Christian circles and has heard that term, but all of a sudden doesn't know what it means. It's very bizarre to me, Skylar.
So you muted me because you found something bizarre of mine and you didn't want to hear me?
No, I wanted to read out the definition and see if you agreed with it because you were becoming pedantic. But do you not want to talk about what inspired means? Is it inspired? Is it what God, gave to men to write down about what he wanted us to know? How can I dumb this down more so we don't have to talk about what the word inspired means, Skylar?
I know you said you wanted to read it to me, but why did you mute me? You could have read it to me without muting me.
See, now you're hung up on whether or not you were muted. You don't want to have the conversation. If I want to get to the topic, you want to talk about why you were muted.
Well, okay, we can talk about the topic. I just wanted to make the facts on the table. I think truth is important to what Jesus was teaching, and I really care about truth. So go ahead.
Okay.
Now, no, actually, I'm going to answer your question now because you did give me a definition of inspire, and you said external. So I would say no. I don't think God externally has inspired the word of God, the Bible.
Okay. So you think it's internal of the hearts of men. You think God was in the hearts of men to write it down. So it's inspired by God internally.
Correct.
Okay, great. So can we trust the Bible?
It depends on how you view it, right? Like if you view it as some stuff like historical narrative that obviously never happened, when it's clearly meant to be allegorical, right? So if we're saying trust in the sense of having an understanding of a particular book and having the right understanding of it, can we trust it? Or are you saying like it's like an instruction manual for life? Because that's not how I view the Bible. Now, Jesus is an instruction manual. He tells you exactly how to live. But the Bible as a whole is a much bigger concept.
It's a concept?
Are you trying to just gaslight me?
I'm asking a question. Is the Bible now a concept?
You need me to get you the definition of what a concept is?
Sure. I'm just trying to clarify what it is that you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, listen, you understand, like, something could be a concept and real at the same time, right?
So something that exists in the mind only and something real can be true at the same time?
You think a concept of something can't be physical? Like, like, if I have a concept of God right now in my mind, that concept can't be reality?
Well, I suppose it could, but it remains to be a concept, right? Until it's manifested or until you actually identify the thing.
I think I've helped you understood what I was talking about now. So if we're going to
when do you actually kind of decide when it's allegorical and when it's not? Do you arbitrarily decide when it is, or is there like a rule that we could follow? Is there a method to this?
Well, that's a good question, man. I think you got to definitely take it book by book, right? And I think you got to go to a variety of scholars, both conservative Christian scholars and secular scholars, right? I think it's good also to go to historians on some of the stuff, right? Other things you could do is start to learn a little bit of the language, like the Hebrew language. I got one of my best friends is named Dr. Josh Bowen. He's studying ancient Hebrew. He can read Aramaic, Hebrew, and Greek. And he's a good resource when I'm really trying to understand like the Old Testament and understand some of the cultural aspects and how words are defined, right, through the lens of that culture.
Great. So let's take in Genesis. Could you tell me if that's allegory, the first chapter, or if that's literal?
Genesis 1 or Genesis 2?
Genesis 1.
Like before Adam and Eve.
Yeah, the creation of the earth and the heavens.
Well, you see, there's two creation stories. There's Genesis 1 and there's Genesis 2, right? It's not a science book.
Remember how I asked you or told you specifically about Genesis 1, and I don't need to hear how you think Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 are different? I'm asking specifically about Genesis 1. Is it allegorical or is it literal?
I ask you why you lack patience for me. Am I offending you or something?
Because you went off topic and you're being very specific about it. So I'm talking about Genesis 1. I don't need your backstory about why you think they're different, 1 and 2. I'm asking about the creation story, and you can either stay on topic or I'll talk to somebody else.
I'm not begging to talk to you. I'm just asking you to be charitable.
Yeah, me too. Let's talk about Genesis chapter 1. And the creation of the earth, is it allegorical or is it literal?
It's not allegorical, Genesis 1. It's not allegorical. But it's also not a science book. It's not meant to be written and understood as technically literal. Now, the Adam and Eve is allegorical. But Genesis 1 is not allegorical.
Nobody said anything about science right now. I don't know why you're bringing that into the conversation. So is it literal or is it allegorical? Yeah, you did. You said it's not meant to be. It's not supposed to be scientific. You said it's not meant to be scientific. That's what you said.
Yeah, but I think you don't understand the distinction between like everything that isn't factual in a sense of historical. You know what historical narrative is? Are you familiar with that term?
Historical narrative, yes.
Okay, help me understand your view of it. How you view what it means.
No, we're not going to parse this out. I want to talk about Genesis 1.
I see. That shows a lack of interest to really have a deeper dialogue.
Yeah, because you want to talk about narratives, and I want to talk about what is spoken about in Genesis chapter 1, and you don't want to do that.
You sound like one of my students at school. It's like, I want to do this, and I want to do that. Like, sorry, this is an equal partnership.
I'm praying for your students. I'm praying for your students. Believe me.
Sounds like projection.
You denied Jesus earlier when I asked you.
Skylar, why are you being insufferable, Skylar?
Yeah, really.
That sounds like an opinion.
Well, it's an opinion.
That's a direct question.
It's an opinion that was still a question. So, like,
I don't know why you feel I'm insufferable. It's impossible for me to answer.
You are, dude.
It's based on your
the entire time you've been in here, you've just been arrogant and it's super annoying to listen to, dude.
It's really
insufferable,
opinions, guys.
Really sad.
Really cool.
It's really
I disagree.
sad.
It's been nice listening to Skylar.
It's really sad too because it sounds like you might have studied or came across the knowledge of how to be patient and kind and understanding and the characteristics of the Savior, yet you're in here and says who asked you direct questions, but you continued to just bounce all over the place other than afford him that respect in the fact that he's just asking a question. Like that, those, like you came in here kind of like if you were higher than, and then you and then smarter than, and then you look down upon him because he's
You're
this
reading
way
a
or
lot
that
of
way.
things into this. I didn't read all that into it. You're just
like you
interpreting
did.
what happened.
Just
There
like
was
you did.
another person in the room that said they enjoyed the conversation.
Just like you did. He's
So, I'm
probably
sorry.
a heathen
It's
just
okay.
like you.
If you just want to yell at me, I don't know what
He's
you're doing.
probably
Just yelling at me?
this
What's
isn't
going on
yelling,
here?
by the way. This isn't
Well,
close
I mean,
to yelling.
yelling in a sense, I didn't mean it like literally yelling.
What
I
a
meant like you're just
whiner.
complaining to me.
Okay,
And
so
then you have
so
everyone
define
just
complaining.
whines when I
Define
speak.
yelling.
Yeah, it's just weird.
so
Define
the,
speak.
the problem.
Listen, if you want to ask me a question, my brother, ask me a question about the
Yeah,
Bible.
okay,
I'll answer
Skylar.
for you.
Okay, Skylar. Here's the part. Can you answer questions directly that are asked of you? Okay, says who?
Go.
Can you please go back down that road, because I know where that's going, and I love going down that road as well. And I think
Ask me a
Skylar needs to
question.
hear it. So go ahead.
No,
sir.
you ask me. No. Let you ask me the question. You ask me the question. Why does he have to do it? You ask me, I'll answer.
So, Skylar.
He showed me no charity.
Because
Just
this
you
is
do it,
his
please.
Skylar.
I'm begging
just
you.
holding
Just
it.
please.
I'm just
Dude,
holding
I'm
it.
begging.
Relax.
I'm gonna no. No.
Since I was accused, I'd like to point out I am not a heathen. I'm a Christian. Thank you, sir.
Relax. Did Skylar run away? Is he not going to engage?
Quietly. You're gaslighting me.
Okay.
Sit here quietly.
So me asking you, is Genesis 1 literal or allegorical?
No.
What would you say?
Not literal.
It's not.
It's not literal.
It's not.
It's not
So
allegorical.
what is it? So what is it?
What do you mean? You just asked me if it's not allegorical. It's not.
Fine. Apparently, I apparently asked the wrong question. What do you think is being discussed in Genesis chapter 1, specifically the creation of the earth and the heavens and the seas?
You're describing it. The creation of the earth and the heavens is what's going on in chapter 1.
Okay, so right at the beginning, when it says the Spirit of God hovered above the waters, can you tell me, is it possible to be above a sphere, or is above in reference to a horizontal surface?
This has nothing to do with the Bible, so I don't know. I'm not a scientist,
Really?
bro. Yep.
No, this is not science either. So you're bringing
What
science
is in
up
the
again.
Bible has nothing to do with the Bible.
Right.
That's hilarious.
That's the most disingenuous thing I think I've ever heard. I give you an exact quote from the Bible, and you said this has nothing to do with the Bible.
No, it wasn't about the quote. That was disingenuous. You're talking about now, like, how can a spirit, and you're acting like it's literally talking literally now, right? This is what I was trying to explain to you. Just because it's not allegorical doesn't mean it isn't. It doesn't mean it's historical narrative, or it actually happening literally as the story says it. Right? You got to understand.
Okay.
Like it's a way of someone trying to explain how existence came into what we know, like as it is in the humanly world.
How is the interpretation then? If it's not how we read it, what's the interpretation? How should we?
It's not even wrong. Like, what do you think's wrong about it? Can I ask you what in Genesis 1? What are you saying is incorrect?
Listen, he just basically stated something, and you said no, that's not correct. So what are you saying that it's saying?
Well, let's go read it. Let's go look at Gen 1. Do you think that means literally God was floating over it?
Yeah. What do you think it means, dude? I'm asking you. What do you think it means?
Okay, listen, then stop interrupting me when I'm trying to explain it. Right?
You guys are getting into like a 14 hour
ask him a question, you idiot.
conversation.
You were
with this
asking a
guy.
question. No thanks.
Oh,
you know what?
I'll
Dip out of
go
here if
ahead.
you don't want to hear it, dude. If you don't want to hear it, no thanks. You can dip out of here.
Whether or not it's physical doesn't matter. You can physically hover over a sphere.
We're not talking to you, sir. We're talking to the gentleman that's saying that it doesn't mean that. What does it mean?
Well, you're not really talking to me because you keep over talking and interrupting me. So let's pretend you're talking.
All right, let's just hold this guy up. Just shut that other guy up. I want to hear what this gentleman's going to say about it.
So there's multiple flat earthers, but there can't.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want you're the one that was stopping me from doing it, though.
Yes, now you're filibustering. Can you just get to the point?
That's not what a filibuster is.
You're doing it now, continuing to do it. Just get to the point.
Once again, the definition of a filibuster, that's not what you're saying. Now, I might not be answering that question, but that's not a filibuster.
This is just more deflection.
Now, I'll answer your question now. I'm going to answer your question. Now, shh. Here's what it means.
Now, you're not going to shush anybody in here. Just tell us what it means.
Okay. No, you don't want to hear it. Sorry.
Yeah, your little princess, you don't want to hear it. I'm not going to tell you. Just listen. This is a conversation with adults. This is a conversation with adults. If you're going to be able to
students in school.
Yeah, your students.
You ain't getting what you want.
This isn't your students.
I tell them no, and they get a bad grade.
Yeah, this isn't your students, and this isn't your school. Okay, get it through your thick skull. You're talking to another adult here.
Well, my kids are special needs, and they're actually smarter than you.
Yeah, who cares?
Oh, Skylar.
Get to the point.
Shame on you.
True. They are smarter than him.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's not untrue. That's true.
Wow.
Geniuses. They can do math on levels I guarantee this dude can't do.
All right, so you're not going to be able to tell us what the point is anymore. You just got all in your
I told
feelings
you
right
what
now.
the point. I told you
What
the
is it?
point.
What
is right? That God, it doesn't mean God is a physical spirit, like a physical thing.
That's not what I was talking about.
Oh, I'm being.
That's not what I was talking about.
Hold on. You said physical spirit? That's a contradiction, isn't it?
Like I said, I was interrupted. I don't know what. I didn't get a chance.
What is
to
a
finish,
physical
so I guess we're
spirit?
not gonna,
Hold on, wait a minute. What is a
That's
physical
not what
spirit?
I said. I didn't say it was a physical spirit. I was saying it was the
said that.
opposite of a physical. No, you interrupted me, my brother. Why? I can't get my words out. You interrupt me. It sounds weird.
Who said anything about spirit being physical?
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Except you.
It was in regards to a horizontal.
Being spirit.
It's a red herring.
No, he's asking me a question about my view on the verse. We're not even talking about this other dude over at this point.
Yeah. So let me ask it again, Skylar. No worries, man. Let me ask it again.
Yeah.
In the text, it says that the Spirit of God hovered above the face of the deep, or the surface of the waters. Is it possible to hover above a ball? Is above in reference to a sphere, or is above in reference to a horizontal surface?
So you're putting it in the context of like physicality, and I don't believe the spirit is physical.
Once again, he's talking about the waters of the earth. Yeah, the spirit is
but he's not physical.
What do you, dude? Everybody knows that. We all.
Well, he's the spirit. He's the spirit. You're asking me to tell you. Dude, why are you not listening to me? You don't want to hear me.
Everybody across the board already agrees that a spirit is not something physical. You don't have to reiterate that point. Yeah? Everybody across the board is saying that.
So a spirit can't hover over a physical thing? Is that what you're saying?
He has another problem because in the Gospels, whether he likes it or not, the Spirit of God descended, once again, a horizontal relationship, like a dove, and fell upon Jesus at his baptism. So you don't have to get mad at me for the verbiage used in the Bible, but you are going to have to explain to me why the entire Bible only discusses a vertical and horizontal relationship as far as creation and the heavens are concerned. So if you just want to go ahead and pacify yourself by saying it's all allegorical, by all means do that. But the Bible itself does describe the earth as horizontal, and of course everything above it, and then the depths of it, Sheol, the grave, stuff like that. Everything is vertical and horizontal. At no point is the earth ever described as a sphere. You know it, and I know it, Skylar, and that's why you're running away like you are.
How could I run away if I was me? Oh, I guess I don't get to respond. He gets to mute me. You guys get to talk all you want, and then he can whatever. Go
ahead, Amy.
I just wanted to say that he's misrepresenting what we're saying. First of all, like none of the things that he's putting onto it. The hard part about having this conversation is being as obtuse as that guy is. You can't have. There's no breakthrough. There's always going to be just nothing but confrontation because we all agree that when it's mentioned the spirit here, we're not giving physicality to the spirit in per se. What we're saying with the statement of the sentence of the way it's structured, we're talking about just the water, the surface of it. That was the only thing that was mentioned. So we're talking about the water, and when we're talking about water, do you mean that is it using poetic language when it means water, or is it actual water that we see outside? That's the kind of water we're talking about, right? So that's physical. Water is physical. Okay, let's just get over that point. But as far as the spirit is concerned, there's no physicality mentioned out there, so we're not going to talk about that. You're doing too much, yeah? You just need to talk about the point that says who said about the horizontal nature of water. That's it. That is all we were mentioning. That's it. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, dude.
It's a fantastic red herring. We'll see if he does it again.
Been doing it for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I think if you just had maybe took it a little time to maybe maybe explain it instead of mute me and overtalk me, it probably would have went better. But you can keep asking me questions.
Yeah, you didn't understand, and what the point was
I
being
know.
clarified for you.
Well, sure, but you didn't need to mute me and talk down to me and call me obtuse.
Yeah,
That's
you
just
were being obtuse because you're interrupting a point of clarity, which was we were not talking about the Spirit of God being physical. We were talking about the waters. The Spirit of God was
repeating
hovering.
yourself.
Dude, you're interrupting me again.
But you're repeating
This is why
yourself
you can't hear
again.
the point of clarity, bro.
Well, I'm not
You
going
know
to
what
listen
I
to you
mean?
repeat yourself again.
Well, exactly what we meant is what we said. You kept saying, well, you guys are talking about the Spirit of God being physical.
I mean, when do you want me to
Nobody ever said that,
respond
bro.
to you? I mean, you unmuted me to respond, and you keep talking.
Yeah,
This is meta.
So the point is, we're going to describe the nature of water, yeah? Which is horizontal on its surface. Will you agree or disagree with that?
I don't think this is physical water in the verse.
Well, what
Also
kind of
back
water
that
do you,
story then.
what kind of water do you think it is, bro?
It's not. Like I said, you guys are taking this like
What
it's
kind of
historical narrative,
water?
like a science
What
book.
kind of
It's
water?
not. Well,
Bro, what
so
kind of
why
water?
can't I talk without you interrupting me?
What
Why
kind
are
of
you
water
interrupting
is
me?
in creation, bro? What kind of
You're
water?
incapable of having a conversation without interrupting me, and you're very hostile.
Yeah, because you.
This is ad hominem.
Okay, dude, water.
No,
Okay,
telling him
hold
it's
on a second.
hospital.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Is
God
not
is very
a,
clear. Dude, shut your
why
damn
can't-
mouth, dude.
Why are you like? I'm just.
Wow, this guy is crazy. If God isn't talking about water in that verse, then what water do you think he's mentioning? You know what, the mental gymnastics that it would take for someone to say that God is not talking about physical water in this verse would be astronomical. It would take epic logic failure for you to actually say he's not talking about physical water. This is insane. It's insanity. I don't know what church is he ascribed to, like, because this is weird, right? Is he informing people that this isn't water, like real water that God's talking about?
Yeah, he's on deaf, and
Holy
in my
smokes,
in
bro.
my experience, you're gonna have anybody who wants to get through to this guy is gonna have to devote hours upon hours of like breakthrough moments with him. He's unbearable.
The unbearable part is that we're not even talking about water anymore. Like, what? It's hovered over the surface of the deep, which is waters of the earth. No, that's not water. What is he talking about then?
Well, let's just see what the Bible's talking about. So I got a screenshot of a lexicon that I have, a concordance, and these are all the ways that word was used. And so it's definitely water. So he is in denial of what the scripture is clearly saying.
This is fascinating, honestly. Like, and he's a teacher. It's even more astonishing. That's what it's breathtaking, dude. That somebody actually gave this guy a diploma, and he walked up. Wow. Oh, wow. Spiritual water. IDAH, welcome to the chat. Looks like you're hot micing.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's kind of one thing to say that you're someone who actually ascribes to an Abrahamic religion, or even has anything to do with the biblical narrative, and then it's a whole other to say that the Bible is not literal in the sense of Genesis 1. I've never heard of that. Somebody saying that he's not talking about the actual earth that was created, that he's like basically just saying, oh, it's kind of like I'm using words that are not meaning what they actually mean. They mean something totally different. Like, not water in the sense of water. Like, what?
Yeah, then what would the next things entail? Like when he pulled the earth from the water, that's not the earth either. Then
Yeah,
it's not about the creation.
but exactly. So everything is just not about what is being said there. It's like that's how you guys interpret it. Water. That's not what it means. Well, I mean, what does it mean if it doesn't mean what it says it means? Like, this is weird, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it goes on to say other things in reference to the sky, in reference to the creatures. Yes, and then all of those things must not be what they are. Yeah.
No. Yeah, you just all bets are off. I mean, because we're not talking about the thing that we're talking about. That's not what we mean. That's not what God is saying there. Yeah, he put that word there, but it's about those ancient people. They didn't know what words were. How did they know what they were saying? Wow. And that's not even to mention the order of creation, because that could destroy the cosmology in the aspect of like how things were created, right? The first, second, and third day. The fourth day, here come the sun, moon, and stars. So according to the heliocentric system, you have the sun giving life to all of the things around it. Well, that's not possible if it was created on the fourth day. So you can't still be adhering to the cosmology of a Big Bang.
Yeah, that guy was just so off the rails with the conversations that says who was trying to hold him to, that says who appealed to his Christianity and said, okay, maybe we can find some common ground in this. It was just unbearable.
Wow. Does that guy always come in here?
Nope, never seen him before.
I mean, he teaches special needs, but at the same time, he is not he shouldn't be a teacher, man. Not especially in any Christian capacity. They should.
Yeah.
They should.
Terrible example.
God, dude. Wow.
So there was a wave of them. There was like 5 dudes that came in at the same time, and I'm who knows if Peter put the bat signal out because he was in here for a second too at the same time, but it seems like a crew of jackasses.
The bat symbol.
It's the rat symbol, actually.
The rat symbol?
Yeah. I've even got a meme for it. Here it is.
The sewer rat symbol.
That was too funny. I had half the room muted. I was dying.
Yeah. Shout out to Says Who for dealing with all of those people and Lats. Good job, guys. That was definitely going to give you some gray hairs.
Oh my gosh! And Lats was holding down the chat, dude. The text,
yeah,
my man.
No,
so I've just
gray hairs, man.
I've just realized I can create events in this server and create them in this channel. So maybe I should create an event right now. What do you think? Seeing it's busy in here.
Let's go with did God say in Genesis 1 that he's hovering over the face of the waters? Like, I want to. I'm just.
That's kidding. Actually a good idea. No, that's a good idea. This is a.
I'm just kidding.
That's the topic.
It's got to be a short title, but I was thinking the globe is a religion. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run with it, man. I honestly, and all the years that I've been actually debating people with like the biblical side of things, like no one's ever said the thing that he just said right now. It is so beyond. Like it, people say that it's allegory, like by that meaning, like the order of creation or like how long it took, that sort of thing. Not in the actuality of what it's being like the specifics, right? Like water, the people, the animals, the vegetation, like all that stuff was still there, even with allegory being the case of never not being like. Well, it says the word, but that word doesn't actually mean the word you're seeing there. It means a whole entirely new thing. Like, well, what else could it be? What is he talking about?
Well, if spirits can't hover over physical matter, how the heck could a spirit create it then?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. because he's trying to operate in a realm of, I'm only assuming, like thinking about it in a consistent manner with like only physical world. Why it doesn't work? Because it's it's not actual water. Like, well then, what is he talking? Like, I don't know. I guess. Sorry, man. This threw me for a loop, big time. Like,
it must be spiritual water.
I didn't think there were people that this obtuse, bro. Like,
I want some of that ghost water. Where do I find that?
Yikes.
Well, I wish it wasn't the case, but typically the Christians that I talk to will do that crazy red herring, slippery nonsense when I start bringing that stuff up. Like it gets wild.
And like this is the first time I've encountered this, man. Honestly.
Oh yeah.
At this level,
it immediately goes to well, that's not what they meant. Well, they didn't have the. We do. Like they just think that everybody who wrote the Bible were a bunch of retarded camel jockeys. I swear.
Oh, well, obviously they just crawled out of the caves not long before that.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Do they think we came from monkeys too?
Some do.
I'm beside myself, fellas. Oh, wow.
All right, there's the event in the side chat there. And hopefully it brings a few people in. I'll go share. And we'll do a community ping.
Like, is there more people like him? Like that?
I mean, he was special. I don't know. He was special. He was special.
All right, good. That gives me hope.
I mean, it's like says who mentioned, you'll definitely get people who will try to ad hoc their world, what they think is true to fit the Bible because they hold the Bible to be true. So they'll say, well, it in context it meant this, but they won't deny outright. He's a special guy.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
I was gonna say you guys should have been in here yesterday. Him and his girlfriend were in here together. She was white knight in front. That's funny.
Oh, I bet you that was a treat.
Oh yeah, it was good.
Did he introduce her as girl? Like, what did he mean by girlfriend?
Yeah.
Well, it was just a girl that was defending his every move and telling us to unmute him, even after he demonstrated himself to be like that.
So he's like a leader. He's like a piper of like numpties, right? Like there's a whole line of people that are like less than, wow, that would advocate for him to speak. What platform is he on, bro? Like people are actually listening to him. That's astonishing. Like there's no Bereans here. No one's actually checking to see what he's saying. Like he's just accepting it.
Wow, look at that's a nice view you got there, John Lee. Welcome to the room.
Now putting your camera, does that limit the room still, or?
Yeah, it does. We got 21 in here at the moment. I think it limits it to 25. And I just put the event out, so a bunch of people will probably join. So if we can
I want to take that camera down, John Lee. Yeah, it's an amazing view, man, but we can't have it on. It's flat water over there. Yeah, we get it.
He proved you all wrong.
Wait, you think that proved him? Is he still here? You think that proved somebody wrong?
No, I'm just joking.
IDH is a funny guy. I don't know who in here except for the guys I know. So if you're in here and I've never talked to you, are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? John Lee, IDAH. Who else? Oh,
I just believe what they tell me, but I'm open to changing my mind.
Well, yeah, I mean that's good. At least you got your mind open. It's a great place to start. What is like? Have you been hearing anything that people have been saying in this room, or is it just? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just been listening to Sky, so it's pretty.
No freaking way. That guy. Listen. If that guy is somebody you listen to, you need to change the channel, bro, because that is. Whew, that is not.
No, my bad. Not Sky. Says who? Says who?
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. If you were following Sky, bro, you need to do. You need to do some serious like self-reflection, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, says who? Yeah, he's legit, man.
I'm just waiting for someone competent on the other side to debate. I don't think anyone else is really competent when it comes to people in this room for Globers.
Well, I mean, if you've ever seen the meme of that skeleton sitting down, like it says it's waiting for something, like at that park bench, that'll be you. Just finish the caption, put a caption on that image. Yeah, because you're going to be waiting for a long time, my friend.
Yeah.
Good example. That's hilarious.
It's weird. I mean, you can't. Every interaction is different, so it's never going to be the same with the people we interact with. But we always hope for the best, yeah? Always. And the heart of our aim is never to have a conversion, but to have a good challenge. To have somebody go away and say, you know what? Let me think about it. That is it. That's like the highest level of like where we want to be at. I'll have a look or I'll research or any one of those phrases, words. I was looking for you guys. I was like, man, I'm bored at work. I don't have nothing to listen to, and English Hub was kind of no one was there, so I saw where DJ's at. There's always a party, huh? Were you an actual DJ in real life?
No, man, it's just to do with my name. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Don Johnson.
He's the singer. He's the singer of Silverchair.
He's the original Don Juan. Okay, I got you. That's the ladies' man right there.
Well, I'll go post the event link in the home server. Maybe that'll bring some people over.
For sure. Yeah, were you listening, Flat Lloyd? That was a doozy, man. One for the books. Who's Weird Punk 101? Is that somebody you guys know?
Nope. Newbie.
Weird Punk, what's going on, man? The silent type, eh? Over fences, you jamming out over there? You got that video on there? Hey, hey, what's going on, man? Well, don't run away. Yeah, I see. And that's because he's trying to make something up on the spot. He couldn't decide whether literal or not, or excuse me, yeah. Oh, I think he says who a third option that he was trying to describe, but it's almost like somebody just trying to make something up on the spot too. It's just like you really don't know what side you're on, dude. You're very confused. All I got was confusion from that gentleman. That's it. Oh yeah, he was all over people. Well, it's just like you guys. You're like my students. You know, my students. Whatever, dude.
I dread being his student.
Yeah, no kidding, dude. How'd he get his diploma, dude? I'm still trying to square that circle. Must have paid for it or something.
Yeah, family.
Yeah, something. Because if he would have brought this argument in any capacity, they would have been like, dude, relax. Just calm down. All right. He's talking about physical water. Well, that's not what he means, though. Arguing with his teacher. Holy smokes, did he say that? Hey, what's going on, Saim? Are you there? Hello? Okay. Oh, it's Mr. Magnetic West. You're still flying to Magnetic West, RC Maisty?
Yeah, Magnetic Tiger T70. You ever heard of a compass, man? So the globe is not a religion by definition, since there are no dogmas of the nations. Can't form dogmas based on observations. In fact, I think this entire thing is a ploy to self-soothe on some projection here.
Yeah, what observation do you make that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and tell me. I'd like to see
distances between points on the face of the Earth cannot be coplanar.
So they're curving?
I just said that they cannot be coplanar.
You can't
Yeah, but
curve. You
are
can't
you-
curve point. You can't curve points.
Where's your observation? Because you said it's all observational. So where's your observation of
Yes,
the Earth being a globe?
you can observe distances between points on the face of the Earth.
Yeah, thank you, Captain Obvious. Yeah,
you're welcome.
But we want to know the 2 points that you're speaking of. In between those 2 points is the Earth curving.
It's actually any 4 points you can use to verify that the other 3 points are not coplanar. Ergo, Earth cannot be flat.
Dude, ergo, you didn't make an observation of the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, observe the distances between 4 points on the face of the Earth. I can verify the other 3 points are not coplanar using the 4th point. I can verify that the 4th point is not coplanar with the other 3 using a 5th point, and you continue on ad infinitum.
Dude, are you drunk? Are you just rambling? Like, this sounds like the ramblings of a madman. All right, can you just say something that's a little more coherent? So we're talking about just 2 points, right? Point A and point B. If you're using
4 points.
Why are you changing my example to yours? I don't care about your example.
This was my example.
Yeah, I know. But whatever yours was, it sounds like a hot mess. So I'm using one that's a little more clear, right?
Sounds like you're coping is what it sounds like.
No.
So, AV,
I want to go ahead, Sezu.
I'm curious. So, let's say we have out in the Gulf, and are the distances between those 4 points are they not on the same plane at sea level?
Nope, can't. In fact, take any 5 or any 4 cities that you want that are on the coast. Those are.
No, I just talked about the oil rigs.
Those are.
I talked about oil rigs. Don't change my example.
Those are observed.
For oil rigs.
He's good at doing that. He's good at doing that, says who? He's gonna
find any of those 5 points you want. Give me the exact.
Now it's 5. At first it was 2, and then it was 4, and now it's 5.
No, it wasn't first.
Okay, the 4 oil rigs.
Yeah.
The oil rigs. So those aren't on the same plane at sea level.
Nope, I can prove that they are not coplanar.
Okay, show me the distances in actual physical reality between those 4 points.
Yeah, it doesn't have presentation on it. They cope just like you guys are coping right now.
Well, yeah, I just want to see it. Go ahead and show me how these are on the same plane.
Sure.
Yeah, give us something to cope about first.
Yeah, we ain't coping yet because
I presented this like 50 times. AJ's been coping about it for about 4 years now, or AV, rather.
Yeah. Present your stuff, dude.
I already did.
Where is it?
It's all over YouTube.
Dude.
No.
Put your stuff.
Show me how they're not on the same plane. See reality.
And those distances cannot be coplanar because those distances do not follow the law of sines, which they would need to be coplanar.
Yeah, he's just
want you to measure the distances, bro.
Yep, correct.
Okay, do it.
You want me to walk you across the ocean? What do you want me to do?
Whatever you want to do.
Sure.
Walk you across the ocean. That's what your mind is on, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's no other way you can show it except for saying that. I mean, how redundant can you actually be, dude?
Sounds like you guys are still coping. This is rough.
Dude, you're explaining things so like complex that you don't need to use all that. If you can show
say anything complex, 4 points.
Yeah, listen.
4 points.
Yeah. Who cares, dude? Are you showing that the distance? Are you showing that the distance in between those points
cannot be coplanar?
Dude,
cannot be coplanar.
Yeah. So you keep saying that. So are you showing that it's showing any curvature whatsoever?
Not coplanar.
Answer the question.
He just says not coplanar. That's his answer for everything. Is not coplanar.
Answer the question. Is there a curvature? Is there a curvature such as the curvature of the Earth in between those points?
Yep.
Okay, what is the measured drop over distance in between those 4 points?
No such thing as drop over distance for your measurement.
Really? Okay, so we don't have a drop away from a tangential plane. According to you guys that think that the Earth is a ball,
well, in geometry,
drop over distance.
Well, in Geometry Cupcake, you don't do drop over distance. You ask what plane are they on if they are coplanar. And if you show that they are not coplanar, well, then it can't be planar.
Yeah, but how did you prove that? You didn't go
With
outside and demonstrate.
distances and the law of sines.
Distances and writing down some kind of
Lots
equation
of
is not
copium
going
going on right now.
Yeah, did you go outside to verify?
Copy.
Did you go outside to verify this? Yep, I knew it. That's the extent of your cope.
Did she run away?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my gosh.
So disappointing. I just got here. I haven't heard from R.C. Meisty's little globe copes for years. Now I only get like 30 seconds of it. Maybe he'll be back.
It's not as tantalizing as you might think down the line.
It's been a while. I don't really remember. I remember arguing with him about airplanes and stuff and triangles. That's all I remember.
Yeah, he has trouble with shapes still. And he thinks there's a magnetic west, so
yeah. He's probably got the same arguments, right? Same ones.
Yeah, he also thinks the sun's on fire. This is the same guy. You can ask him; he'll still say it.
Yeah, I wanted to just listen to him. I didn't actually want to talk to him, but yeah. At least I got to hear him.
He might regale you with tales of magnetic west. He flies a plane, you know.
Oh yeah, I heard him mention that once or twice.
It's in his PFP.
He's an odd duck. Is that Peter right there in the chat? And he's got the flat tag. Get the hell out of town. See, his apology on Twitter is so stupid. Sitting by a freaking fire with a globe next to him. What a doofus.
I have not
Is it like
seen
one of
that.
them old 80s commercials for like whiskey or something?
Yeah. You almost think that the arms of an angel are going to start singing in the background with his sad puppy face. In the arms of an angel.
Is he wearing like a checkered gown?
Yeah.
It's got a pipe hanging out his mouth.
A freaking narrator is going to come out and say, for only 35 cents a day, you can support this Glober. And in times of trouble, you need somebody to rely on. Please help him. Won't you help him? Like, it's got... Oh, dude.
What is he apologizing for?
For mistreating anybody on 24/7 because he wanted to be a part of this group, and please let me back over here with you guys, and I just want to have conversations and stuff like that. But so an apology. He was on an apology tour for a little bit. I don't know if he cooled his heels already on that or not, but
Yeah, I've only heard about him secondhand. Indio told me about him. He said that it would be entertaining if I ever talked to him, but it's not like I'm dying to talk to him.
okay. Well, yeah, you're not rushing for anyone to unmute him, but he's king of the odd ducks. Oh, we had some whoppers come through here today. Boy, I tell you what.
Yeah, they're probably like, oh, these guys are back. Yeah, let's drop in there.
Yeah, the boys are back in town.
Yeah.
Boys are back in town.
Did they come up with any better arguments?
Okay, so when you say better...
I mean, I just assume the answer is going to be no. I mean, I don't know. What else could they say?
I know what you mean, but I don't know, better for...
So, Marymount, we had a crew come through. One guy said imaginary doesn't mean imaginary, and another guy said that water doesn't mean water. So that should give you an idea.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop, dude. Like, I was like, okay.
That made me laugh. Just because something's imaginary doesn't mean it's not real.
I didn't hear that one, but that would have been hella funny if I heard it.
Yeah, it's real to them. It's real for them, right? It's real to me, my globe. It's real to me.
I just put my headphones on. Say that again. Imaginary doesn't mean imaginary, and water is not water.
It's not
Is that
water,
what was
yeah.
Said?
Dude, Matrix, you would have got up from your chair and probably went to go get something to eat because you were like, I just can't. Like, I would be upset, but I'm just disappointed, dude. You guys, it's like not even, you know what I mean? Like the level where they're taking this now.
Hold on a minute. I just had a shower. So what was I showering in?
Not water.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
And
you heard that one.
Check this out. And if you imagine out it was water, then your imagination is not even real. Is that how it went?
What's the quote? If you're not imagining reality, if your mind is not imagining reality, you're not in reality. Or something stupid like that. I've got to find it.
So we were talking about.
Oh, I was just gonna say, glad you weren't in here. Did you would have got your band hammer out for that one?
That's what I'm saying, man. He would. Well,
we were talking about the latitude and longitude lines, and specifically the equator. And I told them that those lines were imaginary. And they said, nuh-uh. And I said, okay, go see how the equator is measured or how it's derived. And they used ChatGPT, of course. And ChatGPT says that the equator is an imaginary line. He said, see, you said it was imaginary. I said, no, ChatGPT said it. Well, imaginary doesn't mean imaginary. I was like, holy shit.
Wow, dude. Do they think there's a big, like, red stripe going across the surface of the Earth? Like, what the hell's going on?
Yes.
Oh, he does?
Because he says, I can show you on a map, point it out to you. And I'm like, dude, that's a paper map on your desk. It's imaginary. It's conceptual.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they can't use it for real world purposes, but they conflate that with, real.
Mick, we get it. Like Mick's trying to break down the logic.
No, I know.
You don't have to break down the logic, bro. We understand.
No, I know, but yeah, I get it. I'm just thinking to myself, like, how do you screw that up?
Well, they just showed you how they.
I know, like it's crazy.
You're trying to square the circle like I was, earlier, with the guy saying that in Genesis 1, where the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the deep, which is, the waters of the earth. And he's like, well, yeah. And we're asking him, what do you think it means? Because if it's not allegory and if it's not literal, then what does it mean? Well, he's like, well, he's not talking about water. Really? What's he talking about then? Well, there's no water there?
Yeah. I know. I'm just thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? Like, damn, dude.
Yeah. Well, and if Dandelion wanted to say like what is better, like in their arguments, I guess that's top tier global arguments,
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on your perspective. Like, I consider their top tier, like the only honest argument they have is, I just believe it because I want to. I mean, you hear them say variations of that once in a while. Not a lot of them, but maybe one out of every 50 will admit that. I mean, that's the only honest argument they have, right? I just like balls.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. They had me sideways when you said it like that. Holy smokes.
You like that? Yeah, that's their best argument, don't you think? I mean, it's the only one that's honest.
That might get clipped.
I did not expect you
clipped.
I can't hear because this nigga's mic is glitching and he won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I heard you bring up that one last night in an argument. You just slipped in there so subtly, Dandelion. The balls thing. I was laughing. You did it so coy and like mid sentence. No one noticed. It's great.
Yeah, it was smooth. Yeah, very smooth.
We had some teenagers last night that I found them very entertaining.
Some of these guys they're wearing on you, Dandelion.
That could be. Yeah, that could be. That's totally possible.
Seems
Yeah,
like
I
you
mean,
guys got the party handled. I'm gonna step out for a little bit. Well, not out, but I got to get back to work.
okay. Yeah, good to see you, hear you.
It's a shame I wasn't here earlier because I would have saved those awesome clips of stupidity and added them to my file pile. I don't know if you've heard these or not before, Dandelion, but a while ago we didn't have the soundboard in politics, and I was running another thing to play sounds through, and I was collecting entertaining clips. Now I've got 4 of them, so I'll play them for you, and you'll know the voices as soon as you hear them. One of them you won't know, which will be the first one, but the rest of them you will know, and hopefully you'll be somewhat entertained by it. Yeah.
Where the ocean meets the sky, that's called an event horizon.
So that was the first one. Where the ocean meets the sky, that's called an event horizon.
Nice. I don't know that voice. Monotone. It's a monotone. Mr. Monotone. Who's that?
Right Wing Riddler. So you probably he probably has another name, but yeah, the rest of them I'm pretty sure you've heard before. So here's clip number 2.
Refraction can do a lot. If conditions are perfect, you can see the back of your head from with a good enough telescope.
That's a good one. Love it.
That's a classic from Donald C. Everyone's favorite melt.
Where can I buy that telescope? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, get me one, man. I'll happily pay for that. A few others will probably happily snag one too.
I like the deadpan delivery too.
Oh, yes. And the next one?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
That's good. That's good. Who's that one?
That's Brenda.
Oh no! I should have recognized that voice. If there'd been longer talking, I would have. I mean, I've heard that voice many times, but for some reason I didn't get it that time. But that's funny. Yeah, that's funny.
And the last
Okay,
one.
so Dandelion receives 10 demerits for not knowing that was Brenda.
I'll take it. I'll take those demerits. I'll take them.
That was a hard hit. And lucky
Does that mean I might get an out of school
mind
suspension soon?
is not within.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, go for it. Is that Bev?
Well, I haven't even finished it yet, but yeah, I'll restart it.
Your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So
I thought that was appropriate from what you said earlier. So that's my collection of numpty clips at the moment. So yeah, it's a shame I wasn't on earlier. I would have had a few more to add to the file pile.
Yeah, would you replay that Bev one?
Those are good.
The Bev one? Yeah, I can do that. Hold on.
your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So
I wonder what the soul was going to follow after that. Like, must have been an epic train wreck.
I wish you'd been here. Yeah, I feel like you could have gotten good ones when Bev and Elderbir and that other guy were here the other day. I feel like you could have got. I mean, come on, you didn't hear Elderbir singing "You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet" to hype up his amazing evidence he was going to show us.
Do you know how every now and then there's always that one voice that really grates your gears and you just can't stand them? I bet you can't guess who mine is.
Elderbir or Bev?
Bev. They both sound the same to me, but yeah, anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just go through me for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, red flag, get away. So I don't have to listen to this. Because they're just, their heads are that broken, I just can't track them anymore. It's like that they've redefined everything down to absurdity, and that's what I asked him about it the other day. And yeah, he went and started picking up dictionaries and going through them to look up the definition of the word flat. A visual surface condition. That's what and that's what I said to him. Green is a visual surface condition. Pimples are a visual surface condition. So are they flat? And then he went off and picked up his dictionary and had a breakdown. I just said, mute, go away.
Yeah, Bev's dictionary. Yep, we look at it. Every single word just has the definition a word. Just get as vague as possible.
I think the reason for it is over many years, they've been hammered by so many dumbass globers. Oh, define this, define that. And because they've had to define every single bloody word, that they've just got into the habit of making it as vague as possible, so you can't really have a conversation with them. I do believe that Bev and the crew are flat earthers, but because of this constant pounding they've had over the years of having to define everything, and we've all seen what it's like, they've just it's broken them. That's what it's done. They are broken souls, and that's just they do that just so they get through the conversation.
I think that's the absolute best keystone in trying to understand them. I have to give you some kudos on that.
Well, they don't. No, I mean, when I talked to them, I didn't actually realize that because I hadn't talked to Bev for years. He said he didn't say he was a flat earther. He said it was a real globe knower. That's what you were. Were you there for that part, Matrix, when he said that's what they are? They're real globe. No, oh yeah, that's on the live stream. Yep, he said that's their new description of themselves. They're real globe knowers.
Right. Oh well then, globetards. That was easy.
You want to talk to Peter, Mary?
I could try. I mean, yeah. Should I try it?
Go ahead, Peter.
Is it Pizza Planet, Peter?
No, not him.
What's up, Alpha Veritas? Been such a long time.
Not long enough.
Do you like my series of videos?
Yeah, your apology tour is the spectacle, yeah?
No, it was genuine. It was heartfelt.
Anyway, regale Mary Mom with your tales from the globe side, will you?
Yeah, Peter, what were you apologizing for?
Well, but why don't you watch it yourself? I wasn't apologizing. I was just thanking the community here for being part of my journey and all the things I've learned on 24/7 Discord. I mostly engage on Twitter, and the quality of flat earthers on Twitter is horrible, very low quality.
Horseshit! So you don't even engage with half of them.
I was posting videos to my friends on Twitter and letting them know that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is where I learned Minecraft.
What did you learn from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Well, how to stay on point, how to make an argument that is, only about the shape of the Earth, or the topology, as we would say, of the Earth's surface, and not go into all sorts of nonsensical, conjectures.
Yo, the Earth is round, bro. I don't know what you're on about.
We all used to think that we were all born glowers, dude.
Hey, yo,
Would you like to debate about it?
Yeah.
No, wait, Peter.
Peter. It's wrong.
Peter, no.
No, you don't get to talk to Peter, dude.
Here, bro.
I'm talking to this other guy.
What other guy?
What is the evidence that you have to support that the Earth is a globe? Abba?
Wait, I'm talking to my mother.
Oh, wait, I have proof. I've actually made this proof over years of research.
Yeah, but I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy.
No, wait, he doesn't need to talk. He doesn't want to, so I'm talking.
I'm talking. Ships disappear, when ships sail away from you, their hulls disappear before the masts.
if the Earth was flat, the entire ship would shrink evenly. But on a round Earth, the curved surface hides the lower part first. Also, airplane flight paths. Planes fly curved routes because it's the shortest path on a sphere. Like you look on a plane, like why would they fly? Why would they not fly in a straight line? Because it's not like. Can I curse in the server or no?
Well, yeah, but let's just do 1 point at a time, man.
It's not a fucking map. It's not straight. It's not a
That's
plane.
fine.
It's a
You can go. Listen, you can go to all your points that you like. Just go through 1 point at a time. We can discuss each one.
All right. Give me an argument why the fuck the Earth is round. Why it's not round.
Can I address this guy without like 5 people jumping in?
Yeah, address me, buddy.
Round, you fucking dumbass niggas. Fucking dumbass.
You can say whatever you want, dude. It's not going to change the truth at all. Not even a little. All right, so if you're
Just
saying
try to beat me, bro. Try to beat me. Go.
Yeah, I'm going to, right? So you're telling me that when the ship disappears from the bottom up, you're saying that's due to the curvature of the Earth, yes?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. How did you prove that to yourself?
Well, it's been proven.
Okay, that's fine. How was it proven to you?
Bro, what do you mean? There's like thousands of researches on Earth.
Well, yeah. I know. I want you to show to the audience how it was proven that there's demonstrated curvature from the ship disappearing from the bottom up.
Bro, it's literally on camera.
Okay, but how do you know it's curved? Because it's something that we see. How do I know it's the curve of the Earth?
No, because it
could just be an optical.
Because if it was flat, the whole thing would disappear at the same time.
No, that's a wrong categorization. That's a wrong category, dude. Check this out. If it's an optical phenomenon, I'm gonna tell you.
It's on camera.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. Relax. So if it's an optical phenomenon, I could categorize it as a mirage, like a superior or an inferior mirage. And in the category of a superior mirage, I could say it's sinking. So if you look up superior mirage and you look up the word sinking, you're going to see the phenomena that details. And that will equate to exactly what you're witnessing with the ship disappearing from the bottom up.
No, it's not. This is not a superior mirage.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know? How did you distinguish it's not that?
Listen, you flat earthers cite the. You always claim the ship.
Wait a second. That's not a rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal, bro. You got to give me a rebuttal. How do you know it's not an optical phenomenon like sinking? And you know it's a curve. How do you?
Let me speak.
Go ahead.
You guys always claim that it doesn't disappear like hull first, and it's just an optical illusion.
No. Hold on. Wait. No, we never said that. No, never said that. Never said that, bro. Never said that.
What are you saying? I'm right.
It's an optical effect called sinking, the superior mirage. And it doesn't always happen. It happens sometimes, not always.
That's what I'm trying to explain. A superior mirage is an optical phenomenon caused by light refraction. That's when it's really hot outside. It's really hot outside.
It's not really hot. It's not really hot. Yeah, it's not really hot, dude. It could just happen at any type of ambient temperature that will allow it. Oh, he ran away. Okay.
He'll take that as a win. He'll run away to his mates. I beat him, I had to run, and I won my last fight by 42 yards.
He's back. Go ahead, man. Abba, you're there?
Yeah, can I speak?
Yeah, don't run away, though. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're rage baiting the shit out of me. Listen.
Don't worry about that.
Oh my. Listen, a superior mirage is like when it goes through the heat. Like there's different layers of air at different temperatures. That's what makes objects appear higher or distorted, right?
Okay, so my case was
it's extreme. Oh my lord, bro.
My case was, how did you distinguish what it is? If you're saying it's curvature, how do you know it's not an optical effect, bro? I'm trying to tell you.
Literally in every single temperature. Listen. Oh my lord, bro. I'm understanding what you're trying to say, but listen. Superior mirages, like, it does not explain why ships disappear hull first. Disappearance happens daily, not rarely. Like, superior mirage is a rare phenomenon.
Abba, quick question. Does bottom-up obstruction only happen on curved surfaces? Yes or no?
Does what?
The effect that you call ships disappearing over the curve, does that only happen on curved surfaces?
Does bottom? All right.
Bottom up obstruction. Things disappearing from the bottom up.
Abba, do you get what he's saying?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
Excellent.
what if we were to
Inside
show
chat
you?
for you, mate.
Yeah, what if we showed you it happens on a horizontal plane? Like what's in the side chat? Look at side chat.
So inside chat, there's a picture of the two cans, right? Those two cans are sitting 22 feet away from the camera. The only difference is, for the two shots, camera was down at floor level and camera was lifted up. That's it. The cans are against the wall, flat floor, done. See in the bottom image how the bottom of the can's disappearing? Like as if it's gone over the curve? That is a perfectly flat surface. Now the other problem we've got video footage of radio-controlled boats disappearing bottom up at only 100 yards. That's it.
Bro, where's that video? It's fake for sure.
No, wait a minute. You're saying it's fake for sure. You haven't even looked at it, dude. You can't be dismissive until you see it. You gotta at least entertain it and first check it out before you say it's fake for sure.
Bro, listen.
That sounds like you're being dismissive without even seeing the evidence.
Bro, the picture that you showed me of the coffee, it's not due, like the change in like visibility is not due to the Earth's curvature. It's like it's local obstruction. It's a change in the camera.
Right. So what we're telling you is, how is it possible that you're saying it's Earth's curvature? You get me? So now, how did you make the determination that it's Earth's curvature when it could be an optical effect, Abba? That's what we're trying to show you.
Literally, when people are high up in planes, in like really high planes, you can see that the Earth is curved.
So that's also wrong too, because if you're saying that if you're saying it's Earth curvature, you can come back down to the ground and determine it by measuring the surface curvature, if there was one.
Bro, there was literally a group of flat earthers that like did so many experiments.
Don't worry about the flat earthers, bro. Don't worry about flat earthers. I'm asking you to determine how you know that it's Earth curvature, brother. That's what I'm saying. You don't have the evidence that it's Earth curvature.
I determined.
Who cares about what flat earthers do?
I can see. Oh, I see ships disappearing. I see them going bottom up. I gave you
the answer.
I see from how. I see from.
Bro, I gave you the answer to that. Right?
You didn't.
The answer is it could be an optical phenomenon, brother. It could be something happening optically.
Yeah, listen, but a mirage, like a light refraction, like due to the temperature, is a really rare phenomenon. Like that's some shit you see in movies, right?
No, it's not rare, dude. It's not rare.
And bro, oh my fucking god, the boat disappearances, like bottom up, is like a daily thing. Like every ship disappears.
Yeah,
like
Abba, hold on for a second. You're assuming. Why are you talking? You just had a meltdown because AV said one word and you decided to run through me. Not cool, bro. You're assuming it's due to curvature. If that's true, and this boat's disappearing bottom up is due to curvature, then we'd be able to measure the distance that they disappear over this physical ball. Would you agree with that?
I'm not taking your coffee picture as any evidence. That's totally.
I didn't ask you to take my coffee picture as anything. I said if the boats are disappearing over the ball, we'd be able to measure the distance from where you view this happen to where it happens. Do you agree with this? We'd be able to measure it.
Yeah, but why do you think that it's a light refraction?
Well, hold on.
I never said anything about refraction.
Did you answer his question? Dude, listen. His question is totally valid. If it was Earth curvature, from where you're making your observation to the boat, you could measure the distance and say, I know how far away that boat is to where the curvature starts. You could do that. If it was true.
You guys are coming up with a bunch of mumbo jumbo conspiracy.
Dude, this is valid points, bro. It's valid points that you don't want to address because you want to adhere to the idea that the Earth is a globe at the end of the day. You want to win by just saying, nuh-uh. Well, he's giving you a valid point. It's like you could measure the distance from you to the boat easily. If you're saying that it's Earth curvature.
Yes. You can measure like when it starts curving.
Right, that's what we're saying, dude. Who's done that? We're asking you, who's ever measured that? You or anybody?
Wait.
No one's done that, Abba. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
For sure, people have measured.
That's what I thought. That's what I... Dude,
Yeah.
you're like everybody
Yeah,
here,
okay.
man. All of us thought the same thing.
Surveyors and engineers, for sure.
Bro, no.
Here.
No, not even those guys, bro.
Here. In the Toronto skyline, like, you know, you can stand on, like, on the CN Tower, okay? You can stand, it's like a really high skyscraper. The bottom of the buildings, like, you can observe that the bottom of the buildings are hidden behind the curve.
Yeah, you're giving us another example, just like the boat, right? Another example. We're going to tell you the same thing. Why can't people just measure from the distance where they're seeing it, like where they're observing?
Oh, can
to
you
where
just
they're
prove me?
seeing
Can you
it?
just prove me? Why do I see it curved? Why do I see it curved?
You're not seeing a curve, bro. You're seeing something like that looks like it's obstructed, and then you're assuming curve.
So why can't I see the horizon?
You can see the horizon.
What? No. When you go high up, you see the Earth is curved. So you believe all the
You
space
don't
pictures
see
are
the
curved.
Earth is curved, bro. You think it's curved. You're thinking it's curved. It's not curved.
Bro, what what are you talking about?
Abba, when you claim you're going high up and seeing this curve, how high up are you going?
Like, I've seen a lot of pictures, a ton of... So you're saying that all the
No,
pictures are
no,
fake?
I didn't ask about pictures. I asked how high up are you going?
40,000 feet.
You say I'm broke. I don't think you've been in a plane.
Fuck you mean? It's 40,000 feet, cruising altitude.
Okay, all right. So you're
So I've flown in planes plenty. I've never seen any curvature. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So
It's just a bad example, dude.
So you either know that the Earth is curving or you don't, Abba. It's the problem. And it doesn't sound like you can determine that the Earth is actually curving. You're just assuming that it's curving based on these other examples that you've been talking about.
Yes, but listen, I know when on the commercial airlines the cruising altitude is not high enough to see the curve of the Earth. It's just barely noticeable.
Oh, we're not worried about these. Listen, bro, we're not worried about these examples you're showing us. We're asking you, how did you determine that it was curvature you think you're seeing? Either in the boat, the CN Tower, or your airplane. How did you determine it was Earth curvature?
Because I couldn't see the bottom of the building.
Yeah, but that's just you saying you can't see the bottom of the building. That's not you saying I know it's curving.
Bro, what the... Bro,
Yeah, it's a mind job if you think about it. Listen,
if you
logically...
debate any scientist on this, you're going to get absolutely rocked.
I've debated cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs. I've debated everybody, dude. There's no one out there that has this information, Abba. No one knows that the Earth is actually curving, dude.
If it'll make you feel better, AV, there was an aeronautical engineer in one of these rooms the other day that got kicked sideways.
Yeah, I've debated almost everybody whom you think would have the answers to this. Nobody, dude, over the 10 years I've been doing this, has the answer. And I've been talking to everybody, just like I'm talking to you.
All right, like, where's the edges of the Earth? What do you guys believe?
Nobody knows about the places that you're imagining are there, because those places, nobody can tell you about them because nobody's been there.
So what is Earth? What do you believe?
Earth is what you're standing on right now. It's what you see when you walk out your door.
You think we have like a glass dome? You think we live in a glass dome?
No, nobody's making any claim to glass domes, dude. All we're telling you is that the Earth is not what you're thinking it is as a sphere. Doesn't measure like one. There's no measurement for it.
Dimension.
Like, ask them, like, why can you see different stars from each part of the Earth? If Earth is round, everyone, like, should see the same stars at the same time.
That's incorrect, sir. That's incorrect. This one's a little more difficult because it has to deal with how your vision works. So it might be a little bit more confusing for you to talk about vision because it's kind of a deep discussion. So me to tell you real quick, it's not going to work.
If the Earth is flat, as you say, the stars should be like in place. Why is some part of it, like some stars you can see in one side of the Earth and other stars you can see on a different side of the Earth?
Yeah, because you're thinking of the Earth as a globe. That's why you're talking about different sides. And the Earth, listen, the Earth is a horizontal plane. So across the surface of the Earth, like if you think about it like a giant table, right? Everybody's on the table. We're all horizontally across from each other. We're not like on the other side of a ball. That's the idea you have right now. That's why it's confusing you.
But that's the fact that you can't see some of the stars at different periods of time.
Yeah, that's because your vision is working, that it converges everything to the eye line. I'm going to tell you a little bit. Hopefully you understand. Yeah, your vision is converging everything off to the horizon. So when you see horizontally across the surface of the Earth, your vision converges everything to that eye line. So you can't see forever. In other words, even if the Earth is flat, you can't see forever, bro. That's a wrong understanding of flat Earth.
That's literally that's round Earth. You're just yapping.
No.
Earth is a sphere.
No, because you haven't produced. Listen, there's no measurement of the Earth having any curvature. What are you not getting from that?
Your only proof, all the flat earthers, your only proof to why the Earth is flat is because we don't have enough proof to prove
Incorrect.
the Earth is round.
How about this, Abba? How about this? How about we go and get a laser pointed over long distance, and we'll just go and measure the end of it and see how far off the ground it is?
Yeah, the Earth is not so small as you think. That a laser...
Hang on a minute. Oh, whoa, stop. Didn't you just say 10 minutes ago that ships disappear bottom up over the curve? So obviously you can see it. I tell you now, a laser can point further than what you can see.
Can't have it both ways, Abba.
I'm not talking to you, lady. What's the question again?
You claimed ships disappear bottom up.
Yes.
So that means you can witness that with your eyes. You can film it with a camera. We all agree with that. We all heard it, yeah? But it's not
but the
due
Earth
to
is not small enough for your
You've
camera.
got this
Your eyes don't have
preconceived
the range.
idea. Why the fuck are you talking through me? That is so rude. See, everyone's just missed what you said because you decided to grind through me.
All right, go.
If we get a laser and point it 10, 20, 30, 40 miles, and then we both go round the other side of the lake and measure the distance the laser is off the ground. So at the end we use the pointer, we hold it at 1 foot. We set the thing horizontal, we go round the other side, 30 miles away. It should be, what, 400 foot in the air? If there's a curvature?
Yeah, but it was actually proven. Like this.
Not yet, but. No, stop. Not yeah, but. There's no but to it. If you're on a ball, that's approximately what... Actually, I'm going to get the Earth curve calculator out and we're going to do this properly. And I'll tell you exactly what the distance should be.
Bro, it was literally proven. They did the laser test.
No, you're not talking about a laser test. You're talking about a flashlight. So, let's have a look here.
What flashlight can go like this?
28.6 miles. Let's have a look here. We're going to set your observer height at 1 foot. Calculate. 499 foot of drop. So, if we go and do a laser test at 28.6 miles and we set the laser at 1 foot off the ground, at the other end, the laser should be 499 feet in the air. Now, the issue is, my little friend, when we do tests like this and we go around the other side and measure it, it's 1 foot in the air.
You can try it yourself. A powerful straight laser will eventually disappear.
Abba, how about we have some fun? Everyone start posting laser tests so this kid can watch a few videos. You watched what's called a mockumentary. They did a laser test trying to shine a laser through a couple of holes on boards. Is that the one you're talking about?
Wait.
Excellent. What I'd like you to do is go and watch the video again and watch what they use at the end of the video. They don't use a laser. They use a flashlight. And all they said at the end was, that's interesting. The reason for that is there's a thing on the end of the laser called accumulator.
Do you know when you shine
There's
a
a
laser
thing
beam?
on the end. Yeah, great. We'll get your stories in a second. You just want to jump away from the video now because I've debunked your debunking. And I haven't even started. Now, there's a couple of optical phenomena. When you shine a light through a small aperture, the light scatters. And you can test this for yourself with 2 sheets of paper and a pin. Put a pin prick in a sheet of paper, put a pinprick in another sheet of paper. Hold them 2 foot apart and see if you can see through the second one. Look through the first one, try to look through the second one, and watch what happens. You won't, because light scatters as it goes through holes, and that's what's happened with the torchlight through the video. On the video, they should have used a laser. They used a torch. The laser broke. Okay, so they failed doing the test. They didn't even do it correctly, but they still put the video up anyways.
Sir.
It's for people like you.
So all these laser tests were debunked.
So all of the laser tests have been debunked. Please enlighten me.
They always do it over lakes because lasers are very prone to refraction. They're prone to refraction.
Hold on, someone else. You can be quiet for a second. So lakes are prone to refraction.
No, lasers are prone to light refraction over lakes.
Okay.
And
how
you guys
much
still didn't
refraction
ask me
should there
anything
be
about
over lakes? So when we're talking refraction, what? Refraction as per Snell's law? Atmospheric refraction? What are you talking about? Please. There's so many different types. Fata Morgana, Fata Brumosa, towering, looming, sinking. Which one are you talking about?
They are all part of the same thing, though. They are all part of the same thing.
If you look at Fermat's principle, it'll give you a better understanding of how the way light takes the least amount of the path of least resistance when it's traveling through the air. So not necessarily going to be a straight line to you.
Wait. So the Netflix documentary.
So you claimed all the laser tests were debunked. Dandelion at 15 minutes past the hour posted up a 28.6 mile laser test.
Most of them are not outright fake.
That's a 500 foot drop. So you're telling me that your refraction gives you a 500 foot drop. If that's the case, you have to back this with some technical data.
He's not gonna get the data. Hey guys, good afternoon. I have a question for Flat Earthers, if I may.
Yeah, just relax, dude. We're having a conversation with someone. So you don't get to decide who's going to be talking or not. We do.
Sure, that's why I asked.
Yeah, so therefore, you can wait your turn until the gentleman yields his time.
What yields his time? Let him ask a question. What is this? What are we in a Nazi regime?
You're up at the moment.
No, we're handling the conversation. You don't even get to decide. We do.
Wait, can you guys unmute my friend Crispy? He wants to help.
No, he's not going to help. We're either going to talk to him or you. Which one do you want to choose?
I talk to him right now. I'll come back after.
Sorry?
Okay, so if you guys don't mind, now when the mic is open, I've never seen so many people here. So I've been here 5 times trying to get the answer for this question. Does anybody know? Does anybody know where is the sun? How far is it?
Yeah, you're not running things. We are.
The sun's up in the sky. There you go. That was easy.
You said Crispy, right?
No, that's not Crispy. That's Joe. And you just muted him for no reason.
Yeah, because it's not Crispy.
Bro, y'all
That's
are
the
crazy.
reason.
Just let Crispy talk, man.
We're trying to.
Hello, sir. Hello. First of all, sorry for being disrespectful. My friend Abu Boogie and me are we're around Earth believers. And let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If the Earth is flat, all of the people on Earth, from South America to Africa to Japan, could have seen the same stars over our head. But a person from Japan, a person from South America, and a person from Africa could not see the same stars. They see different stars. That means that the Earth is flat. Point. You have no answer for this because this is actually proven. This is you can see this in your eyes.
We have an answer for that. You can't say we don't have an answer if you haven't even given us a chance to answer you back.
Okay.
So the answer is what type of flat Earth idea do you have in your head right now when you're saying this argument? Describe to me what flat Earth is from making this argument. What does it look like?
What do you mean?
What does the flat Earth look like that you're describing in this argument?
Flat Earth is just a plate. I'm looking at this a plate. It's a plate. that yes, it's a plate that you cannot look down. If you look down, you see just nothing. You see the plate.
Is this,
if you look
yeah,
up,
is this, yeah, hold on, Crispy. Is this plate a circle?
What? Yes.
Is this plate a circle?
Well, it can be. Well, it can be anything. It can be square.
No,
It doesn't matter.
Wait a minute. Wait.
It doesn't matter.
No,
It doesn't
stop,
matter
stop.
the shape.
Stop, dude. Yes, it does. Because if you're describing something right now in your argument, it would only describe one specific type of flat Earth that you have. That you're describing. You say this cannot happen on a flat Earth. The idea of looking at stars in different directions. This was your argument, right?
Yes.
Okay. What flat Earth is that you're describing that this cannot happen on? Is it the one that looks like a giant circle?
Sir. Flat Earth.
Answer my
Everyone
question.
No, listen to me. No, you're interrupting. You're cutting me off of the sentence. Let me ask you this question. If the Earth is flat and people from Japan, people from South America were standing on the same...
You don't have to repeat yourself. What does that flat Earth look like? Describe it to me.
Bro, what is this?
The flat Earth is... I see the flat Earth as the model that you give is a plate and a dome over it.
Right. So therefore, I'm going to debunk your argument. Nobody in here says that that's what the Earth is. Period. So you can't use that as your argument to say that if you're standing south looking at the stars, it's going to be different from someone else, because nobody in here would advocate for that being what the flat Earth actually is. That's not flat Earth, sir.
So what's the Earth shape?
Listen, that's the thing. No one's claiming the shape, dude. This is where your argument is debunked. So therefore, your argument rested on the fact that it was a circle, a plate, like you said, and that's not what we're saying. So you can't use that in your argument. Therefore, your argument is debunked.
Okay, so if you're saying that my argument is debunked, what's the shape of the Earth that explains
We
the
don't
fact
make a
that
claim.
people...
Listen, so yeah, let me just say this. We don't make a claim to the shape. We will make a claim to the property or the aspect of what Earth is on its surface, which means that the surface describes itself when we observe it as a horizontal plane. So when you see water, water is horizontal on its surface. And there's a lot of water on the Earth. So we'd say the surface of the Earth, covered in mostly water that's horizontal, will be that such that the Earth that we can see in the known world is a horizontal plane or flat.
So
I didn't give you any shape when I said that, so I don't
Okay,
even.
so can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
According to you, well, do you agree that people from different parts of the Earth see different stars? That you agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So how can you what's your explanation? What is your model of flat Earth that explains the fact that people from different parts of the world see different stars? Because in my opinion, the only model.
I'll tell you.
Wait, let me finish.
I'll tell you.
Let me finish.
You don't need to. I can give you the answer right now.
Sir, I want to finish my sentence.
Go ahead, finish what you're going to say.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So essentially, the model that we ascribe to when we look at the sky is a celestial sphere. According to being observer-centric, we say that everything looks to be like we're people making an observation are the center of the universe because of perspective, right? So you see everything at an angle of degrees to you. That's going according to the model of the celestial sphere. I'm not saying that the celestial sphere is an actual sphere. What I'm saying is your vision sees everything in a dome of perspective. So therefore, you can say that the stars look like at an angle of degrees based on your observation point.
Okay.
So the celestial sphere is the model that we would go by. And based on the ancient Babylonians and Chaldeans that have made this abstraction, we can say that it's based on an observer looking at the night sky, essentially.
So can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
So when you look at the moon, the moon, how can you explain the curve of the shadow over the moon? If Earth was flat, we could not see the moon.
Well, that's incorrect.
Would have been light only by the sun.
No, sir. The observation of the moon, sun, and stars are done based on the observation of the people looking up at the night sky or the daytime. So it has nothing to do with anything curving. I don't know why that would be an argument, but it's just people looking
The
up
moon is literally curved, sir. The moon is
Time zones debunk the flat Earth.
So no, you're wrong there too. But the moon doesn't have anything
No,
to
I'm
do
not.
with the
You're
Earth.
faggot.
Yo, why are you saying this shit? It's disrespectful.
Yeah, that's pretty bad, dude. I don't know why that was needed, but so essentially what we're saying is when you look at the moon and you say that it's something, there's no way for you to know what it actually is because you can't test it, but you can see it looking like what you might think it is, right? So it could look like a globe with like features on it, like craters or whatever. But you're not going to be able to tell me exactly what it is. So you can just see it from a distance.
So
That's about as good as it gets.
So the moon doesn't exist.
I just told you. You can see it. I can see it. What do you mean it doesn't exist? That's not like a straw man argument you just
The shadow over the moon is curved, which means the Earth is curved. The Earth is not flat.
How do you, hold on.
It does.
Hold on. You're talking about a lunar.
You always blame,
hold on, sir.
You
Hold on,
always
just wait a
blame
minute.
on the
Hold on.
vision. You always
Are you talking
blame
about a
on the
lunar
vision.
eclipse? Are you talking about lunar eclipse or moon phase? Which one?
No, I'm talking about the shadow that we can see every day over the moon. The
moon phase.
Has a shadow which is curved.
Yeah, it's the phase of the moon, but it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Whatever you say, sir.
Yeah, you can look it up. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Even in the globe paradigm, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's the angle of the light. It's the angle of the light hitting the surface of the moon, according to the paradigm of the Earth being a globe. It has nothing to do with the Earth shape whatsoever.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, let's go ahead and actually ask the question. Are you guys claiming that some kind of shadowing or darkness of the moon has anything to do with the shape of the Earth? If so, can you show us or give us a diagram or even give us the evidence that you have that it does? Nobody? So why are you bringing it up if it doesn't prove anything? This is ridiculous. Am I by myself in here? Did they all clam up by asking for evidence and they shut up?
Oh, I don't know. Crispy is still here. Who was just talking? Was it Abba or Crispy? I thought it was Crispy.
It was Abba then Crispy. Crispy.
Hello. I was muted.
Tell me how the moon or the shadow or whatever you think is happening with it has anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
All right, sir. Do you believe your eyes? Do you believe your eyes shows you the truth?
No, not always.
Not always. All right, sir. So why on a lunar eclipse Earth casts curved shadow on the moon?
You just made the claim that the Earth is casting that shadow. Now I want you to prove to me that the Earth is actually making a shadow on the moon.
What?
So, for your convenience, Crispy, what he's talking about, if you have a look at 27 past the hour, I posted up 2 short GIFs for you. One of them is a blue ball and a white ball. Blue ball casting a shadow on a white ball. And the other one is a ruler casting a shadow on a ball. 2 separate little videos there. Have a look at the shadow on the white ball. That's what would happen if the Earth was casting a shadow on the moon. And I can assure you now, that is not what we see in reality. So one should think about maybe it's not the Earth casting a shadow.
So what casts a shadow?
That's a great
We don't know. We don't even know if it's a shadow. Isn't that fun how we can say we don't know, but you actually don't either? It's just a claim that you made and you don't have any evidence for it?
Because the Earth casting a shadow is the only normal explanation.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to demonstrate that, not just claim it.
Hold on, guys. Let's be fair. The ball experiment of a blue ball and a white ball, that does not that's not the strong evidence that you suggested is.
You're right. It's not. So what I need is the actual evidence that the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon.
Let me finish.
No, I'm not going to let you finish. You're going to shut the hell up. All I need from any of you
What are you talking about?
is the actual evidence, because I have to actually talk to you like this because no one's giving me evidence that we're asking for.
No, sir, you're just talking disrespectful.
We need to know how you know. How do you know that that's the shadow of the Earth?
How do you know? How do you know that this is not the shadow?
How do you know that I know that you?
No, don't reverse the burden. You made the claim that it is. You need to demonstrate how you know it is.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Over the normal explanation, yes, the normal explanation.
Crispy,
is that
just so
the
you know, just
shadow
hold on a
is
second,
Earth.
brother. Crispy, just so you know, normally when you explain something, it doesn't involve asking questions. For example, I know the Earth is flat because it's measured flat. See how I didn't have to ask you a question in that? So you're going to explain now, answer his question.
All right, sir. Just a minute.
He needs a minute. Maybe Google it. Maybe talk to ChatGPT and see what they say. Are they going to have the evidence we're looking for?
Probably.
Great. Can't wait. Leaf, were you looking for somebody?
How they already knew it was a globe, but yet now they're looking for evidence of it. Interesting.
It's strange.
Well, when they claims, well, when they use evidence that requires evidence itself, it becomes a bit tedious, doesn't it?
Did you guys think you could just come in here?
Sorry, mate.
Right, and just say things and then we have to accept it? Well, we'll just say shit and then we won't provide any evidence. That will be our evidence, is saying things. Leaf, were you white knighting for somebody?
Yeah, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Why does it matter if the Earth is flat or globe?
If it doesn't matter to you, then don't worry about it.
No, I'm asking you if that matters. Why does it matter to you?
Well, how am I going to convince you how it matters if right now in your mind you don't think it does? My reasons are my reasons, your reasons are your reasons, right?
Yeah. I'm curious. Want to know why does it matter to you?
Well, let me ask you, do you think it's important to know the truth or to know a lie? Thanks. I'm sorry, your Wiki Google search will have to wait for a second.
All right,
Leaf.
even if you know the Earth is flat, which is
Leaf.
how does that impact you?
No, I do know it's flat. That's the fun part about this. It's because it's measured that way. And Lord Kelvin said to measure is to know.
You don't need to. I'm not attacking your position. I'm just asking, why does it matter, and how does that impact your life?
I just told you. Do you? Knowing the truth is better than believing a lie. Because if you act by the lie, you're going to get yourself in trouble, aren't you?
Okay.
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
The moon is 384,000 kilometers from Earth. To block the sun's light at that scale, any other object would have to be gigantic and orbit exactly between the Earth and the moon, and do so consistently every eclipse. There is no such object. The only object large enough and the right location is the Earth itself.
Excuse me. That number that you gave me, how many ever kilometers it was? 300,000? Who measured that and how?
300. Bro, math. Just
math doesn't measure things. Math is a tool.
By light. Listen, sir. By light.
Okay, no worries.
By light.
How do you do it?
Light speed.
Light speed. Oh, okay.
Light speed.
So who did this?
There's many ways.
Who did this?
There's math.
No, I don't need you to appeal to me, son. Don't just yammer at me. Get me who did it and how they did it.
All right, sir.
Don't tell me I can do it.
The distance between the moon and the Earth. Ancient Greeks measured it. Johannes Kepler and Galileo Galilei measured it. Giovanni Cassini and others.
Okay, how'd they do it?
Used a method called parallax. Observers at two distance points on the Earth measure the moon position against the background stars at the same time. The difference in angle gives you a way to triangulate the moon's distance. This gave much better estimates, around 384,000 kilometers.
Oh, this is an
laser ranging,
estimation.
modern. No, I can go further.
Okay.
Modern era laser ranging. After Apollo missions, NASA astronauts placed special reflectors on the moon during Apollo 11, 14, and 15. Scientists on Earth shot laser beams at these reflectors, and the time how long it takes from the sun takes to the light to bounce back. Since light travels at a known speed, this gives extremely precise distance measurements within a few centimeters. Average distance 384,000 kilometers. Moon is slowly moving away at 308.8 centimeters per year. We know this thanks to lasers.
Okay.
Now
So we have a ping off of the moon.
What?
No. So
There's a lot of
they
assumptions like this. The one-way speed of light is an assumption.
Yeah, so we have a problem with a lot of these measurements. Number one, the parallax that you spoke of. Well, let's talk about the parallax for a second. What was the difference in degrees and how they measured those angles?
You tell me.
I'm asking you. This is your claim.
What's what?
Give me the parallax, the angles, and how they measured
I'm
them.
trying to point out the fact that we can only measure the two-way speed of light because we have to have it come back.
No, that's not at all what I was talking
Like
about.
a goofy argument because it's the same logic.
That's not what I was talking about. I don't know why you're bringing that up. So, anyways, tell me about the angles that they measured in this parallax. When did they do it, and how was it performed?
Just a minute, sir.
He's frantically chat GPTing right now, so maybe give him a
Yes,
little bit.
I am. I am.
I know. See, you don't know any of this information, dude. You're just gonna read whatever it says and then probably just believe without even finding out how they did it.
Well, I'm just reading.
I know.
You want me to read all?
You're in a world of belief, dude. So that's all you're gonna do is just keep
One in
believing.
location, listen, sir. Imagine two observers on the Earth. One in location A, say New York. One in location B, say Paris. At the same time, they look at the moon and record the angle between the moon and the reference star in the sky, the exact time of observation, because the moon moves quickly. The angle is measured. Let's break it down into clear parts. Angular position of the moon. Each observer measures the apparent position of the moon relative to the background stars. Because they're in different places on the Earth, the moon appears in slightly different positions in the sky. This difference in position is called the parallax angle.
Okay, terrific. So, what you just gave me is that the moon is moving and that they measured angles at the surface of the Earth, which means they assumed the Earth to be flat. So now they measured a flat Earth with a moving moon. That doesn't do very well for your claim.
No, they didn't. They measured it in a round.
That's what you just... Read it to me again.
No.
Read it to me again.
No.
Oh, you don't want to read it because they were taking angles to a moving heavenly body? Is that the part that you don't want to read out?
No. Imagine two observers on Earth. One in location A, say New York. One in location B, say Paris. At the same time, they look at the moon and record the angle between the moon and the reference star in the sky, the exact time of observation, because the moon moves quickly. The angle
moves quickly. There it is. So a moving moon and a flat Earth because you're taking angles from the surface of the Earth, right?
Yep.
No.
Well, you can't pre-assume you're on a globe. You wouldn't be begging the question using circular reasoning now, would you?
What?
I mean, you can't pre-assume that the thing you're trying to prove. You can't be using the Earth as if it's the thing that you're trying to prove that it is. That's circular reasoning.
So we have a moving moon and a flat Earth in his example. Well, that's strange. This parallax must take into some kind of account an assumption that it's the Earth that's moving and spinning and around. But that's not what he described to me.
All right, guys. The Earth is the Earth is a ball.
Okay, where's the curvature that we can measure?
You can fly to the moon.
You can fly to the moon. You can do that. I can't. I know I can't fly to the moon, but you think you can?
All right, so let me ask you a question. In my opinion, where they measured and where they put the angles, it doesn't matter because I asked you a question before. And you moved your question to somewhere else. So
no, I didn't move it. I just showed that the parallax that you were using as an example was giving us a moving moon and a flat Earth, and I thought that didn't really line up with the claim that you made.
Why did you ask this? Because you wanted to ask me, how do I know what's the distance between the Earth and the Moon? So I'm asking you.
Right. So we started with parallax. We showed that as... I don't know why you're asking. Dude, I just wanted to show you that the parallax used a flat Earth and a moving moon. And now, what do I believe? Oh, I didn't make any claims. About what?
What do you believe? What's the distance between the Earth and the Moon?
I have no idea.
Yes, but you have no idea because the only object that fits between what can cast shadow over the Moon is the Earth. No other object.
No, that's definitely not the only thing that can happen. That's you affirming the consequence. Basically, what you're saying, I'll give you the logical form. Are you ready for it? If the Earth is a sphere, then there will be a shadow on the Moon that looks round. Oh, there's a shadow on the Moon that looks round. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. That's affirming the consequent. It's circular logic. It's a really terrible argument.
It's a great argument.
But affirming the consequent? Actually, it's a fallacy.
It is a great argument because you can tell me what other object can cast shadow over the Moon. That's not the...
I didn't say that there was even anything casting a shadow over the Moon. There's no evidence that it's a shadow. It's a darkening.
I don't know.
I don't even know if it's a shadow. Do you have evidence that it's a shadow?
There's so many holes in your theory. You just don't know.
There's no theory. I didn't give you a theory.
So your theory is that there's darkness over the Moon. Why?
Crispy. He didn't give you a theory, and you just continued on your theory. He hasn't given you one. So how can you have holes in something that's not given?
So how can? So you said there's darkness over the Moon. Well, why the darkness changes?
I have no idea.
You have no idea because you have all these holes in this flat Earth theory.
Okay, so let me ask you a question really quick. Do you think it's better to assume fallaciously that the Earth is casting a shadow on the Moon without deducing anything else? Or do you think it's better for people to go, I don't know? Do you think you should just make it up? Or do you think people should say, I don't know? Which one's better? I don't know or make shit up? Which one's better?
Well, obviously, it is not the Earth is casting Moon over the Earth.
Yeah, you keep saying that. It's almost like you're chanting your religious doctrines. You're saying it's true, but you don't have any evidence for that. You're just saying it. You're making shit up.
I do have.
Okay, what is your evidence? I want your evidence that it is the Earth casting a shadow on the Moon. That's what I want.
The Moon is 384 kilometers from Earth.
That's not evidence. That's not evidence.
Let me tell you.
You've already repeated this. You've already given me your GPT. So I need you to give me the evidence, sir. Give me the evidence, sir.
Yeah, I will give you the evidence. Do you believe the sun is? Do you believe the sun is lightning?
No. Is lighting things?
Lighting things.
Obviously, the sun is casting light on the Earth. That's not in contention.
Do you believe that the sun is casting light?
His beliefs have nothing to do with your evidence. Crikey,
No,
some of you globers still believe in Santa Claus. Does that prove that the Earth is round?
Yes.
Your beliefs have nothing to do with measured reality. So stop chanting about the sun when you're discussing the moon.
Yes.
And anyways, why are you talking about the moon as if it's some proof of ground shape? The last time I checked, when I wanted to study the floor or measure the floor, I didn't look at the ceiling.
Yes, you did.
So you believe the moon is proof of the ground?
Listen, yes, I do, because the sun is casting light, and the only thing that can block the light that comes to the moon is the Earth.
My friend, you are assuming many things in this, and I'll tell you. Number one, you're assuming that the Earth, if you could just shut your mouth and listen, I'll tell you. You're assuming that the Earth is a ball. You're assuming that the sun is 93 million. Oh, he ran away.
Yeah, he had his little spiral and melt and ran. So we had Abba, who had a breakdown, who was getting information off that Crispy in the background. And Crispy was the White Knight. We let him in, and he had a meltdown.
The White Knight. I love that word.
Well, that's what they are. I'll save the day.
Listen, unironically, White Knight's gonna be like one of the worst people you'll ever meet. Like, it's actually kind of sad. God, I knew this, like, I was dating this chick once, and like her guy best friend got like mad at me because I was mad at her because she said some bullshit, and I was just pissed off at her, right? Like, it was personal, but I was mad at her because she did some shit, and her guy best friend got mad at me, and I shit you not, he says in front of her, he's like, "Oh, what do you guys like talk to each other like that? Like, you're not even like good for each other." Like, first of all, who the fuck are you? Like, to get in the middle of our fucking relationship. You know what I mean? Like, people like that just piss me off. Like, some people just need to shut their mouths, you know?
Awesome. Since you're talking, and no one else wants to, what's your take on it? Is it a
flat Earth?
Magic monkey water ball flying through the vastness of space, tilting, wobbling, spinning? Or is it plain with topography?
I don't think it's a magic monkey water ball, no. But I do think it is a what's it called? It is a spherical shaped mass floating in space.
Why do you think it's a spherical shaped mass?
Why do I think it's a spherical shaped mass?
I've got to apologise first. I've got 3 minutes and I've got to go to work. So yeah.
Well, I'll make this quick.
No. Okay, someone else will probably take over because there's a whole lineup of people here, all sitting there rubbing their hands together.
I'm messaging DJ as well, not I'm just reading his stuff right now. I'm gonna message him soon. Yeah, I'll do you a favor, DJ. I'll write you a whole like thesis.
Oh, I could just explain it. I could just explain it here. I didn't even know that was you talking to Matrix just then. I was listening. I was wondering where you were. I only just noticed it was you in the VC. So yeah, it would have been easier if I just explained all that rather than typing it all out in the DM.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's better in the DM because then it'll be easier for me to refute. Because then there's like no chance of miscommunication and all that. Everything's handwritten, you know. Because sometimes
that's actually true. That's actually true. So you can analyze it all step by step, and then have time to.
There's a lot of stuff.
I'll continue to do that anyway because I can't really VC at the moment anyway. So
yeah, this is why I don't like debating in voice chat because a lot of stuff just gets lost in like the noise of like other people, and then other people start interrupting and stuff. It's just better to do it in DMs, to be honest with you.
Cool.
Also, I'm working on my chem homework right now, so gotta lock in for that as well. But don't worry, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I'll just finish. I've almost finished. So yeah, I'll just pop it in the DM anyway.
All right, go for it, man. Hey, if you could provide to me like experiments proving the flat Earth, that'd be cool as well. Because then I could actually peer review those too. If you have those, like I know you sent me one right now, but if you have it like with the methodology and stuff, you can list it. That'd be cool. That way I can peer review it.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe we have slightly different idea of what an experiment consists of. I mean, I would call this an observation, you know, and it's more geometry rather than a scientific experiment. I mean,
the observation is part of the experiment, right? So the experiment, you got a question, and then you make an observation, you create a hypothesis for it, you get your variables and all that, right? So like you're showing me right now the observation, but if you could like list the methodology, like the steps they took, what they
Well,
used.
this isn't something that I'm presenting as flat Earth proof or anything like that, right? This is testing certain characteristics that must be present for the Earth to be a globe.
Okay. Yeah, but you can still conduct experiments disproving that, right? Like there's experiments out there proving.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it would technically fall under that category, but yeah. I mean, you can call it an experiment if you want. I mean, it's a long distance observation. It's essentially testing for things that must be there if the Earth's a globe. I mean, I'm not going to get.
Yeah, but even in science, like even to disprove, you need an experiment to disprove it, right? Like I mean, Einstein, he had to like disprove the whole fact that light didn't have any energy, and he had to prove it in an experiment, which is where we get the whole photoelectric effect from. It's just an example, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, if we're talking about natural science, I mean, wouldn't you would observe a naturally occurring phenomena, and then you would make a prediction, and then you would test it, and validate the cause and effect relationship. Rather, this is more like we've been told that this object has certain dimensions, right? So it's kind of like, if I buy a table and it's supposed to be a certain size and the top's supposed to be curving or something, like, anyway, whatever. And then I get the table and I'm just testing it to make sure it matches what we've been told it is. I mean, I don't know if that counts as science. It's more measurement, based. It's just it's an observation, and then you're doing some geometry.
It is science, but like if you're gonna like publish it to a journal, like a lot of snobs, and I hate this because I had to like rewrite my entire paper pretty much because my professor was like, he's one of those like old science snobs. He's like in his 80s. He's really old into it. He's an old physicist. He's like, yeah, no, your citation format, it's terrible. You need to fix that. Your data is wrong because you didn't use the proper formatting. It's got to be Arial and all that. So it's not a scientific paper. And I had to like get around to doing all that. Like that's the shit that I hate about the whole peer review process, because they'll look at every little detail. If you misput a comma, they'll get on you for it. It's very rigorous to get your paper out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I got you.
But yeah, I mean, you don't have to do it like formally like that. I'm not a crazy like research paper snob like that. But if you could just like do the basics, like the methodology, abstract, your variables, your data, that's fine. You can even base it off the video. As long as you have the numbers, it's cool. I'm cool with that. Because then we can actually peer review it, and then it'll actually be an actual debate instead of just like how most of these like other globers just like say a bunch of like random stuff they don't really understand.
Isn't the Black Swan modus tollens that?
The what? The Black Swan? Yeah, I've heard of it. It's just a video, but if you have a paper,
hold on. The modus tollens from the Black Swan. It lays that all out for your globe claims. Everything that you need for what you just said is in the modus tollens.
Could you DM me that? I'll take a look at it. Just DM it to me.
I don't know why you're portraying your professor in a negative light, because he has high standards
I'm
for
not
you.
portraying him in a negative light.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you said you hated it. You said you hated to be held to a higher standard. That's what you said.
That's not what I said. I hated how he critiqued my paper on like the small details. That doesn't mean I hate the guy. Like you can.
I meant hated what he was doing. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So why do you hate it? Like, don't you want to be challenged and not, to go? Don't you want to be challenged to go beyond what you know?
If it's to talk about like my formatting and how I formatted the paper, it's like it's not really adding or removing anything. Like the data is all fine. Like the way I conducted the experiment is fine. He was just critiquing like small details like that, which I didn't like. That doesn't mean I hate the guy. He's a great mentor.
Yeah, and he's old school, so yeah, he wants you to be precise and accurate. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kiwi Buzz put it in the text chat there for you. That's what he's talking about, 54 minutes after the hour.
Let's see here. This is it? Okay. All right, cool. I'll make a rebuttal for that soon. I'll DM it to you. Let me add you real quick so I can remember it. I'll make Max friends already. Jesus, I have so many people added on this site. What do I even do? Friends, hang on. Let me figure this out. Oh, here we go.
I'll post you the full video that goes along with that image that's in that Modus Tollens there as well.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because that's just a still shot, just a screenshot taken from the full high definition video.
Okay, cool. I will look at that video and I will give you my rebuttal. Who is this talking? It's Kiwi, right?
It was before. It was Kiwi that presented the particular one there with the oil platforms.
Oh, this is DJ talking. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'll DM it to y'all both. I'll write it.
Yeah, he's a Kiwi. We don't sound like that.
I don't know. They're both part of the empire. Who knows? I'm not even American. You know, a lot of people think I'm American, which
Canadian?
is crazy. No, I'm not. I'm not Canadian. Not at all. I'm Hispanic.
Oh, okay. But you live in America, or?
I live in Miami. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. You sound.
I just go here for school though. I don't actually like live in the States. I don't want to live here either. Listen, America is an interesting country. It's just not for me.
Yeah, it's right down the bottom of my travel list.
Yeah, I can see why. A lot of people here are kind of rude. It's not like back home. Don't even get me started on like the whole dating. Okay, you know, like you ever off topic, but you ever like go on the Instagrams and you see like the whole like, oh, don't let your girl go on a girls trip to Miami or whatever. I can see why that's a popular like tag here. You know, like you ever go to a club in Miami? Like most of the girls there already have boyfriends. They're just cheating on them, which is like crazy, crazy.
Yeah, that kind of degenerate, skank culture.
Yeah, it's just a hookup culture. It's toxic. It's toxic. That's why I don't really be dating like seriously over here. It's too much of a risk.
Hypergamy.
Leo, I should tell you that if you tell people you're Hispanic, Hispanic is defined as a Spanish-speaking American. So just be careful about that.
Spanish-speaking American. Hispanic means they come from Hispania.
No, Hispanic means Spanish-speaking America. Look it up. American.
No, it just says. Well, that's one definition. The other one is just relating to Spain or Spanish-speaking countries.
Are you from Spain, Neo?
Yes, my mom is, and my dad, he's indigenous Cuban. So I'm like half.
Well, where are you from?
I was born in Spain.
Okay.
Oh my God, no way. I just won this raffle for the World Cup. I got free tickets. No fucking shot.
Congrats.
I know, that's very exciting. You know how much people pay to go to those? I'm in school during that time, and I think the World Cup's coming over here during that time. That's very exciting. Who's playing? Let me see.
So slow.
Did you connect to me? Still slow?
Open mic there, DJ.
Oh. Cheers to you.
Oh, my microphone works. Oh, the Earth is a sphere.
Oh,
It really
what?
is.
Oh,
The
hello,
ground
Biggs.
sphere.
What's your evidence for this sphere? That's all you got is a claim? Nice horse picture.
Well, yeah, he posted a $10 Amazon toy globe, and then I posted a bunch of pictures showing that globes, right? They have stickers on the bottom of them saying that they're for decorative purposes only and not for educational purposes. And then he replied, "My friend, that doesn't mean the Earth is flat A4 paper." Please have self-respect.
Yeah, we're not the ones getting our worldview at the toy store, Biggs.
There is an educational version too. Sells for $20.
Yeah, has that been tested? to match reality? Do you have any evidence who did that?
Does it predict tides?
Either way, the Earth is certainly not flat.
Because of hills and waves and things? Sure.
Now, you're the ones making a positive claim. Where's your evidence?
Okay. Yeah. There you go, in the side chat there. Loading. 21 miles, no curve. There you go. Can't be a globe. $293 of missing curvature. Horizon, missing. Globe debunked. And there's countless more. But that one's enough. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, man?
Yeah, not much.
Good to see you.
We've got some rainy weather here. Is it hot? Is it hot where you're at?
Yeah, it's been pretty warm. It's getting hotter towards the end of the week and weekend. Another heat wave's coming back, plus 30 degrees.
Yeah, man, we've had it here. It sucks when it gets over 30.
Yep. But nicely done just a moment ago. I like the way you slapped that laser test down. Positive claim. Yeah, there you go. There it is, measured flat. Lots of missing curvature there. Straight line between laser and target. Beautiful. Awesome.
That's it, yeah. And then crickets.
I love that tune. The tune of silence. It's brilliant.
It's the sound of an echo chamber.
Sorry, you were supposed to respond when you got the evidence, but you shut up.
Remove the text mute, and I'll show you my picture.
Oh, that's nice.
No.
You respond?
Yeah, you're meant to respond to what I presented. You didn't even, you just ignored it. It just hand wave dismissed it. You asked me for evidence. You asked me for evidence, and then you didn't even look at it. You just hand wave dismissed it.
It's a nice picture, but that's not evidence.
It's not a picture.
Yeah, it is. It's a GIF.
No. Yeah. It's from a full video though. It's a video. Yeah, that's what a GIF is. Do you see what's in the GIF? Right, it's a 21-mile lake called the Great Salt Lake in Utah. Okay, and the camera's set up at 5 foot high. Right, and the shoreline on the other side of the lake is the target. Now, over 21 miles, there must be 293 foot of Earth curvature. There also must be a horizon at 2.7 miles away. If the Earth's a globe. But it isn't, right? And that's why there isn't any curvature over the 21 miles. That's why there is.
Maybe if you zoom in some more, you might see the evidence, but it's not there. Zoom in some more.
Maybe if you look further.
Exactly.
You can see the shoreline.
Sorry, the thing is, it should be well before. We shouldn't be able to see the shore. The horizon should be in front, blocking our ability to see the shoreline. But you're saying if we zoom in more, we should see further and the curvature will be there. How big do you think this ball is? Question mark. Question mark. How big do you think the ball is?
That's questions for you, Bix. Can you hear?
Remove my text mute so I can show you the picture. Undeniable evidence.
How big do you think the globe Earth is?
So your only rebuttal to this long distance observation is that he needs to zoom in more. Even though we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that must be hidden by over 200 feet of Earth curvature behind the 2.7 mile horizon that has to be there, which isn't there. But if he zooms in further, the shoreline will disappear?
No, I'm saying there's no evidence in this silly picture, but maybe if you zoom in, it could be there somewhere hidden in one of those little pixels of yours.
Well, that's a weak rebuttal, right? So, okay, I'm going to give you the text poems or whatever you're asking for, and let's see what you got as counter evidence to that. Just a second. All right, see if you can post it. Oh, pictures from outer space. How did you validate the picture?
Seriously.
Well, a great way to test any picture from outer space would be to see if there was in reality. Oh, damn. It's not there.
Is he trolling or is he serious or? Bix, do you think this is in rebuttal to what DJ has posted and spoke about?
Yeah, the first part of that link, it says only a select few have looked at Earth from space firsthand.
So this is anecdotal at best.
So, Bix, you understand the standard of evidence here? Yours is very low, ours is very high. You just let somebody else tell you that because they showed you a bunch of pictures. Surely you've heard of photographic trickery, Photoshop, so on, very common occurrence. Whereas what DJ is showing you is an observation on the Earth that you could easily replicate for yourself or do one similar near where you live. He's got to be trolling. He's got to be trolling with that last one, DJ. Come on, I took this picture. Come on.
I have a meme for this.
Yep, that's the perfect meme. Yeah, we don't like people who lie here. If you don't have good proof, you just like looking at pictures, you just want to believe, Bix. You don't if you're not interested in objective reality, then that's really your problem, but we're not going to believe any of your fairy tale claims.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're convinced, why are you here? You want us to believe like you? You want us to accept the pictures from outer space. You want us to. Like, it's a must, we must. Because otherwise you just would go, oh, these guys are stupid, and just walk away. Just go away, and you wouldn't even bother with us anymore. Why is it so important to you that we accept this? It sounds kind of cultish to me.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe as a quota, the sermon at the Globe Church last Sunday, they said, you need to bring in 10 new congregation members by next Sunday. I think that's what happened. I mean, isn't the name of this event, what is the name of the event? The Globe is a Religion, Prove Me Wrong. Sorry, Bix, you just proved us right.
None of those clouds are changing formation over time. It's bloody ridiculous. Not one of those clouds has deformed, altered, disappeared. Nothing else has reappeared. It's stupid. And it looks like it's about, a 6-hour period, maybe a little bit more, due to the rotation of the Earth. If we're going to say a quarter of a rotation is approximately 6 hours.
Hold on.
Must have been a very still day.
Very, everywhere.
Sorry, I think I cut someone off there. Must be a bit of delay. So go ahead, Alfred.
Hello?
Oh, Alfred, yeah, so glad you came in. I see there where you're making this claim about the clouds.
Yeah, so basically on the Great Plains, you can see the clouds go over the horizon, and the further away clouds are lower, in a way that you would not expect on a flat surface. And that's pretty strong evidence that the Earth is not flat.
Wait, didn't you just say plains?
Yeah, the Great Plains, yeah.
You're talking about the clouds? You're talking about the...
Well,
dude, are you talking about when the clouds look like they're going down towards the horizon? Is that what you mean?
Well, yeah, the clouds descend as they get further away, yeah, and they also are at an angle. But yeah, that picture I sent, I think it's in a place called the Llano Estacado, or whatever. It's the flattest place on Earth, basically.
But this can't happen on over a flat surface, you said.
I should clarify.
Wait, you said it's flat, but then you said it can't happen. But you also said that this can't happen over a flat surface.
Yeah, well, it's the flattest part of the Great Plains.
Flattest.
Elevation does
Meaning, what is that?
Wow.
Bro, nothing's like 100% flat. You ever been outside, even a salt flat?
Yeah, we know. We know. It's like you don't want to listen to.
This is like being pedantic.
Oh, no, wants to keep talking. I like this guy.
I mean, it's just pedantry if you want to
keep going again.
Flat like that.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
We know that you want to try and wriggle out of this. It's weird though, right? I mean, look at it from our side. You're saying this flat area, very flat, super flat. This wouldn't work. Perspective, apparently, wouldn't work on a flat surface. It's kind of weird, dude.
Right. And I think DJ was wanting to post something or show him something.
Yeah, I mean, we're using two different definitions of flat. When I say that the ground is flat here, I mean that it's flat relative to other things. But like when I say the Earth is not flat, what I mean is that it's spherical. So you can have an area that is flatter, but nothing on the Earth is truly flat. So that's what I mean when I say
flat.
So yeah, it's the flattest part of the Great Plains. That's a comparison.
Awesome. Where do we get horizontal from?
From the horizon. Yeah.
You know what horizontal means, don't you?
Yeah, it means something that's relatively flat.
No, it has zero rate of change of slope.
Well,
horizontal. Yeah,
Like,
the slope intercept, dude. The slope intercept formula: y equals mx plus b. A horizon, a straight line. Excuse
I'm familiar with horizontal, but like that's like a different word.
Oh
than
my
horizon.
word! It's like I don't know why you keep talking.
Bro,
dude.
this is a language game, bro. I'm telling you to look at like the. I'm telling you to look at things with your eyes, and you're trying to argue words, bro. Like, come on, bro. Look at the picture.
Definitions, yeah. Trying to argue.
Yeah. Look at
why
look
this
at
is
what
relative.
I posted.
Are you going to
I
continue
posted a
talking,
Google Maps link.
or do I have to mute you? What do you think's going to happen?
Mute me because I
It
posted
seems
a
to be
picture.
the only way that me and you are going to be able to have a
language
conversation, isn't it?
Well, this isn't a conversation now, is it?
Well, if you keep talking through me and stop me from replying to you, then yeah.
Then I guess you're going to have to mute me then.
Oh, so you want to continue talking through me so you don't let me get my point out? Oh, okay.
No, I'm telling you to mute me.
Why? Can you not mute yourself? Are you not an adult?
No, because I'm gonna
Just
probably
go away.
keep talking if you don't
Just go
mute me.
away. Just waste our time. What the fuck?
Thanks for the flat Earth
I
proof, though.
posted like Google Street View. This is something you can see on Google Street View. It's a real thing. You can see clouds go over the horizon just as you'd expect.
Yeah, DJ wanted to address that. Are you there, DJ?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, let's
I'm
hear
here.
it.
I was trying to find a video. 1 second, but yeah, I got some things here, right? So you understand how perspective works, right? Like how things like. Let me give you an example. Okay, so here's the same thing happening with some grid lines showing you how perspective works. Now, have a look at the next image quickly. Okay, so this is a hallway. This is a hallway overlaid over a horizon at the beach. Okay, so the same thing happens. It looks like the top of the hallway is ramping down, and it looks like the bottom of the hallway is ramping up. Okay, and it meets at what's called a vanishing point, right? So the clouds do the same thing, aeroplanes do the same thing, and like streetlights are another good example. They do the exact same thing as well. Okay, so it's not something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe or anything like that. This is just basic perspective. Now, I've got a video here, which I'm just trying to find now, where someone's on the runway. Someone's on the runway about to take off on their little plane, and you can see the same thing happening. It looks like the clouds are going down, 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 and meeting near the horizon. Now, when he goes up to the level of the clouds, you'll see that it's just a completely flat deck, right? He goes up and he goes through the cloud deck up to the top of it, and you'll see it's not actually curving. It's just completely flat because you're on that level and you don't have that perspective effect anymore. I'll just find that video and show it. But yeah, look, I'm not saying like I'm trying to debunk you. I'm just saying like there's an explanation for that, and it's
well,
it's not like a globe proof.
Like I posted a Google Street View. Okay, that's something that you can't fake because it's literally.
No, it's not fake. It's just showing you how perspective works. I just explained it.
And you understand why I posted a Google Street View instead of like some picture I took myself, right?
Yeah, any picture will show how perspective works. You do understand what I mean. You saw the hallway, right? Overlaid over the ocean.
But that's like a little.
Are you looking in the side chat? Did you look in the side chat?
Yeah, I looked. Yeah, I didn't not look.
Yeah, so you agree that perspective is a thing and everything converges, right? Like in the hallway example.
Yeah, nobody's denying perspective. But actually, I should say that because there is someone who's denying perspective. Okay, so let's talk about like basic geometry. Okay, So
Yes.
if you're at one, okay, let's say a salt flat, okay, or the Llano Estacado, right? Some very flat place. If you were at 1 foot of elevation, how far would you expect to see? Like, if you had to guess, or give me any.
Yeah, 1.225 miles if the Earth was a globe.
Well, no. What would you expect to see? That's my question for you. Like,
It
what
would
you-
vary depending on okay, so if the Earth's not a globe, it would vary depending on the weather conditions.
Yeah, what's the argument for that, retard?
Shush.
Yeah, weather changes and you can see different distances when the
You
weather
notice how that's
changes.
not an argument, you brain dead fucking retard? You're a fucking brain dead low IQ spur.
Ah, here we go. It's time limited.
A great representative of the globe right there.
I don't know. I don't know who that guy is, but here's what I'll say is, okay, so if the Earth is flat, realistically, what we'd expect is, because of how perspective works, like, you know, the triangle formulas, algebra, all that. I mean, I could bring up the names for all this if you want.
That's okay. Go ahead. That's okay. So we're doing an observation from 1 foot 1 foot height. Yeah.
Okay, so this is like something we can test as well. Is if we went to 10 feet of height, we would
Great idea.
expect to see 10 times as far because we're 10 times as high, so 10 times as far. The triangle's 10 times bigger.
That's incorrect. The calculation you want for a globe is 1.225 miles multiplied by the square. Just seriously.
That's if it's flat.
I'm just trying to point out that your maths is wrong. Is that all right? Or do you want to talk through me correcting you again?
My math is correct for a flat Earth.
Really? You said it would double. That's incorrect.
Yeah, it would double.
No,
yeah.
it wouldn't. No, listen to the formula. 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. One foot observer. What's the square root of 1?
Okay,
what's the square root of 1?
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
that's
good.
1.
What's 1 times 1.225?
Okay, it's 1.225 because it's still
Awesome stuff. Now,
yeah.
8 foot observer. Square root of 8?
Okay, but that's for a round.
I'm trying to point out to you that it doesn't double. Is that all right?
Yeah, so that's for a round Earth. That's the calculation for a round Earth.
Yeah.
Yes, for a flat Earth, it doubles because as you go twice as high, the triangle gets twice as large. Yes, because that's how perspective works. And so if you're 10 times as high, then you see 10 times as far.
Excuse me. You were asking us that your proof of the Earth being a globe was because clouds appear to go downwards. And now you think that you've got the gumption to turn around and tell us about perspective.
Yep.
Seriously?
I do.
Really?
Yep.
What's the Rayleigh criterion?
Why do I need to know that to talk about basic facts?
Because we're going to be talking about the separation of angles. Obviously, if you knew that, that would have been the first thing that would come out of your mouth. Being as we see in angles. Seriously, dude, no one's taking you seriously. I think you're just talking out your ass. You got a chance, though. I'll give you one more. If you want to be serious, drop the ego and have the conversation with DJ again. But don't piss down our backs, mate, and tell us it's raining. It's not. You're wasting our time.
Nobody's pissing. I'm talking to you man to man. We're not having any sort of craziness going on.
No, you're bullshitting, dude. Right, and I'm not going to stand for it. All right, you're going to try and weasel and snake your way out of stuff. Be a fucking man. Stand on what you say. Stop being a pussy. Last chance.
Okay. Well, I'll stand on what I said. And what I said is that if the Earth is flat, twice as high means you see twice as far. And we can go over that. It's
based on what calculation?
I don't actually know the name of the formula, but I can.
Do you know the formula?
I don't know the name of the formula. I do know the formula. Yeah, it's basically the what's it called? It's the one for the right angle triangle.
No, we're talking about optics. In this instance, it's the human eye.
Yeah, it's this one. It's
unless you start throwing down equations for me, I don't think you know what you're talking about.
It's basically
we're talking about perspective here. The angular resolution limit of an optic In this case, the human eye. Just talk to someone else, dude. Sorry, maybe I'm not the person to talk to you.
Okay, so basically, it's the hypotenuse is the square root of a squared plus b squared. It's that one for the right-angled triangle, right? And it's a right angle because it's flat, right? We'd agree. Is there any disagreement with, it being a right angle between you and the ground if the Earth's
Yes,
flat?
this is an orthographic view. When you're drawing your right-angle triangle, we do not see the world in this way. We see the world in perspective. You're talking about the wrong mathematics. That's it. I'm done. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted again.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is like basic, like...
Alfred.
This is
Right, let's
very
just test the globe. Let's test the globe instead, because we can easily do the math right there, okay? So if you're 1 foot high, right, doing an observation from 1 foot, you're at the shoreline, okay? Let's say you set up a camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water. How far away should you see if the Earth's a globe? Where should the horizon be?
Depends, I guess.
Okay, so the formula is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And that will give you the distance to the horizon. So if you want to double check that, you can just go to Google and type in Earth Curvature Calculator and put in 1 foot, and it'll tell you 1.225 miles would be the distance on a globe to the horizon. Did you want to check that, or do you want to take my word for it?
I mean, I can check it if you want, but I'm not...
I mean, well, if you don't believe me, you can check it. But it'll say that, I guarantee you that.
I'm just going along with this because it's like, whatever. Like, I'm not here to, argue about basic stuff.
Okay. Well,
I'm not here to be disrespectful about, basic math, okay?
Yeah, so do you agree with the math?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, all right. So here's an observation from 1 foot, right, in the side chat here. All right, we got 2 oil platforms.
How do we know it's at 1 foot?
Okay, I'll post the full video that goes along with it. You can see him walk down to the shoreline, and he holds the 1 foot off the surface of the water. You can, we can give you some leeway if you want. We can say it's 2 foot if you want to.
I mean, I don't know how high it is. I didn't say it's any height. I just
You can see the shoreline. You can see the sand.
Yeah,
Give him 6 foot and refraction, DJ.
Yep, let's talk about that after this guy agrees to the basic mathematics.
I mean, listen, man, I already said what I said, and I tried to explain that, on a flat Earth, that would be
And got it wrong and used the wrong maths. Yeah, we know.
Elevation is 10 times the distance. But, if we're just going to get into this, I'm out. I said what I said.
Yeah, I would bail it for you too.
You used the wrong math.
Is he also ignoring that we see through air, so we're not going to see 10 times the distance, we're just going to see how far we can see through air?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, yeah. It's what we said originally. It's it depends on the weather.
I really think that you should look up what Jedi was trying to tell you to look up.
I think he's gone.
Oh, he did. He
ran away.
I didn't even get a chance to say a sentence. Okay.
No, I was just saying the guy he ran away. He's not here. If you were talking to him,
I was just trying to point him back to what Jedi was saying. He was on point.
He's not here.
No, yeah, I got that. I gathered that. That's why I was saying, damn, I didn't get one sentence in, but y'all did great. That was awesome.
I hope you're good, AG. Good to see you, man.
Oh, dude, I was just listening to this conversation. Y'all did good. That was cool, and I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Having a decent day today. I'm at least upright.
Well, that's good news. Good to hear.
So another chicken glober. Buck, 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 buck.
I just wanted to guide him back to what Jedi was saying about the Rayleigh criterion. That was a pretty important point, but he wanted to glaze over it. Whistle past the graveyard, whatever.
Yeah, I think it was a bit the basic math was over his head. I think the Rayleigh criterion would just turn his brain into...
Yeah, I'm sorry. He pissed me off when he started trying to lecture us about perspective, but wanting to know why clouds went down. So I just started throwing daggers at him.
Yeah. Will they stuck?
I was going to say, like, at least 3 of them hit him in the heart.
Yeah, the image that DJ put up, that first one, you know, it even has the clouds in the image explaining exactly why he's seeing what he's seeing. I just had to get it. I mean, you can't spoon feed him any more than that.
It is kind of weird that certain people actually believe that they have the vision of Superman, and they can't fathom why you can't see. Like, they don't understand. They can't comprehend why you can't see forever. It's just weird. They need curvature. Kind of like they need gravity. They will fly away.
The weirdest part is that it was basically like, oh no, if you guys are going to talk about the actual math, then I'm out of here.
That was funny. That's why I laughed out loud.
Because we can't handle the actual math of the, like, what it would be on the globe. Yeah, we can't handle that. Like, I'm out of here because of that. Hilarious.
People act like math is complicated, but it's only complicated because of the way it's usually taught to people. But it in itself is just a language, and it's not that difficult to learn. But the way it's being taught, that is what is problematic here. Math itself is not the problem. Damn public school system. Back in my day, we learned real math. Nowadays, it's this Common Core bullshit, and nobody knows how anything works. Hey, come on, hey. Let me quit. Yep, pretty much Helio. I wish we had the soundboard here. I would play crickets. Be back in a few. It'd be cool to do this sort of thing at college campuses. Earth's flat, prove me wrong. Sit up at the end table and see what happens. Kick it old school and do some grassroots type stuff. We can't be censored in person. It's only on the internet that the algorithms can touch us. And welcome to whoever joined.
I appreciate what you just said there, AJ. Sorry, AG. But in this country, you can get arrested for thinking in your head privately, just in the wrong place.
That's messed up. That sounds like some Orwellian shit.
It is some proper Orwellian shit, yeah.
It's fucked up because I just watched 1984 last night, and now I'm thinking about that. Like, damn, dude, what the hell? Somewhere between George Orwell and V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
Hey, Jedi, don't you dare mention what's happening in the news, mate, or you'll get arrested.
That is very true. Yeah. Welcome to the great British Islamic Caliphate.
I don't think folks realize that World War III is completely digital, and everyone is in the middle of it right now. It's a digital war for one's mind. It has to do with mind control, thought placement, and guiding people's movement, like how they think, how they lead their lives, how they raise their children, especially.
How would they know what you're thinking?
And check your algorithms.
See, can I say? Should I say? Okay, so the short answer to it is eventually you tell them. So you can be approached by an officer. They could ask you what you're doing. You can tell them what you're doing. And that could be something like being in a certain area where you're not allowed to have a religious view. So if you admit to praying in your head, you can be arrested if you're in the wrong place. Outside an abortion clinic, for example.
Wow. That is really messed up. So prayer is now officially illegal in your country. That's fucked up.
In certain areas, you can still be a Christian and, march and have like little corner stalls and call out towards the people in the street about Jesus and stuff. You can just about do that, but you're very restricted in the places that you can. And more often than not, you have to get permission from the council.
My apologies for the expletives or anything, but this is kind of astonishing how bad it's gotten. I already knew it's bad, but damn.
And that's that's barely scratching the surface, dude.
I'm sure it's way the F worse, man. Welcome to whoever joined.
This is I.
Baller, get him.
That's right. It's Globin time.
Yeah, welcome back.
What up, Cyclone? What's up? How's everyone doing?
Just waiting for you, man.
Yes, I have arrived. The party can't start.
Did you bring the beer and chips?
I've got it all.
All right. We got an actual DJ. DJ's a DJ.
Good. We having any good ones in today?
Oh, dude. Oh,
We
my
got-
goodness.
We got a guy who said that imagination is, what is it? That it wasn't real or something.
All sorts of
What was
crazy
it?
claims today.
Water's not
Yeah,
water.
nice.
I don't know. It's weird.
Love it. Good stuff.
This dude's skanking in the side chat, and you realize that side chat is for people in here talking.
I like the moon cycles where the eclipse.
Yeah, they're always doing that lately. Mixing up their moon phases and eclipses.
And we got Peter in here on his apology tour. So I don't know if you want to scrape
You're
the
the
bottom
rat.
of the barrel.
No. I don't want to catch anything.
Yeah, Peter.
Nah, it doesn't ring a bell.
If I unmute him, you'll be like, oh, fucking hell. Watch.
No, not the Rat King.
You know him, Jedi. I destroyed him in the mock trial.
Oh no,
Yeah, of course I know who he is. I'm just trying to be,
you're trying,
an arsehole. That's all.
you're trying to make it like you. We don't know. Who
It's too much for the Americans, Jedi. You've got to simplify it.
I know.
Making it where he's forgotten. Got it. I got it.
He's trying to make it look like he doesn't care, but he does care deep inside.
Oh, you think he cares most of all? Is that right? Is that how you see it?
I couldn't stop thinking about him all this time. I've been thinking about you guys.
Telling you, man.
Wow.
That got weird fast.
Yeah, so the awkward thing is that's actually
Did you think
true.
about Cyclone at all?
No.
Good.
Oh man.
Maybe I should.
Thank God. Thank God.
But Jedi's the kind of guy you're clutch your pillow at night, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I see he's got a flat tag, rightly so.
For real, for real.
Peter, why are you pretending to be a flat earther now? Why are you pretending to be a flat earther now? Is this your newest spiral?
No, it's just a conclusion of a 2-year long journey.
2-year long a journey? Is that what you call it?
Well, for some people.
You've went on a internet shit talking campaign for 2 years, embarrassing yourself along the way. What happened?
Dude, for some people, it's enough to watch a 6-minute YouTube video. Other people need 2 years.
You've got to have a 2-year mental breakdown. Come on, dude.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was my mother who taught me the globe when I was 5, so it was a lot of.
You're the Norman Bates of Globers.
I don't know what that is.
It's the guy from Psycho who blames his psychopathy on his mother.
I've never seen that movie. I don't like it.
It's for the best, Peter. It wouldn't be good for your psyche. It wouldn't be good information for you to.
Is that the Hitchcock movie? Is that the
Hitchcock
movie? Oh, yeah. I've never seen it. It's a famous movie.
It's for the best. We don't want to give you any ideas. You're going to start up a hotel next.
Yeah.
So,
he said
what
he
was
was
your
tired of the,
breakthrough moment?
He
Sorry,
said he
Andy.
was tired of the Twitter Globers. Excuse me, Twitter flat earthers. He says those guys are lightweights and they don't compare to us.
Yeah, that plus I think they bring us a bad name to our community because they commingle with flat Earth.
Our community.
That
Come
is
on,
just
Peter.
nothing to.
Who do you think's buying this little charade you're doing?
Well, who made you the chairman of Flat Earth? What do you sign certificates?
Yeah, see. Already you're looking for an authority to appeal to. This is how we know.
What I'm saying is, I'm addressing the person who spoke before you. So they commingle with like observable things. So much nonsense. It's ridiculous.
Bizarre behavior.
So they're like really Globers then. They observe the stars, and that's supposed to be how the Earth is a ball.
Well, that would be, that's at least within the realm of like discussing cosmology. But they want you to eat dandelions, drink your own urine, hate the Jews. So it's the whole package. You gotta buy into the whole package.
The fuck are you talking about?
Or you're not a critical thinker, right? Or they will say like the moon is not a rock, it's plasma. Like which of the first principles that we've established tell us that the moon has to be plasma? I mean, come on. It's a completely orthogonal question, right? What is the moon? The fact that it's a sphere doesn't how is that related to the shape of the Earth? What, no spheres allowed? You know what I'm saying? So
How did you
it's
how
a
did
little
you
bit
break
hard.
the news to your friends like Britnat and Meds? How did you break it to them?
They
Manufactured
don't
totem.
talk. They don't talk.
How
to
were they
me. I
handle
think-
it? They don't talk to you anymore. They abandoned you.
I don't think they use Twitter, so they've either been ignoring
No,
me or
but you
they're
had a
just listening.
Discord. You had a Discord with them all. Remember where you would plot how to raid and like, well, we'll go and raid the
that was
flat
like a year
earthers
ago,
with
dude.
no evidence.
Yeah,
You
the band
remember?
broke up, Cyclone. The band broke up.
That's true.
Surely not, Peter. You were like their main guy.
Well, now I have a
must be
new
heartbroken.
group.
Who's your new group?
Ether Cosmology. I have a lifetime membership there.
Ether Cosmology. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's supposed to.
Fucking hell. That's Geo's
Like,
one, right?
No,
That's
it's
Alan.
Earth Awakenings.
That's Alan and Toby and them over there. Shane and Alan. That's who he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm a lifetime member.
Well, they're accepting you? Surely not.
Dude, if I could post
They
a
must
link,
not know.
I don't have
They
friends,
must not have spoken to you before.
Are you a mod over there?
No, but I have a membership.
Oh.
So you joined a Discord server, is what you're saying?
No, I have a membership in the community. There's a website. I'm looking at it because I just got it the other day. I have a website that lists lifetime members. I'm there, number 10. I'm like one of the founding fathers.
Can you show your credentials? We need to see your credentials.
See what a fool this guy is.
Bro.
Just shut up, Peter. It's embarrassing. Just stop it.
I can't believe you, Peter. You're funny.
All right, well, whatever.
What an interesting turn of a spiral.
What a spiral.
Only
He's a
ever.
group of the flat earthers. He's a group of the flat earthers that push the AE map and the ether.
Oh, no wonder he likes those
That's
ones.
whom I'm running away from.
Yeah, that's part of the new shtick, isn't it, Peter?
I don't want to be associated with those people.
That's what they do in the server that you were just talking about, that you were just bragging about. That's
Well,
what they
that's
do.
why I'm banned from the server, okay?
No, you're a lifetime
you were
member
a
10
lifetime
seconds
member.
ago. The typical,
I am a lifetime
usual
member, but I'm also
double speaking lies.
He's banned
That's
from a
what happens
lifetime
to
member.
critical
Back to his old tricks. Doesn't take long.
That's what happens.
I wonder how many quid that sent him back, huh?
I think it was $80 for a lifetime membership and
Holy
a t-shirt.
That's like buying a lifetime pass at Disneyland and then getting banned from there. You can't even go.
Yeah, he's just trolling. He's just trolling,
I
guys.
wasted money.
Well, you can verify this. I would give you a link.
No, I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you are.
The lifetime member of somewhere you've been banned. That doesn't make any sense.
That's hilarious.
That's what I said. That's what I
it does
told
for someone like Peter. For someone like Peter, I can see how that would happen.
That's
That's
comical.
exactly what Alan told me. He said I'm an asshole and no money can buy me my server cards. But a lifetime membership, a baseball hat, and a T-shirt he did sell me. So
Speaking of Globers wasting their money, did Hush ever come back and give us that report that he claims he paid $200 for to verify the moon landing pictures?
The moon landing pictures? Yeah. He's not come back, man.
He's not come back, has he?
At all.
We need to put a missings report out. We're going to have to put him on a milk bottle or something.
Yeah, he's
File a
not
missing,
turned up with any of that.
a missing Glober report.
Because when he does show his face again, then we're going to go right back to that. So we're going to pick up where we left off.
Exactly. There's that report, Hush.
24/7 does not forget. So we're not going to. So as soon as he returns, it's going to be, square one.
Mm-hmm. As much as I enjoy hearing about Globers wasting their money, I would like to see the report.
Yeah.
Hopefully, well, I mean, Hush was just lying about spending his money, but hopefully you did waste $80, Peter.
It looks like there's no membership option on the Aether Cosmology website anyway. So.
No, so just another lie. Just another sad lie from a sad liar. Crazy.
why are you guys?
See, this is how we know you're still a Glober.
Did
This is how
somebody
we know
click
you're
the
still a
counter?
Glober, Peter.
Somebody click the counter of how many lives that's been. That's like 1,523 now, right? We're at 22, but now it's 23. So
You
just
guys are so
compounding all the
mean.
lies.
Right here. KO Coffee, ko-fi.com/Ether Cosmology. You can purchase it right now. I went for
Did you get the platinum
well, these
package?
are- no, I got the lifetime one, but that's a different. Yeah, one time donation. I don't think they sell the lifetime ones, dude.
Well, how the hell did you get it?
Well, it was a unique promotion. You can see my certificate on their website. Why are you grilling me about this?
I'm calling bullshit, man. You're big time bullshitter, yeah?
No.
How much did you pay for it, Peter?
Do I have camera permissions here?
I don't know.
Hopefully not.
As if you would.
Yeah, you're lucky you're even unmuted.
Ether Cosmology.
We don't need to see you by the fireside, man, with your globe and
How much did he say he spent on it?
I think it was like $80, but that's with the hat and the T-shirt.
Well, you know what they say, Peter. A fool and his money are easily parted.
Well, there's no such thing as objective value. All value is subjective, and this
yeah,
is
or in other words,
You're just proving my point.
yeah, or in other words, there's a sucker born every minute. Yeah.
Yeah, that's another good one.
I don't know.
I mean,
Wow.
You
the
guys
shoe
are just
fits, right?
jealous.
I don't know about all that.
Bizarre behavior.
You guys are just jealous.
You're just delighted that we're gabbing with you. That's all.
Yeah, more like concern for your mental state.
Did
What
it
else
come
is
with a
going on?
little tin sheriff's badge?
We got any we got actually real people in here. They're curious about the earth.
Oates is in there. I think that's mathematician though. He has that little Krabby Patty guy.
Krabby Patty.
Yeah, what's his face? So the Krusty Krab, Mr. Krabs.
No, Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, we spoke with Oates earlier. He's not too bad to talk to.
Well, anything but you know who.
Yeah.
Well, you can also talk to what's his face? Has been around a lot lately. Bev and his acolyte.
No, why would anyone want to talk to them? That's
Dude,
even worse than Peter.
They've been sliming through here every now and again. I think they slime through.
Of course they have. I mean, otherwise they'd just be
I
talking
think
to
it's
each other.
politics. Well, they have some stupid arguments, dude. I don't know if you've seen them or not, Cyclo.
Well, I've not heard any of those guys for probably over a year. I assume they've not got anything. I assume it's the same bullshit.
Yeah, they've actually crawled from under the rock and actually come through here and come with their most astounding logical argument, which is a train wreck.
They're just Globers anyway, so.
Bev categorizes himself as a real globe knower.
Well, I'll categorize him as a globe head. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that they're coming up with shit like that. A real globe knower. No, I've got no interest in talking to those guys. I mean, they're bricks.
You know how he defines flat? The visual
Incorrectly.
surface condition. No, the visual surface condition.
The visual surface condition.
Yeah, that's what flat is.
What surface?
I don't know. Nobody
Very
knows.
vague definition.
The visual surface condition. That's what flat is.
Okay. I guess he's working on his own dictionary then.
I mean, you get his acolytes just, riding his coattails or whatever it is.
Yeah, the hell they're doing.
He's rolling in here with elderbear like Pinky in the brain and whatnot.
Yeah, just a bunch of vaporizing.
They're cartoon characters, bro.
So if we remove Peter from the other server, he'll lose that flat tag.
Yeah, I S-banned him thinking that it would happen, but I guess he's still in.
He's using our server tag. Is that right?
Is he like a lifetime member now of our Discord?
No
Because you can't scrub that off of him, dude. That stain is not gonna come out.
Do I need to give him like a hard ban or something? Will that do it?
Are you guys selling the memberships? I'll buy it.
Why do you want to be around us, Peter?
I enjoy people who have unusual views.
Unusual views. That's the reason why I want. That's why that just saying that phrase is the reason why I don't want you anywhere around us.
Well, do you think most people in the society are Glovers, right? We all agree. Most people don't have the guts to kind of question what they're told. That's true not just for
Oh,
people here,
stop
but
it,
in
Peter!
general.
This is just too much.
Oh my
Can't
god!
stomach
You're
you
telling me
try
this
that.
as if were you born a flat earther over there in Ireland?
No, just listening to you even attempt and
All right, so you
feign
know
some kind of
the journey.
sincerity.
Okay, well, it's not my duty to convince you. I can believe whatever
No,
I
but
want.
it's like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? But in another way, you act like
I'll still cook you if you want me to cook you. I'll cook you on so many things.
Okay, cook me. Prove the globes.
No,
Okay.
on that I won't cook you on that. I'll cook you on
Well,
everything else.
that was anticlimactic.
Well, that's the only thing we're talking about.
Can you cook pizza, Peter? I'll show you that most of the things I've heard you say have nothing to do with the first principles that we can establish and we all agree on, and they are just figments of your imagination.
All right, Peter, if that's what you have to tell yourself.
Okay.
Sounds like you're projecting there, Peter.
Like I never heard that before.
Tell us about your pedal bike trip to Pizza Planet when you rode the curve downhill both ways there on your pedal bike.
Oh, Jesus God.
Well, it was stupid. It was stupid because I misunderstood even the globe model. In the globe model, it would be level all the way, right?
Oh, so now
It was a brain fart. It was a brain fart on my.
Yeah, he forgot Kingsley. I didn't want to remind him of that shit. It was a train wreck when it came out of his mouth, and he knows it.
Yeah, I do know it. It's brain farts happen when you do critical thinking. Sometimes you get carried away.
Well, let's just not get too hasty on that critical thinking, yeah?
Well, dude, is there only one approved way of doing critical thinking? What is there, like a committee?
Yeah, it definitely was not happening in that argument.
Like I said, everybody can have a brain fart.
Yeah, more like you shit the bed, bro.
Don't make it more visual than it needs to be.
Well, I mean, if we're being like honest, yeah. And for how long? I think you stood. Must have been between an hour to an hour and a half, if not more. It's recorded, yeah.
Yep.
I hope so.
Oh yeah. There isn't a hand big enough for the
Pizza
face
Planet.
palm that we had when you were talking about it.
Yeah, you
Anyways,
ain't never living that.
I really don't know what you're gonna cook Cyclone on. I mean, you made everybody get their popcorn out, and then just disappointed everybody with, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Guess that's it, huh?
uncookable.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Yep.
Hopefully, find someone honest and new to talk to.
Well, this server's kind of dead, you know, at the moment, especially.
Yeah, why are we even on this server? The server sucks
Yeah.
balls.
Where are we going to politics?
No politics or income.
I know it's Heretic.
Hey, where-
Heretic here.
Where are we going?
I think Heretic, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
We go to politics or what?
Might as well jump in there. They let us do what we want.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool.
All right. Huh?